Humph! That brat from the mundane world actually suppressed another evil force. If he keeps this up, our Everlife sect will be in trouble sooner or later. Should we take action now, Elder? In the void northeast of the mountain village, several black-robed old men stared as Yifan emerged from the underground space. With the seal now broken, the entire village began collapsing into the ground. The lingering aura of the deity fragments, which had been pulsing moments earlier, had vanished. Clearly, Yifan had already collected them all. If Yifan truly gathers all the deity fragments and obtains those maps, then ventures into that eerie immortal palace, our future will be bleak. Right, Elder? At this point, we shouldn't bother with the mundane world's restrictions. Let's kill Yifan first and worry about the consequences later. The black-robed elders all turned their gaze to the square-faced old man at the center, waiting for his final decision. His eyes were narrowed in thought. Humph! You fools! Do you think Yifan is someone we can just kill at will? The square-faced elder sighed helplessly. Yifan is the descendant of the Divine Maiden. If we're watching him, do you think the Divine Maiden hasn't made her own arrangements? I can already sense the presence of other hidden experts from the immortal domain nearby. Sigh. Fine, try it if you dare. The sect master sent us here just to surveil him, nothing more. We'd best not stir up any trouble. This elder's cultivation had long surpassed the martial saint realm, granting him awareness beyond his subordinates. He could clearly detect the undulating auras of several powerful figures lurking in the shadows. An ominous sign indeed. If his men wanted to throw their lives away, he wouldn't stop them. But he had no intention of dying himself. A mere piece of trash from the mundane world. We're from the immortal domain. We could crush him with a flick of our fingers. Two of the black-robed men scoffed. Their energies surged as they prepared to charge at Yifan. Their creed clear. Better slaughter 1,000 by mistake than let a single thread escape. Yifan, a freakish genius and descendant of the Divine Maiden, would become their mortal enemy once he ascended to the immortal domain. They had to eliminate such talent before it matured. Thud! But the instant the two martial saint-level elites moved, a soft tearing sound pierced the air. A white-robed elder materialized out of nowhere. His fingers twitched, and a burst of energy seized the two black-robed men. With a casual squeeze, boom! They exploded into a shower of gore. Brother Yen, long time no see. Surely you haven't forgotten the rule that immortals must not interfere in mortal affairs. The white-robed elder dusted off his hands, his tone indifferent, as if discussing the weather. Yet in the mortal world, this was absolutely earth-shaking. The two experts he had just obliterated were existences beyond the martial saint realm, figures revered as gods in the mundane world. But within the immortal domain, were even these powerhouses so fragile? Bastard! What gives you the right to kill our Everlife sect disciples? Are you courting death? One of the remaining black-robed men, enraged by his comrades' deaths, leapt up, fists clenched, ready to strike. The square-faced elder's eyelids drooped as he clenched his fists in silent despair. Idiots! Running straight to their deaths. How did I end up leading such fools? If this white-robed man could effortlessly annihilate two experts above the martial saint level, his strength and backing must be terrifying. Heh! Yen Yu, seems your disciplinary skills are lacking. Let me help educate them. With a faint smirk, the white-robed man flicked his wrist. The protesting black-robed disciple was yanked into the air, crack, and promptly crushed into paste before the stunned onlookers. SSS. Such arrogance. Such brutality. The remaining Everlife sect members turned numb with horror. One disciple opened his mouth, perhaps to protest, but Yen Yu hastily barked, "Silence! This is Elder Bai Jifei of the 10,000 Paths sect. Any disrespect will be met with death." He had no choice but to intervene. If his subordinates kept running their mouths, Bai Jifei would slaughter them all. Though the Everlife sect had flourished in recent years, its foundations couldn't compare to the 10,000 Paths sect. Now was not the time for open hostility. Their only option? Swallow their pride. Elder Bai, I, Yen Yu, humbly greet you on behalf of the Everlife sect. Today was our mistake. We'll take our leave at once. Yet confusion gnawed at him. Why would the 10,000 Paths sect side with Yifan? And why would Bai Jifei personally intervene? Since when did the Divine Maiden have such deep ties with their sect? With a deep bow, Yan Yu gestured sharply at his men to retreat. One disciple hesitated, lips parting. But Yan Yu swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth, hissing, "Shut up if you want to live." If they provoked Bai Jifei further, not even he would be spared. Bai Jifei observed their retreat lazily before calling out, "Brother Yen, leaving so soon?" Yan Yu froze, forcing a strained smile. "Elder Bai, is there anything else you require?" Against Bai Jifei's overwhelming strength, resistance was futile. Escape was all he craved. "Well, since you tried to kill him, shouldn't this young man receive some compensation?" Bai Jifei's eyes flicked toward Yifan, still navigating the valley below. The immortal gathering was imminent. Yifan, already in possession of the immortal pathway token, would soon step into the immortal domain. Bai Jifei's plan was simple. Before the gathering, he'd bolster Yifan's strength with pills and manuals from the immortal domain. This realization dawned. Bai Jifei was robbing them openly, powerless to resist. Yan Yu yielded through gritted teeth. "Elder Bai, would 2 supreme-grade cultivation manuals and 3 foundation establishment pills suffice?" Bai Jifei's non-committal hum sent Yan Yu's heart racing. Wait. I can add more. I happened to obtain a golden core from a king-rank demon beast, a top-tier auxiliary material for breaking through the golden core stage, as well as a spirit bone. Additionally, I have 3 mind palm beads here, rewards granted to me by my sect. As Yan Yu spoke, he respectfully laid out a large pile of treasures. Some emanated an archaic aura, while others shimmered with golden threads, identical in essence to the aura of the immortal path guide within Yifan's body. At a glance, these were supreme-grade treasures, especially the mind beads. They were condensed essences forged from the collective spiritual power of countless individuals. It took 1,000 people a full month, merely to form a single bead. To the powerhouses of the immortal realm, these were the finest cultivation materials. However, despite the hundreds of billions of people in the immortal realm, almost 99.99% of the mind beads were controlled by sects and factions. Priority allocation went to the leaders of these sects, the overlords of major forces or higher authorities. Only a minuscule fraction ever trickled down to ordinary cultivators. Unless one rendered extraordinary benefits or made significant contributions to a sect, mind beads were never bestowed as rewards. Yan Yu had no intention of revealing these, but Bai Jifei was already a golden core powerhouse, while Yan Yu's own pitiful cultivation left him unable to conceal anything. As Yan Yu stared at these treasures in his hands, his heart bled with agony. These were the spoils of decades of ruthless accumulation. Yan Yu was only at the 9th tier of foundation establishment, and many of these treasures were reserved for his own breakthrough to the golden core stage. But now, framed by fate, he had encountered Bai Jifei, that smiling tiger of the Wan Dao sect, in the mortal realm. If he didn't offer something substantial to Yifan, Bai Jifei would never let him leave alive. To save his own skin, he had no choice. Humph! Bai Jifei glanced at the items in Yan Yu's grip, his mind swiftly analyzing. Yifan was still merely at the martial saint stage. He had yet to breach Transcendence Foundation establishment before even approaching the Golden Core realm. Giving him overly advanced treasures now would be useless. This will suffice for now. I can't be bothered to take these things myself. Have someone deliver them to Yifan personally. And mind your attitude. Don't try any tricks. Squelch. Hearing Bai Jifei's words, Yan Yu almost burst into tears. Deliver them himself? With deference? What the hell? This was like a mouse offering New Year's greetings to a cat, and being forced to bring a red envelope too. Was bullying people even allowed like this? Yan Yu's face twisted on the spot. Brother Yan, do you disagree? Bai Jifei cast him a casual glance, his light tones sending an electrifying jolt of terror through Yan Yu's heart. And no, not at all. I'll gladly deliver these to Yifan myself, with the utmost respect. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yen Yu's entire body trembled. Even though Bai Ji-fei addressed him as Brother Yen, when it came to killing, Bai Ji-fei never hesitated. Within Tianqi City, home to over 100 sects in the immortal realm, Bai Ji-fei's reputation was no idle boast. Among Golden Core powerhouses, Bai Ji-fei ranked top 30, and the lives he'd claimed already exceeded 100. Clutching the treasures, Yen Yu swiftly separated from Bai Ji-fei and raced off in the direction Yi Fan had departed. Along the way, his surviving subordinates grumbled indignantly. "Elder Yen, aren't we being too cowardly? Not only did we fail to kill Yi Fan, but now we hand-deliver him treasures? Aren't we just fueling his rise? Yi Fan has already reached 7th tier martial saint. If he progresses unchecked, he'll soon ascend through transcendence, foundation establishment, and surpass even you." Yen Yu slumped like a deflated balloon, utterly drained. "Sigh, cowardice is nothing. Don't you understand Bai Ji-fei at all? Smiling on the surface, but his hands are drenched in blood. You're lucky to be alive today. Hurry, deliver these, then we leave." The outside world was too perilous. Home was safer. Far behind, Bai Ji-fei stroked his beard as he watched Yen Yu vanish into the distance. With Yi Fan's connections to immortal realm powerhouses already in motion, augmented by Yen Yu's elixirs and cultivation manuals, his path forward should be smoother, no? Even if the Soul Palace's scum still scheme, he ought to have countermeasures. His subordinates approached. "Elder Bai, since our task here is done, should we withdraw?" Bai Ji-fei shook his head. "Not yet. The Immortal Gate Assembly convenes in a month. We'll likely stay until then. Moreover, the sect master has other missions for us." The vast Miaojiang Mountains. Beyond the valley, Yi Fan, Guali, Ho Tianji, and the others swiftly retreated. Ho Tianji glanced at the remaining elite fighters under his command, his heart heavy. As a staunch loyalist of the imperial family, he had hoped to secure some gains, be it the shards of the evil sovereign or the ancient beast's spirit bones. But now, despite knowing Yi Fan had seized everything, he had to play ignorant, even covering for him. "Young Master Yi, please wait." Just as Yi Fan and Guali reached the main road beyond the secluded valley, figures dashed from the forest, blocking their path. None other than Yen Yu and his surviving men. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he studied the newcomers. There was something vaguely familiar about Yen Yu's aura, remnants of the strange energy he'd sensed in the void earlier. "What do you want?" Yi Fan's voice was guarded, energy swirling defensively. "Young Master Yi, please, no hostility. We merely wish to befriend you. These are gifts. Please accept them." Yen Yu ached to kill Yi Fan. The shard's resonance emanating from Yi Fan's body made him salivate with greed. But he knew Bai Ji-fei was watching. Even the slightest misstep would result in his death 10 times over. So when handing the treasures over, Yen Yu made a bold gamble. If he couldn't eliminate Yi Fan today, if he couldn't serve the longevity sect's interests, then he decided to present these treasures as tokens of goodwill, fostering a positive tie. If Yi Fan ascended to greatness, this favor might prove invaluable. If Yi Fan fell later, he could always claim Bai Ji-fei forced his hand. Plausible deniability before his sect. Brilliant. Yen Yu nearly cheered for himself at his own cunning. Yi Fan skimmed the items, particularly the cultivation manuals. Their energy signatures and meridians routes were eerily similar to those from Ding Xiu's teachings. "You're not from the mortal world, are you?" As he spoke, Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept the surroundings, locking onto Bai Ji-fei's concealed position. Ugh! Bai Ji-fei had been watching the commotion with amusement, but when Yi Fan's gaze swept over him, his body involuntarily twitched. What the hell? I'm a Golden Core realm expert. How could a single glance from that brat Yi Fan make me shiver, even feel the urge to kneel? This was downright bizarre. That kid was just a freak from the mortal world. Sure, he was the descendant of the Divine Maiden, but his strength was only at the 7th rank of Martial Saint. He hadn't even broken through to the Divine Transformation realm. How could he exude such an overwhelming aura? I have a feeling. Yi Fan can see right through our concealment. One of Bai Jifei's companions shuddered. And, Elder, even though we only observed him from a distance, I had another terrifying thought. I don't know if it's accurate, but what thought? I feel like there's something else inside Yi Fan, a slumbering entity, an ancient soul, as if reincarnated after millennia. Something even more terrifying than the strongest existence in the immortal domain. I don't know how else to describe it. Bai Jifei frowned, mulling over his subordinate's words. Truthfully, he had sensed the same thing. When Yi Fan had looked in their direction earlier, that piercing gaze alone made Bai Jifei feel like kneeling in worship. Could there really be a 10,000-year-old soul dormant inside Yi Fan? Aside from being the divine maiden's descendant, what other identity could he possibly have? One that surpasses even the mightiest emperor in the immortal domain. Sigh. No point dwelling on it now. At least we know we won't become his enemies. Besides, the sect leader's current orders are paving the way for Yi Fan's eventual arrival in the immortal domain. Let's just focus on our tasks. By the roadside, Yi Fan's single sentence exposing Yan Yu's identity left the man utterly stunned. But with Bai Jifei secretly watching, Yan Yu didn't dare admit anything. Young Master Yi, that's irrelevant. What matters is that I'd like to befriend you. These items will surely be useful to you. That's all. Farewell. Yan Yu, too, felt an inexplicable tremor under Yi Fan's sharp gaze. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might cave and reveal the truth. Whoosh! With a final remark, Yan Yu channeled his energy and swiftly vanished from the scene. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. As Yan Yu fled, Yi Fan clearly sensed the energy fluctuations around him, identical to the golden threads on the immortal path guide. He's definitely from the immortal domain. Confirmed. When Yi Fan glanced at the items Yan Yu had left behind, he detected intense spiritual resonance. Upon closer inspection, he found 3 prayer beads, precious treasures for breaking through the martial saint realm. Now that Yi Fan had obtained the divine shard and soul bone, his strength had already reached the 7th rank of martial saint. 2 more minor breakthroughs and he'd advance to the next realm. Profound glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Once he reached the peak of martial saint and ascended further, he could activate the higher tier privileges of the divine gate, unlocking even greater power. Then, the experts of the Soul Hall, along with all his other enemies, would be eradicated, every last one of them. No evil would be spared. Let's go. Back to Guang City. Yi Fan signaled his group, and they swiftly departed. He had already decided to return to Huadu overnight to awaken Shen Yufei as soon as possible. As for their complicated relationship, that could wait until she was conscious again. Boom! Boom! Though Yi Fan and his group had left, the valley remained a battlefield. The envoys Zhuori and Shen Ming were still locked in combat, while the other martial families fought inexplicably among themselves. The 5 martial saint experts, manipulated by Yi Fan's puppet paper clones, mechanically supervised the excavation of massive pits. But the deeper they dug, the more suspicious they grew. The aura of the so-called shards on the puppet papers grew fainter, and the clones did nothing but dig endlessly. No other actions, no traces of evil spirits, no signs of soul bones. Brother, something's off. The thinner elder from the royal extreme Holy Land muttered to his portly companion. I sensed at least 5 more instances of Yi Fan's presence in this valley. How is that possible? And the other Yi Fans are also digging, repeating the same motions. The thin man's words sent a chill down the other elder's spine. A horrifying realization struck him. Damn it! We've been tricked by that little bastard. The portly martial saint sighed bitterly, his face twisting in resentment. Though he loathed to admit it, he was 80% certain the Yi Fan before them was a fake. Huh? Brother, you mean? Before the thin elder could finish, the portly one lunged at the Yi Fan, his overwhelming aura locking onto the clone. With a single punch, boom! The digging Yi Fan, controlled by a wisp of residual will, instinctively raised its fist to block. But these were mere paper puppets, infused with only enough energy to match an emperor-level fighter, nowhere near a martial saint's might. Crunch. A dull yet crisp sound echoed as the puppet shattered into scraps of paper, scattering in the wind. Puppetry. That damned Yifan played us. Brother, we need to find his real body. Fast. The thin elder was frantic, desperate to locate Yifan and seize the shard and soul bone. But the portly elder only sighed in defeat. Too late. Do you really think he set up all these decoys just to waste our time? He's already found the evil spirit's seal, destroyed it, and taken the divine shard. What a flawless deception. The Yi family has truly birthed a prodigy. The elder's tone was resigned. Though Yifan had outsmarted them, stolen the treasures, and left them empty-handed, there was nothing they could do. Yifan's momentum was unstoppable now. Even if the royal extreme Holy Land retaliated, they stood no chance. Worse, Yifan had the backing of the Yao Qi sect, the Nine Nether Abyss, and countless other martial factions. After losing over 100 elite disciples, the Holy Land could only swallow their bitterness in silence. Apart from the 2 martial sage experts from the Huangji Sacred Land, the 3 other hidden martial sages also gradually sensed that something was wrong. When they rushed out, they eventually discovered that the Yifan before them was nothing more than a paper puppet. They were absolutely furious. They had become famous decades, even 100 years ago, reaching the martial sage realm long before. They were either the revered ancestors of great clans or infamous old monsters, all figures of status and prestige. Yet, they had been toyed with by some upstart brat from the mundane world. Yifan, you're bullying us too far. Damn it, Yifan. If you wanted to steal, why humiliate us like this? I'm so pissed. I'm gonna curse you to death. Several voices, seething with fury, echoed through the canyon. These martial sage experts were only at the 4th or 5th rank of their realm. If they fought with their full strength, they might have stood a chance against Yifan. But after cultivating for decades, even centuries, finally reaching their current level, they cherished their lives too much to gamble everything against him. Despite their overwhelming rage, they knew that Yifan was beyond their defiance at this point. After venting their frustrations with furious roars, they had no choice but to leave in resignation. They had thought they were lucky to receive news of the evil entity's release, but now that hope was gone, their only option was to mobilize their family resources to investigate the next location where such an entity might appear, and secure a divine fragment next time. The departure of 5 martial sages naturally drew attention from the battling factions within the canyon. By now, the clans and sects had fought themselves to exhaustion. Many had suffered heavy casualties and were gradually calming down. At the prompting of a few martial sages, the factions ceased hostilities, only to realize that their entire conflict had been built on baseless provocations. Damn it! We've all been tricked. How pathetic! So many of us, yet we were fooled by that bastard Yifan. What a disgrace! The martial families surveyed their devastating losses, having gained absolutely nothing in the end. Their frustration burned bitterly, but they had no one to blame but themselves. Behind a shattered boulder on the side of the canyon, Xian Ming and Zhuo Ri were locked in a death grip, their arms wrapped around each other's throats, their bodies wreathed in thick black energy. This was the soul-severing slash, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Soul Hall's legacy. Once unleashed, it meant mutually assured destruction. Neither could survive. Xian Ming, being slightly weaker, had initiated it first. Realizing his inevitable doom, Zhuo Ri had retaliated in kind, sealing both their fates. Having served under the Soul Hall for decades, their rivalry had seen countless twists and turns. Yet now, at the brink of death, they seemed to have finally come to terms with each other. Xian Ming, before we fade, tell me the truth. Was it you who sabotaged my arrays when I was unsealing the evil entity? All my talismans malfunctioned. Zhuo Ri had sensed something amiss then, but after the masked Yifan incited their fight, Zhuo Ri had acted rashly, triggering an unstoppable chain of battles that led to this fatal end. Xian Ming scowled. God damn it, why the hell would I mess with your array? Do I look stupid? No matter how much I explain, you never listen. Where's that scheming cleverness you used to screw me over back then? Right now, Xianming wished he could rip Zhuori apart with his teeth. How could such an idiot have become an emissary? Worst of all, he'd been framed by Zhuori and exiled to the southern seas, wasting decades in obscurity. Huh? If it wasn't you, then who tampered with my talisman array? Before Zhuori could ponder further, the entire canyon trembled violently, as the ruins of the evil entity's seal collapsed in a deafening roar. This was the unmistakable sign that the creature had been destroyed, its divine fragment and soul bone already seized. God damn it! Who the hell took the divine fragment? Ag! Zhuori was consumed with resentment. From Shangjing, where he'd aided Zhou Ming against Shen Yufei and Yi Fan, to backing the 10 martial emperors under Prince Jin's banner. He had done everything to eliminate Yi Fan, wanting to present his success to the higher-ups as a monumental achievement. Yet after all his efforts, he hadn't even touched a hair on Yi Fan's head, and now he was dying in such an ignoble way, unforgivable. He refused to close his eyes in death. At the very least, someone should tell him the truth. It was I who ruined your talismans. Just as Zhuori and Xianming were on the verge of annihilation, a figure appeared before them, none other than Mao Shan's founder, Wang Bing, sporting a pair of red sneakers, sunglasses at night, and slurping on bubble tea like it was no big deal. Your talismans were decent material. I learned a few new tricks from them. Maybe I'll reuse them against someone else someday. He waved a stack of talismans triumphantly, as if flaunting spoils of war. Already on the brink of death, Zhuori spat a mouthful of black blood, ready to explode. You bastard! What the hell did you mess with my talismans for? But Wang Bing's next words would haunt them into the afterlife. Haha! Because my patriarch also wanted the fragment beneath the evil entity. And now he's succeeded. Thanks for causing so much chaos. It really took the heat off him. Hey! Maybe I should bow as a thank you? True to his word, Wang Bing dipped into an exaggerated bow. His smirk so infuriating that Xianming wished he still had the strength to strangle him right then and there. But his body was already half consumed by the corrosive black energy. Utterly powerless. Who is your patriarch? Xianming had a sinking feeling. Young Master Yi Fan, the prodigy of the Yi family, is our Mao Shan ancestral master. Got a problem with that? Wang Bing cocked his head with a smug grin. His words struck like lightning, and Xianming and Zhuori lost their minds. This time, even Xianming couldn't hold back a violent spray of black blood. God damn it. Shouldn't have asked. Why him? Why? Xianming wailed into the void. Back in the Death Sea, Yi Fan had annihilated most of his undead legion, the fruit of his life's work. As for Zhuori, after battling Yi Fan for so long, he hadn't even scratched the kid before meeting such a meaningless end, more tragic than Do Yi's wrongful execution. I refuse to accept this. Zhuori let out a howl of despair, his body thrashing violently as he even tried to lunge at Wang Bing to take a bite out of him. But Zhuori knew all too well. He and Xianming had used the Soul Temple's forbidden techniques against each other, unleashing that deadly aura. There was no chance of survival now. See ya later, suckers. Wang Bing smirked devilishly as he watched Zhuori and Xuanming's life force rapidly fade. Without hesitation, he vanished in a flash. During the fight, Wang Bing had overheard something. Young Master Yi was returning to Huadu for a brief stop before heading straight to the northwest. The northwest was far more complicated than Guangxing, especially the infamous Sin City, the blurred boundary between the ancient martial world and the mundane one. It was also where the fifth young master of the Yi family had met his end. Since Yi Fan was going to the northwest, Wang Bing might as well get a head start and scout the place out first. Xianming and Zhuori could only watch helplessly as Wang Bing left, their hearts filled with endless resentment, but utterly powerless to stop him. Next life. In the next life, don't let me run into you again. Zhuori's mind seethed with hatred. What he didn't notice, however, was a rat quietly emerging from a nearby burrow. What a bunch of weaklings. To be brought to the brink of death by such a measly amount of dark death energy. A low, eerie voice emanated from the rat. In the next instant, the rat darted toward Juori, its mouth opening wide as it devoured every last trace of the black corrosive energy clinging to his body. Just before Juori's life could be extinguished, the rat saved him. The sight left Shenming, still lying opposite Juori, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? A rat with such an unbelievable ability? According to the Soul Temple's legacy, that black energy was supposed to consume any living being it touched. Whoosh! A dark, shadowy figure emerged from the rat's body, none other than the malevolent entity that had escaped from the ancient beast's skeletal remains. Humph! My current strength is only enough to save one of you. You're on your own. The entity's voice was cold as it swiftly merged into Juori's body. I have no suitable host for now, so I'll share your body temporarily. Once you find me a better vessel, I'll leave you be. The entity's tone was domineering as it continued. You won't regret this. I'll mostly remain dormant to recover my strength, leaving you in control. But in times of danger, I'll intervene. And as for your injuries, they'll all heal. Your power will rise to the 7th rank of Martial Saint. And soon, you'll break through to the peak of Martial Saint and even reach the divine transformation realm. Juori's mind reeled. Holy shit. Was this some kind of divine fortune? He had already resigned himself to death, but now this entity had chosen him as its host? Not only were his injuries healing, but his strength was skyrocketing to the 7th rank of Martial Saint. With just a little more progress, he could crush Yifan. Hell, Juori even started fantasizing. If he grew strong enough, could he finally break free from the Soul Temple's control? No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll follow your orders without question. Great one. Juori could feel his rotting fingers regenerating, bursting with vitality as they returned to their peak condition. He was so ecstatic he could have jumped for joy. Set out for the northwest immediately. Mobilize every resource you have. I need to retrieve something there. The entity's voice rumbled ominously within Juori's mind. The malevolent being had been sealed beneath that formation for centuries. And the place where it had truly fallen? The northwest. A crucial artifact of its had been lost there. If it could reclaim it, perhaps it would no longer fear the purification of the demon-slaying formations. But after hundreds of years, did its former clan even still exist? Yes, great one. I'll leave for the northwest tonight. A sinister grin twisted Juori's lips. He remembered Wang Bing's smug face all too clearly. Just you wait. If I ever see you again. Meanwhile, Yifan, Guali, Wang Fuguei, and the others departed from the Miaojiang Mountains, with Kanglin and his men seeing them off in formation. Since Yifan now possessed the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, the sacred relic of the Miaojiang Gu sect, everyone treated him with utmost reverence. And given Yifan's trust in Kanglin's leadership, he was confident the Gu sect would remain stable under his management. Most of Zhuang Baifan's loyalists had already been purged, and the Dark Alliance, along with Prince Chris of Britannia, who had collaborated with Zhuang Baifan, were unlikely to cause further trouble in Miaojiang. Yifan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Their helicopter landed in Guangxing, where Ho Tianji and the others stayed behind. But Yifan and his companions didn't linger. They boarded a private jet and rushed back to Huadu overnight. Huadu, Ren family estate, a secluded villa. This was the very place where, during Yifan's unconscious state, Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulin, and Xiu Wan had joined forces to save him. Back then, Ren Shuiying had only intended to use her healer abilities to restore Yifan's strength. But when she found herself overwhelmed, she had no choice but to call in Xiu Wan and Qing Rulin for backup. Even then, they had all been thoroughly conquered. Now in the master bedroom, where the original bed had been replaced with a massive 5-meter-wide one, Ren Shuiying, Qing Rulin, and Xiu Wan each lay under thin blankets, chatting idly. Wanjie, did you check on Yufei next door? Any changes? Ren Shuiying asked. I just went over. She's the same as before, breathing normally, but still not waking up. Xiu Wan sighed. After that intimate encounter, An unspoken bond had formed between the three women. Since Xian Yufei's coma, they had moved her to the Run family estate. After discussing it, they decided to stay there as well to take care of her. Ugh, I wonder how that big bad wolf is doing. He's been gone for so long, and not even a single call. Ren Shuiying pouted, frustration clear in her voice. Was it because she was still too weak? Despite her relentless efforts to improve, without Yi Fan's unique energy to assist her, she had only reached the martial venerable realm. Qiu Wan, blessed with an innate cultivation physique, had also reached the martial venerable level despite starting late. But to truly stand by Yi Fan's side and help, they'd need at least the martial emperor realm, right? That rascal probably forgot all about us. What with the big and little holy maidens? That superstar mange, humph. Sixth sister-in-law Qing Rulin grumbled, her tone laced with resentment. Ever since that night, she had been utterly smitten with Yi Fan. Back then, all 7 sisters-in-law had vowed to help the Yi family flourish. But so far, only the 7th Su Yixue had succeeded. The rest of them hadn't made any progress. Sigh. If they ever got their hands on that little devil again, they'd make sure not to waste the opportunity. Heh, sister-in-law, what kind of talk is that? I think about you all every day. A deep, familiar voice suddenly echoed through the room. At the same time, a pair of strong hands wrapped around Qing Rulin's slender waist, roaming boldly and making her yelp in surprise. Huh? Who? Qing Rulin, Qiu Wan, and Ren Shuiying were nearly frightened out of their wits. Since Xian Yufei had been settled at the Ren family residence, experts from the Tianji Pavilion and the Jinwu Division had been stationed nearby, constantly monitoring the situation. Moreover, Qing Rulin and Qiu Wan were already martial artists at the peak of the martial venerable level. Yet, somehow, a man had silently crept into their room without them noticing, and even made it onto the bed. If he had truly intended harm, how could they ever face Yi Fan again? MMPH. Qing Rulin's question was answered with a fierce kiss, domineering and charged with rugged masculinity. Her wrist instinctively reached for the battle knife hidden beneath the pillow, but then the familiar scent and the unmistakable warmth flowing from his lips struck her senses. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan had returned. Only Yi Fan possessed that miraculous constitution, capable of generating warmth through mere contact, enhancing martial energy and cultivation. Realizing the truth, Qing Rulin stopped resisting. Her arms wrapped tightly around Yi Fan's neck as she eagerly returned the kiss. Meanwhile, Ren Shuiying and Qiu Wan, sensing something amiss, swiftly turned on the lights. Ah, it's Xiao Fan. TSK. You shameless rascal. Seeing Yi Fan brazenly teasing Qing Rulin, Ren Shuiying and Qiu Wan blushed furiously. Sister Wan, let's get out of here quickly. Mortifying, utterly mortifying. Though they had shared intimacy before, at least back then, Yi Fan had been unconscious initially. As Ren Shuiying spoke, she grabbed Qiu Wan's hand, trying to pull her toward the door. But the moment they took 2 steps, an invisible force yanked them back. Heh, Shuiying, look, you've expanded this area to 5 meters now. Doesn't it seem wasteful if we don't test how comfortable it is? Though embracing Qing Rulin, Yi Fan had no intention of neglecting Ren Shuiying. Ah, you're impossible. MMPH. The lights went out, and soon, ambiguous sounds filled the room. Moonlight streamed faintly through the window, casting an ethereal glow over everything inside, perfect harmony reigning supreme. Elsewhere in the Ren family estate, in another guest courtyard, Guoli gazed up at the moon and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh. Another busy night for Big Brother. Heh, old Gua, you just don't understand the joys. I won't keep you company. Suewa's waiting for me. Wang Fugue grinned, clapped Guoli on the shoulder, and vanished in a flash, leaving Guoli alone, staring at the moon. In another guest room, Yi Wansu, the chief of the Tianji Pavilion's Vermilion Division, frowned as she sensed the commotion from Yi Fan's direction. Shameless, she muttered under her breath. How did that bull have so much stamina? After enduring life and death battles from morning till night, How could he still have energy left? Should she barge in and put him in his place? The thought flickered through her mind, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to act on it. Humph! That damned scoundrel. Infuriating. Would she have to count beans to fall asleep again tonight? With his 3 women, Yi Fan held nothing back. Neither the divine fragments nor the warmth generated by his flickering ember flame. As they embraced, he guided Qing Rulan, Qiu Wan, and Ren Shuang's cultivation directly past the martial emperor threshold, from the 1st rank to the 5th. He even sealed fragments of divine power within their bodies. By tomorrow, once their bones were refined into spirit bones with the ember flame, their training speed would skyrocket, soon propelling them to the martial saint realm. Gazing at the 3 now sleeping girls, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. The divine gate had already unlocked its initial permissions. By the time the advanced permissions opened, he would likely be dominating the ancient martial world. And when the ultimate permissions unlocked, he would probably be stepping into the immortal realm. How far these women could accompany him depended on their innate talents. A melancholy thought, but as he gradually uncovered the mysterious memory fragments within him, Yi Fan knew his path would inevitably lead beyond the immortal realm, perhaps to even greater heights. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring them along, but for their own sake, staying in the mortal world might be better. Rising quietly, Yi Fan tucked the girls in before vanishing, reappearing outside Xian Yufei's room. Young Master Yi, the maid Xiaoyao bowed respectfully. Of Yi Fan's 4 personal attendants, 2 had remained in Huadu, ensuring Xian Yufei was never left unattended. Rest tonight. I'll take over. Nodding, Yi Fan stepped inside and retrieved the bianhua flower, malong grass, and a host of other rare herbs. Yufei, I finally gathered everything. You'll wake up soon. Memories of their shared past flickered through his mind. Childhood sweethearts. Xian Yufei had always been his destined bride. Even during his 5 years of foolishness, she had never abandoned him. Her behavior at the Yi family funeral? All because Zhou Ming of Shangjing had ensnared her with soul-controlling arts. Now that the truth was out, Yi Fan no longer resented her, only ached for her. To earn his forgiveness, she had risked her life in Yunqing to save Su Yixue and the others. In Huadu, she had shielded him from Zhou Ming's killing blow with her contracted spirit's true form, shattering her own spirit core in the process, leaving her in this state. With a wave of his hand, Yi Fan cast a barrier around the room before beginning the alchemical process passed down through the dragon seal ring. The herbs, saturated with the essence of sun and moon, unleashed surges of energy as he refined them. Guided by the ember flame, the concoction proceeded flawlessly. Within moments, a fragrant aroma permeated the room, soothing the soul and spilling outward, attracting flocks of birds and creatures to the Ren estate. Sigh! A soft sigh echoed in the void as an elderly man with white hair shook his head. This Yi Fan truly a prodigy. The pill is flawless. But Yufei's spirit core injury, can a mere pill truly heal it? Ah well, no point dampening his spirits. Might as well lend a hand. Muttering to himself, the old man sent a golden thread of energy coiling into Yi Fan's cauldron. Yi Fan, who was currently refining the medicinal pill, seemed to sense something as well. He felt as though the pill in his hands had suddenly gained a surge of spiritual energy, so much so that it seemed to possess its own intelligence, brimming with vibrant life force. Yet Yi Fan was puzzled. How could these herbs alone, when combined, produce such a powerful effect? Although he had refined many pills before, he had never expected this particular formula to be so potent. At this moment, however, he was in the critical stage of refining and dared not let his focus waver. Despite noticing something unusual, he had neither the time nor the opportunity to dwell on it further. A few minutes later, Yi Fan withdrew the fire energy from his hands, and within the small cauldron before him appeared an emerald green pill, etched with 9 ancient patterns. The very air seemed to tremble, resonating faintly with the pill. If not for the aura Yi Fan exerted to suppress it, the pill might have developed sentience on its own and fled. Genius. Absolutely genius. With just a touch of my psychic energy, he actually refined a top-tier 7th grade pill. If this were in the immortal realm, his status as an alchemist alone would grant him unrivaled prestige. Such talent. Good thing I didn't act recklessly, as the white-haired elder marveled inwardly. He made up his mind about how to handle Xian Yufei's affairs. Seeing the celestial phenomena stirring in the sky, the elder wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he cast multiple barriers into the air, sealing off the area and cutting off any external interference. Such a heaven-defying pill should never have appeared in the mortal world to begin with. Though there were agreements separating the mortal world from the immortal realm, limiting the strongest experts here to those at the peak of the martial saint level, the planet was vast. Across the globe, there were still hidden powers surpassing even martial saints, transcendent divinities, foundation establishment masters. If they discovered Yifan's monstrous talent, there was no telling whether they would target him. Back in the room, Yifan sensed another ripple of psychic energy in the air. It was an aura beyond mortal comprehension, one he had felt before deep in the Miaojiang Mountains. Back then, Yan Yu had personally sent him countless martial techniques, pills, and even a prayer bead, and now that same psychic energy had appeared in the void again. Who is secretly helping me? After a brief glance upward, Yifan wasted no time. He gently parted Xian Yufei's lips and fed her the newly refined soul-returning pill. Then, without hesitation, he channeled his own life force and the power from the divine fragment into her body, pouring them into her without restraint. Back in the Ren family's hall, Xian Yufei had used her contracted spirit body to block Zhou Ming's fatal strike, an act that had severely wounded her soul. Yifan's martial saint-level strength, combined with the divine fragment's immense vitality, surged into Xian Yufei's body, stimulating her muscles and rousing her dormant consciousness. Even the golden thread within Yifan's own body began to pulse, stirring the slumbering fragments of Xian Yufei's soul. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The pill gradually dissolved within her, transforming into golden streams of light that rippled across her skin, forming patterns eerily similar to those on the pill itself. Ancient, profound, and radiating sacred energy. After a full 10 minutes, just as Yifan was beginning to despair, Xian Yufei suddenly let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. The weight in Yifan's heart finally lifted. Yufei, you're finally awake. He hurried forward, gently helping her sit up while continuing to channel life energy into her. Where is this? How long was I asleep? Xian Yufei looked around in confusion, fragments of memories surfacing in her mind but still jumbled and incoherent. After all, the damage to her contracted spirit body was severe. Full recovery wouldn't be easy. You've been asleep for over a week. Back then, you took a fatal blow to protect me. I went to the Sea of Death and finally found the manhwa. With the pill I refined, you've finally awakened. Thank goodness you're all right. Yifan's voice trembled with emotion, the guilt in his heart easing slightly. As he spoke, he reached out to embrace her. But to his shock, Xian Yufei suddenly pushed him away, her eyes filled with wariness. Who are you? Why are you trying to take advantage of me? I have a husband. My husband is. Her expression grew vacant, as though struggling to recall something, but her mind remained blank. Your husband is Yifan, right? Yifan's heart twisted in agony. Heavens, are you toying with me? His childhood sweetheart, the girl he'd grown up with. After all their misunderstandings, after all the life and death trials, had finally been saved only to forget who he was? I am Yifan. We grew up together. We promised ourselves to each other. Don't you remember? He stared at her intently, willing her to recall. But Xian Yufei's gaze remained lost. Yifan? Who is that? Stay away from me. All men are liars. Don't come near me. Panic flashed in her eyes as she scrambled to the far corner of the bed, curling up defensively. At that moment, Yifan felt as though his heart had been pierced by needles. She forgot me? How could this happen? Yufei, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm Yifan, your closest companion. He tried to explain further, but the memory of how coldly he'd treated her after the Yi family's funeral choked his words. Back then, when she had abruptly called off their engagement at the funeral, it had wounded him deeply. In his anger, he had deliberately flaunted his closeness with his sister-in-law in front of her. Now he realized his actions must have hurt her just as badly. Cough! Before Xian Yufei could speak again, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the bed. Yufei, what's wrong? Yifan lunged forward, gripping her wrist to check her pulse. Nothing. Her pulse had stopped. No. His breath caught in his throat. Yufei, please, don't leave me. After the great battle at the Ren family, Xian Yufei, though in a coma, had fully functioning bodily systems. Her breathing, heartbeat, and pulse were all normal. Only her soul had suffered severe damage, causing her to remain unconscious for the time being. Yet now, after giving Xian Yufei a soul-restoring elixir, why had even her pulse vanished? No pulse, no heartbeat. That meant her bodily functions were shutting down completely. It was undeniable death. No. Yifan's entire being was on the verge of explosion. His martial aura surged to its peak, divine martial energy from the god fragments, combined with every ounce of power from his soul bones, all poured into Xian Yufei's body. The full force of the martial saint realm poured into her, nearly bursting her frail body. Whoosh! His scarlet silk overlord physique activated, every crimson thread piercing into Xian Yufei's meridians, desperately trying to restart her heart and pulse. But none of it worked. Xian Yufei collapsed limply into Yifan's arms, her presence fading as if vanishing into nothingness. Yet just moments ago, she had been speaking. She was alive. How could she suddenly cease all movement? Yifan couldn't accept it. Though he was the young medical immortal, having mastered countless miraculous techniques from the Dragon Ring, Ghost Valley 13 Needles, the Divine Farmer's Healing Hands, and more, none worked on Xian Yufei now. Even as her body lay motionless, Yifan refused to give up. He poured every ounce of his spiritual power and martial energy into her, fighting against fate itself. Xian Yufei was his childhood sweetheart, his first love, the beacon of light through life and death. After all they'd endured, misunderstandings, battles, even her sacrificing herself for him, how could it end like this? Worst of all, even after reviving her once, she no longer recognized him. The pain was indescribable. It was like standing right before her, yet she never knew of his love. Two lovers walking the same street 8 times over, yet forever missing each other. If Xian Yufei died now, it would haunt Yifan for the rest of his life. Yufei, no. Damn the heavens. Don't play with me like this. Yifan broke down completely. Tears streamed down his face. Through countless trials, he had never cried, but now he wept. A man sheds no tears until his heart truly shatters. Huff! Damn it! This brat. He's moved me to tears. Even an old man like me can't help but cry. Sniff. I'll treat my wife better when I get back. In the void, an old man with white hair watched the scene, his nose twitching with emotion. After composing himself, he waited a moment before appearing in Xian Yufei's room. Enough, young man. Yufei isn't dead yet. Yifan, drowning in grief, sensed the intruder instantly. His martial energy erupted as he spun and lashed out with a devastating punch. Who are you? He had set up countless formations around the room, and the entire Ren estate was guarded by experts from the Jinwu Division, the Tianji Pavilion, Guali, Wang Fugue, Songyang, and Yuchang's assassin squad. Who could bypass all of them so effortlessly? Whoosh! The white-haired old man merely flicked his hand. A ripple of mental energy dispersed Yifan's strike. A punch at the 7th grade martial emperor level. Into nothingness. The curtains barely fluttered. Calm down. I mean no harm. To be precise, I'm Yufei's great-uncle, her grandmother's younger brother. I came to see how she's doing on behalf of her grandmother. The old man stood before Yifan, studying him closely. Strangely, though the old man was a powerhouse in his sect, facing Yifan, a mere mortal, He felt the same inexplicable urge to kneel as Bai Jifei had in Miaojiang. Yifan's heart grew heavy. His full-force strike at the 7th grade martial saint had been nullified effortlessly. The gap between them was insurmountable. If the old man meant harm, resistance was futile. If not, then fighting was pointless. Either way, there was no need to attack. Moreover, the old man claimed to be Xian Yufei's great-uncle, her grandmother's brother. Was this another situation like Yu Linglong's? Yu Linglong's mother was from the Mirror Moon Palace in the Immortal Domain. Ding Xiu had bought her some time, but not much. Now, Xian Yufei's grandmother had sent someone too. What's happening to Yufei? Yifan asked, his gaze fixed on her with deep concern. Even as a prodigy with unparalleled medical skills, he couldn't comprehend her condition. The old man smiled faintly. Yufei is in a state of suspended animation. Her pulse and heartbeat haven't stopped. They've just slowed to an imperceptible level, plunging her into a deeper slumber. Yifan immediately reactivated his scarlet silk overlord physique, probing Xian Yufei's body meticulously. After 2 full minutes, he finally detected it. A faint, stubborn pulse. Weak but undeniably present. Huff. So she wasn't dead, just in a deeper coma. But what now? Yifan had already exhausted all methods. The soul-restoring elixir made from the underworld flower, every miraculous technique from the dragon ring. Nothing in the mortal world could heal her. Senior, you know how to save her, don't you? Yifan's eyes burned with desperation. I'll pay any price. Just tell me how. For a moment, all his struggles and achievements had felt meaningless. The old man waved a hand. Yifan, I've been here since you started refining the elixir. Without my mental energy supplementing it, Yufei wouldn't have woken even briefly. So it was true. Yifan sighed inwardly. This elder was undoubtedly an expert from the immortal domain. Yufei can be saved, but not in the mortal world. Only by taking her to the immortal domain and nurturing her soul in our sect's sacred pool can she awaken. Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, Yifan bristled instantly. Taking Xian Yufei away? Even when Yu Linglong was about to be taken, Yifan had fought desperately, until the hidden clan's Dilong intervened, forcing Ding Xiu to leave. Of course, before leaving, Ding Xiu had also left some valuable treasures for Yifan. Along with the pills and techniques you had left him in the Miaojiang Mountains, Yifan now possessed numerous precious resources from the immortal realm. As his power grew, Yifan had been considering whether it was time to further enhance his companion's strength, at least to the martial saint realm. Only then would they be qualified to cultivate the techniques and martial skills from the immortal realm. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. But now, Xian Yufei's grandmother wanted to take her away? You've had ulterior motives from the start, haven't you? Yifan's eyes narrowed defensively, flames flickering around his fists as he positioned himself in front of Xian Yufei. You won't lay a finger on her while I'm here. Even if I'm no match for you, the primordial flames within me can still burn you to ashes. The terrifying power of the primordial flames instilled fear even in those beyond the martial saint realm. Besides, Yifan still had the shadow blades obtained from the Tiankue base, as well as the heavenly punishment lightning. Even if the odds of victory were slim, he would make sure to leave a gaping wound on this white-haired old man before going down. Don't misunderstand, young Master Yi. I bear no ill intentions, nor do I intend to forcibly take Yufei away. The decision lies entirely with you. The elder visibly recoiled in fear from the flames around Yifan, hastily stepping back several paces. This divine flame was an ancient artifact of destruction, capable of incinerating the heavens and earth, a treasure fiercely coveted even among the mighty in the immortal realm. The old man was terrified of its power. If Yifan truly unleashed the primordial flames, escaping unscathed would be impossible. Not forcing her away. Yifan scrutinized the elder's expression keenly. Sensing genuine sincerity, his guard lowered slightly. Why should I trust you? His brows furrowed tightly. The situation troubled Yifan deeply. Right now, he was powerless to cure Xian Yufei's condition. If she remained by his side indefinitely in this comatose state, he knew he could find a way to heal her once he ascended to the immortal realm. But right now, he still had countless matters to settle in the mortal world. Eliminating Jin Wang for good, dealing with the Yi family patriarch, who coveted his bloodline, and purging the numerous forces backed by the Soul Hall before the Immortal Gate Conference. How long would all this take? He couldn't be sure. Worse yet, keeping Xian Yufei with him during this uncertain time posed risks he couldn't predict. But if he allowed the elder to take her away, what if something unexpected happened to her in the immortal realm? The thought alone unsettled him. Young Master Yi, rest assured, Yufei's grandmother bears no ill intent. Besides, Yufei's mother holds a high-ranking position in the immortal realm. This is purely out of concern for her well-being. The elder paused briefly before continuing. If you still have doubts, name your conditions. Whatever I can fulfill, I will do so without hesitation. Yifan clenched his jaw, weighing the gravity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. I demand a blood oath pact. Do you dare? The blood oath was a type of cursed contract recorded in the Dragon Ring's ancient scriptures. If either party violated the pact, they would suffer backlash from the mystical forces within, leading to certain death. The elder's expression darkened, his aura exploding violently as the entire Ren estate seemed to plummet into frost. His name was Zhong Yuanqing. Within his sect, he stood among the top 3 figures of power. Even across the hundreds of sects in the immortal realm's Tianqi city, his name commanded respect. Few elders dared to defy him. Yet now, a mere mortal brat had the audacity to demand a blood oath. Worse, such a pact would undoubtedly be skewed in Yifan's favor, making Zhong Yuanqing the constrained party. Who did this boy think he was? For a moment, rage consumed the elder as his spiritual pressure bore down on Yifan, nearly forcing him to his knees. Originally, their sect had instructed him not to provoke Yifan needlessly. Yet now, since taking Yufei away was for her own good, why should he submit to Yifan's whims? But in the next instant, golden light erupted behind Yifan. 9 colossal golden dragons materialized, coiling around him with roars that resonated like distant thunder. The spectacle left Zhong Yuanqing dumbfounded. 9 dragons' protection. This was the prophecy of the immortal realm. When the 9 dragons arise, worlds perish, fate shifts, and the sage emerges. The swirling dragons formed a colossal phantom image in the void. That very silhouette matched the ancient legend of their realm perfectly. According to lore, beyond the immortal realm existed a celestial sovereign who once ruled across 10,000 stars for 1,000,000 years. But after his fall, the 3,000 realms either collapsed or succumbed to corruption, never to recover. And now, could it be? Could Yifan be the sovereign's reincarnation? The one all worlds awaited. Zhong Yuanqing had received intel earlier that Bai Jifei of the Myriad Dao sect had also descended into the mortal world. Had they, too, caught wind of this? For a moment, the elder stood frozen. If Yifan truly was the chosen one, wouldn't his sect secure an unfathomable advantage? A celestial sovereign, destined to dominate the cosmos, wielding the very laws of the universe. With Yifan's mere acknowledgement, Yufei's sect could soar to unthinkable heights, easily reigning supreme across the immortal realm. Regardless of whether the prophecy held true, offending Yifan was out of the question. Having reached this conclusion, Zhong Yuanqing's demeanor shifted dramatically. Of course, as I stated, our sect harbors no ill will toward you. Everything we do is in goodwill. He forced a respectful smile. In fact, to demonstrate our sincerity, here are 3 of my soul jade clones. Though inferior to my true strength, they rival cultivators at the nascent soul or foundation establishment realm in the immortal realm. With that, he retrieved 3 glowing jade slips pulsating with immense soul energy and handed them to Yifan. Such a prodigy. Establishing ties early was imperative. But Zhong Yuanqing's actions left Yifan utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? Yifan's proposal of a blood contract had been deliberately provocative in the first place. Moreover, He had distinctly sensed Zhong Yuanqing's immediate fury upon hearing those words. How had his attitude reversed so abruptly? Yi Fan glanced up at the golden dragons hovering above him. Were they somehow connected to this? Without holding back, Zhong Yuanqing spoke sternly. Young Master Yi, those golden dragon auras around you. It's best not to reveal them carelessly. Right now, your strength is insufficient, and they could easily bring disaster upon you. Do you understand? The Nine-Yang dragon vein, even the Yi family ancestors coveted it, must be exceedingly rare. Yi Fan naturally understood that. But the problem was, these 9 dragons manifesting to protect him weren't something he could control. Back at the Tiankuei base in Guang City, when Yi Fan faced lethal force, the dragons had emerged on their own to shield him. This time, sensing another life-threatening crisis, they had reappeared. It seemed that every time Yi Fan encountered danger, the 9 dragons would surface. Senior, do you know what this 9-dragon bloodline signifies? Yi Fan frowned at Zhong Yuanqing. Clearly, the old man knew something. Zhong Yuanqing's face twitched. This, young Master Yi, I'm not entirely sure myself. But one thing I can say for certain. If your 9-dragon bloodline is exposed, every hidden powerhouse in the mortal world, the transcendent clans, and every formidable force in the immortal domain will hunt you down without hesitation to seize it, unless you possess overwhelming strength to protect yourself. His words were cryptic, neither confirming nor denying anything. Hesitating for a moment due to the forbidden nature of the topic, Zhong Yuanqing finally added, Young Master Yi, if you ever get the chance, try to interact with remnants of ancient times. Absorb their primordial essence. Perhaps it will help you remember something. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He understood this last sentence was the crux of the matter. Absorbing primordial essence reminded him of when he had played celestial music in Guang City, entering that mystical state where fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. Strangely enough, similar fragments had appeared when he kissed Qi Jiao. Was it possible that Qi Jiao also carried traces of that ancient essence? Since Yi Fan had already arranged for Qi Jiao to accompany him on this northwestern trip, he figured he should spend more time with her. Perhaps fully restoring those memory fragments would reveal the truth. Thank you, Senior. I'll take this item. As for the blood contract, holding the jade slip and sensing its immense energy, Yi Fan felt a little awkward. Zhong Yuanqing had given him 3 jade slips, each equivalent to a trump card capable of unleashing attacks on par with immortal domain powerhouses. These were life-saving treasures, yet Zhong Yuanqing had handed them over without hesitation. Pressuring him further for a blood contract now felt somewhat unreasonable. But to Yi Fan's surprise, Zhong Yuanqing wasn't opposed. In fact, he seemed eager. We must establish it. Immediately, as he spoke, Zhong Yuanqing flicked his wrist, extracting a drop of his heart's blood essence and suspending it in the air. Please proceed, young Master Yi. This? Yi Fan was baffled. Zhong Yuanqing, who vastly outmatched him in strength, was willingly submitting to a blood contract, which would give Yi Fan control over him at any time. It was as if a hulking 6 feet 3 inches man knelt reverently before a kindergartner, addressing him as father while hardly daring to breathe. The sheer dissonance of the situation unsettled even Yi Fan. Glancing at Xian Yufei's unconscious form, Yi Fan steeled himself. For her safety, this contract had to be made. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan extracted a drop of his own essence blood and followed the method recorded in the dragon seal ring, weaving intricate sigils to form the blood contract. The pact solidified before merging into Zhong Yuanqing's body. Throughout the entire process, Zhong Yuanqing offered no resistance. In fact, fearing that his own defensive energy might instinctively reject the pact, he deliberately suppressed his power below the martial saint realm. When the contract was complete, Yi Fan exhaled in relief, and so did Zhong Yuanqing, who was inwardly exhilarated. At last, a bond had been forged. Zhong Yuanqing's willingness stemmed from 2 reasons. First, neither he nor his sect bore any ill intent toward Xian Yufei. Secondly, and crucially, he wanted to deepen his connection with Yi Fan through the blood contract, creating a karmic bond. According to the laws of cosmic causality, This would tie their fates together. If Yi Fan truly was the legendary Eternal Star Emperor of antiquity, then Zhong Yuanqing stood to gain immeasurably. After all, tales spoke of even the Star Emperor's pet cat surpassing the Immortal Emperor realm. If Yi Fan were to awaken fully upon entering the Immortal domain, wouldn't this mean Zhong Yuanqing had latched onto an astronomically powerful ally ahead of time? Senior, Xian Yufei's condition. Yi Fan gazed at her faint, irregular breathing, his heart aching. He had risked everything to retrieve the Amaryllis from the Sea of Death, only for Xian Yufei to awaken briefly, and without even recognizing him. Rest assured, young Master Yi. As long as I'm here, no harm will befall her, Zhong Yuanqing declared solemnly. But time is of the essence. The sooner she undergoes immersion in our sect's sacred pool, the faster her spirit will recover. I'll ensure continuous communication with you. Do you know of Sin City in the northwestern borderlands? The Zhong family there serves as our liaisons. I'll instruct them to provide you any support you require. Understood. Yi Fan dipped his head. He knew Sin City by reputation. A lawless nexus point where the immortal domain, ancient martial world, and mortal realm intersected. A haven of depravity, where strength alone reigned. Though he had hoped to avoid it, Yi Fan's fifth brother had perished in the northwest, with clues pointing to Sin City's factions. Avenging his brother and retrieving the fragments of the Immortal Palace map meant venturing into that den of iniquity. As Zhong Yuanqing departed with Xian Yufei, Yi Fan exhaled heavily. Grandmother Yu Linglong's situation was far less forgiving. Though Ding Xiao had bought them 3 months, Yi Fan needed to break through to the peak of Martial Saint and ascend to the immortal domain's nascent soul or foundation establishment realms. Only then could he protect her. After the northwestern expedition, once Jin Wang's remaining forces were purged, the final battle in Shangjing awaited. To the capital. In Prince Jin's secret chamber, 49 young men and women were bound to pillars arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Prince Jin sat in the very center, shrouded in a swirling aura of darkness that coiled around the youths. A dense surge of life force flowed from the captives into Prince Jin, accompanied by an unending pulse of mental energy. Whoosh! As Prince Jin completed 7 full cycles of his cultivation technique, the young men and women tied to the pillars shattered instantly. Despite appearing unharmed moments earlier, their bodies were drained by Prince Jin in mere seconds, reduced to nothing but empty husks. A faint breeze swept through the room, dispersing their remains into ashes that scattered like dust. At the chamber's entrance, Secretary Zhang gasped at the horrifying sight before him. Prince Jin had become truly terrifying. This was already the 10th batch of young men and women whose life force he had absorbed. In just a few days, Prince Jin's power had stabilized at the 9th tier Martial Saint realm, an unfathomable level of strength. Initially, after undergoing the soul sacrifice, Prince Jin had relied on the Soul Hall's array formations to stabilize his spiritual power. But after absorbing the mental and life energy of 10 groups of victims, he had now regained limited mobility within a small area. Refreshing. Still too slow, though. Prince Jin stretched his limbs, satisfied with his progress but dissatisfied with the speed. Since offering his soul in sacrifice and forging a soul contract with the Soul Hall, Prince Jin's cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the Martial Saint realm. He had also mastered many of the Soul Hall's forbidden techniques. Yes, those techniques were undeniably evil, such as devouring living souls and absorbing life force, but they were unquestionably effective. Yet, even with such sacrifices, Prince Jin still could not leave his palace. The Soul Hall's envoy gave me far too few mind beads. Once my realm stabilizes, I must immediately hunt down and kill Yi Fan. Damn him! That bastard Yi Fan had turned Guangxing upside down in just a few days. He had destroyed Prince Jin's secret base in the southwest and wiped out all the spies planted in the Vermilion Bird Battalion. Worse, within 3 days of Yi Fan leaving the Vermilion Bird Battalion, disaster struck the Miaojianggu sect. Zhuang Baifan, who had managed the sect for years, had been killed by Yi Fan. The Gu sect's deep collaboration with the Dark Alliance and Chris had also been completely severed. Prince Jin had even received intelligence that Seoul Hall envoy Qing Yuan had already begun performing a soul sacrifice on Zhuang Baifan, only for Yi Fan to interrupt it. The evil relics and soul fragments hidden in Miaojiang had also been stolen by Yi Fan. After piecing together these reports, Prince Jin grew increasingly anxious. Right now, with his 9th-tier martial saint strength and realm advantage, he could still kill Yi Fan. But if Yi Fan continued to grow stronger, Prince Jin feared he might no longer stand a chance. Your Highness, mind beads are extremely rare. Even the Soul Hall needs spiritually attuned vessels to gather and condense human mental energy into them. In the mortal world, spiritual artifacts are even scarcer. Mind beads are practically non-existent. However, there are rumors of possible mind bead trades in the city of Sin, in the northwest. Secretary Zhang was far more capable than Pan Shi. Though he had only recently risen to his position, he had already gathered a wealth of valuable intelligence from Prince Jin's vast network. Then what are you waiting for? Go and find them. Spare no cost. Bring those mind beads back. A glint of greed flashed in Prince Jin's eyes. His natural talent was decent, but without external aid, he would never have reached the martial saint realm in his lifetime. Now, after inheriting the Soul Hall's legacy, he had soared to the 9th-tier martial saint level, a terrifying strength that allowed him to dominate all others. And he wanted more. But, Your Highness, the city of Sin has a minimum entry requirement of the martial venerable realm. It's a lawless place. Without martial saint strength, entering is easy, but leaving is another matter. Even if we obtain the mind beads, we may not be able to bring them out, unless you go personally. Humph. Prince Jin glared at his secretary in irritation. Do you think I can leave the palace right now? He was frustrated. Why, after sacrificing his soul and gaining immense power, was he still bound by the array's restrictions? Where is Yi Fan now? Keep him busy. Don't give him time to cultivate. Since his own rapid breakthrough was no longer feasible, Prince Jin resolved to hinder Yi Fan's progress at all costs. According to the latest reports, Yi Fan has left Miaojiang and returned to Huadu. He's likely trying to cure Xian Yufei's illness. After that, he'll probably head northwest. Secretary Zhang's eyes darkened. But don't worry, Your Highness. I've already made arrangements in the northwest. The families targeting Lu Yue have begun their move. Even if Yi Fan doesn't go, Lu Yue will likely beg him for help. The only pity is that Ji Yuchen's plan to suppress Gu Tang and Gu Chongxing, to keep that toothless tiger pinned in the northwest, failed. Prince Jin nodded. Well done. Humph. Yi Fan may have used the Tiankue base's ranking system to destroy some of my forces, but I've been scheming across the Great Xia for years. Did he really think that was all I had? Zhang Shang, take this token. It will grant you access to secret forces beyond your imagination. Northwest, Lu Family Estate, a night of unease. The Lu family's main hall blazed with light as all its core members gathered, their expressions grim. Yue, this is already the 19th attack on our supply convoys this month. Not only have we lost goods, but our casualties are mounting. If this continues, not only will the Lu family suffer, but the Northern Sky Dragon Domain's army, millions of soldiers, will face shortages. This is disastrous. At the head of the hall sat Lu Yue. The first to speak was an elderly man in gold-rimmed glasses, Lu Zhongting, the second elder of the Lu family, a figure of immense influence. Second uncle, it's too late for regrets now. Whether you like it or not, I've already declared at the Yi family's funeral that I'll marry Yi Fan. That's an unchangeable fact. Yi Fan's enemies won't spare us. Right now, we need to focus on solutions. The supply route from Anqing in the northwest to the Sky Dragon Domain passed through territories controlled by 8 factions. Previously, they had coexisted peacefully. But in the past month alone, 3 of those factions had ambushed the Lu family 19 times. The key point is that the enemy strikes with ruthless efficiency. Every time they attack our convoy, it's completely wiped out, without leaving a single survivor. Even masters at the Grandmaster realm and martial sovereign level experts were all exterminated. So in the end, while the Lu family knew exactly who was responsible, they had no concrete evidence. Even if they wanted to rally their forces and retaliate against each family one by one, they lacked justification or pretext. Exactly. At this point, we and the Yi family are in the same boat. Whether we like it or not, we have no choice but to act. At the right side, a gray-robed old man with narrowed eyes spoke slowly, immediately drawing the gazes of many in the room. This was none other than Wei Zhengyang, another heavyweight of the Yi family. Though not a member of the Lu family, he was a close friend of Lu Yue's late grandfather and one of the few martial emperor rank experts anchoring the Lu family. Lu Yue's grandfather had already passed away, and Wei Zhengyang's presence essentially represented him. Moreover, Wei Zhengyang's strength surpassed even the martial emperor realm, making him a pillar of the Lu family. His authority within the clan was undeniable. His words set off murmurs among the attendees, with many nodding in agreement. Elder Wei and Miss Lu are right. There's no turning back for us now. That may be so, but the 8 families in Anqing are attacking us covertly. What can we even do? Exactly. The Lu family's current strength might handle 1 or 2 families, but simultaneously fighting 8. That's beyond our capacity. On the other side, Lu Zhongting observed the situation and seemed about to speak further. But seeing that most of those present still appeared to support Lu Yue, he merely pursed his lips, exchanged a glance with another Lu family elder beside him, and swallowed his words. He neither opposed taking action nor voiced his own stance. What we need right now is some external support. A middle-aged woman seated slightly lower on the right side remarked coolly. This was Lu Yue's paternal aunt, Lu Shui, who controlled the Lu family's entire financial department. Upright and principled, she prioritized the family's interests above all else. But right now, which family in the entire Northwest would dare ally with us so recklessly? Lu Zhongting interjected flatly. The situation is clear now. The Yi family's move has the tacit approval of the imperial court in Shangjing. It's a scheme decades in the making, orchestrated by Prince Jin. Who would dare defy the great Xia imperial family? While Zhanggalao in the northwest had been brought down by Yi Fan, and the network of families placed by Prince Jin had also been crushed under Yi Fan's forces, many clans still chose to remain neutral when the 8 families attacked the Lu family. Even though they knew the imperial family had helped the Yi family establish the young marshal's estate, most saw this as nothing more than a temporary appeasement. After all, no family could ever contend with the royal court. Lu Yue quietly observed the reactions in the hall, a faint smile playing on her lips. True loyalty only reveals itself in times of crisis. Other families may not dare oppose the imperial family, but there's someone who would. She swept her gaze across the room before continuing. The Lu family's crisis is only temporary. Now that I've publicly announced my marriage to Yi Fan, I am his woman. When his wife's family is in peril, he won't stand by and do nothing. Originally, I agreed to marry him merely to shelter the Yi family's bloodline. But now, it seems the Lu family will be the ones under his protection. What we must do now is consolidate our strength and ensure our core forces remain intact until Yi Fan arrives. Lu Yue had some idea of Yi Fan's exploits in Yunqing, Huadu, and Guangxing. Thinking of his once goofy demeanor, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 5 years. For 5 years, Yi Fan had remained in a seemingly witless state. She never imagined he'd grow to such heights in barely a month. The Heaven's Secrets Pavilion, the Martial Suppression Division, the Tiankue base, the Young Marshal's estate, with all these forces combined, Yi Fan had already begun to gain the leverage necessary to challenge Prince Jin. Humph, Yue, don't be so optimistic. Yi Fan just wrapped up his military confrontations in Guangxing and is reportedly heading to Miaojiang to deal with supernatural threats. That region is teeming with ancient martial experts and reclusive titans. Whether he can even make it out alive is still uncertain. Lu Zhongting's expression remained neutral, but his tone carried a mocking edge. He had no knowledge of recent events, the death of Zhuang Baifan, Chris plane explosion, or the total annihilation of the Dark Alliance's forces in Miaojiang. Uncle, there's no need for you to worry about Yi Fan. If he chooses to go, he has his means. But from here on out, the Lu family must unite internally. If I discover anyone colluding with outsiders against the clan's interests, don't blame me for being ruthless. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Yue was no pushover. With their supply convoys repeatedly ambushed, there had to be a traitor within the family. And her prime suspect? Second uncle Lu Zhongting. Her words instantly drained the color from Lu Zhongting's face, shutting him up immediately. Northwest, Anqing Airport. Yifan, along with Guoli, Wang Fugue, Songyang, Qi Jiao, and Yu Chong, arrived discreetly without alerting anyone. He had no intention of seeking out Lu Yue immediately. Instead, he planned to quietly investigate the complexities of the Northwest's political entanglement. The best-case scenario? Uncover the truth behind Fifth Brother's death swiftly and resolve the matter with minimal fuss. From what he'd gathered so far, the Soul Palace had already made moves through 3 hall masters, Qing Yuan, Zhuori, and Shenming. They seemed impatient, accelerating their schemes in the mortal world. Yifan needed to avenge his 7 brothers, obtain the Immortal Palace's map, and eliminate Prince Jin before he could fully turn his attention to the Soul Palace. Young Master Yi. The moment Yifan stepped off the plane, Han Yue was already waiting at the arrival gate with her team. Noticing Han Yue's striking appearance, Yifan smirked. "You've grown quite a bit since we last met." Huh. His gaze shamelessly drifted downward. Damn, this girl, has she been gorging on papayas? Back in Yunqing, she was barely a D-cup. Now, she was pushing an E. Huh. Han Yue followed his eyes and immediately understood his meaning. During their encounter in Yunqing's restroom, after being forcibly thrust into the role of Intel Queen, she'd initially resisted. But now, she was starting to enjoy it. After Yifan spanked her last time, and mocked her for being too small, she'd begun scarfing down every papaya in sight. Looks like it paid off. Glancing at Qi Jiao beside Yifan, she pouted playfully. "Well, care to find a quiet spot for a closer inspection?" "Humph. Think you're the only one who knows how to play games. Let's see how you explain this, young master." Sure enough, as soon as Qi Jiao heard Han Yue's words, she immediately bristled and tightly wrapped her arms around Yifan's. "What do you think you're doing?" There was a peculiar connection between Qi Jiao and Yifan. Ever since their kiss in Guangxing, Qi Jiao had noticed it, and naturally so had Yifan. That was why, during the trip to the Northwest, Yifan had decided to bring Qi Jiao along. He wanted to see if spending more time with her would help the fragmented memories in his mind piece together more quickly. As for Qi Jiao, she wasn't about to miss such a rare opportunity to stay by Yifan's side. Throughout the journey, she had practically clung to him on the plane, kissing him, pinching his cheeks. Anything that allowed her to be close to him, she had done multiple times. The results were undeniable. Those mysterious warm currents transformed into martial energy, directly elevating Qi Jiao's strength to the peak of the martial venerable realm. Combined with her formidable brute strength, if it ever came to a life-or-death battle, Qi Jiao could hold her own against even a peak martial emperor. Yifan himself had also reaped considerable benefits. The memory fragments in his mind had grown clearer, even forming several coherent snippets. One thing he was certain of: Qi Jiao was definitely someone extremely important in his life. Of course, it's time to relive old memories. Han Yue smirked, deliberately pushing her chest forward. Her proportions were indeed far more generous than Qi Jiao's. This stung Qi Jiao a little. She pinched Yifan's waist hard. "You're so mean, Fanji." Qi Jiao sighed helplessly. She knew that 7 of Yifan's sworn sisters had already declared their intent to marry him. But the more she learned about him, the more she realized the number of women around him couldn't even be counted on 2 hands. Yet there was nothing she could do about it. Qi Jiao understood that no one could resist the allure of that miraculous warm energy within Yifan. She wondered if that energy worked on men too. If it did, even men might throw themselves at him. Seeing Han Yue's smug expression, Yifan smirked. He knew exactly what she was up to. "Little minx, seems like the spanking you got in Yunqing wasn't enough. Let's add a few more." The moment he spoke, Yifan pulled Han Yue into his arms and delivered several firm smacks to her backside. This girl. daring to set him up? 3 days without punishment, and she'd tear the roof off? Ah! Han Yue had only meant to tease him, but she hadn't expected Yifan to actually go through with it. Right in front of everyone. How embarrassing. Let me go. Though the warm currents surging from the spanking thrilled her, couldn't he at least wait until they were alone? Then this big bad wolf could have her in any position he wanted. Stop. Any more and it'll swell. Han Yue whined, pouting. This brute had no sense of chivalry. Guoli, Wang Fugue, Song Yang, and the others tactfully averted their gazes. Yifan's method of handling his romantic entanglements was simple and crude, but undeniably effective. His hands seemed to possess some kind of magic. After a few disciplinary strikes, all those fiery women would fall in line. Still want to tease me? Yifan landed a few more smacks before fixing Han Yue with a burning gaze. No, no more. I was wrong. Fanji, I'm sorry. Han Yue's eyes brimmed with resentment. This scoundrel had her completely wrapped around his finger. Ugh! Why had she followed her grandfather to that meeting? Why had she run into Yifan in the restroom of all places? Now she was stuck on this pirate ship with no way off. After being taken advantage of by Yifan so many times, the thought of being with another man was unthinkable. This must be her fate, to be bullied by this big bad wolf forever. Seeing that he'd made his point, Yifan finally released her. A surge of vitality energy flowed into Han Yue's body, soothing the sting while an ancient, primal force from the divine fragments violently rushed into her meridians. When you're out in the world, it's better to be stronger. Saves me the worry. With just a slight effort, Yifan elevated Han Yue's strength to the peak of the martial venerable realm, on the verge of breaking through to martial emperor. How terrifyingly powerful had Yifan become? Even though Han Yue worked in intelligence and kept tabs on Yifan's movements, her pupils still dilated in shock at his current level. Just a month ago, in everyone's eyes, Yifan had still been a fool. Though formidable, his own strength had only been at the martial venerable level. And now, with a mere wave of his hand, he could elevate her to the same realm? Ah! Han Yue gasped again. Yifan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he took in her cherry-red mouth. Before she could react, he leaned down and kissed her. When he'd entrusted the intelligence network to her, he had already marked Han Yue as his. Now it was time to seal the deal. Buzz. The moment their lips touched, Han Yue's mind went blank. He kissed me? This scoundrel actually kissed me in front of everyone? That was my first kiss. Ah, what even is this? Yifan hasn't even defined our relationship, and he just kissed me like that? So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Han Yue's heart was a storm of emotions. Nervousness, shyness, panic, restless unease. The powerful warm currents surged from their connected lips, transforming into martial energy that flooded her body. Even more astonishingly, strands of golden light wove through the energy. Crack! While Han Yue was still dazed, something deep within her dantian shattered. Her cultivation, which had just reached the peak of martial venerable, broke through another barrier, directly ascending to the martial emperor level. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within her, Han Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yifan. This monster had just kissed her into a martial emperor. How terrifying! And this was just from a kiss. What if they went further? Instantly, Han Yue's mind conjured up some scandalous scenarios. Her face flushed crimson. Yifan, noticing the change in her expression, easily guessed what she was thinking. Heh, as for what you're imagining, that's not for you yet. Your body has reached its limit. Any more martial energy, and you won't be able to handle it. Han Yue snapped out of her daze, her cheeks burning. What nonsense are you spouting? How do you know what I'm thinking? Honestly, are all men this shameless? But she kind of loved it. Lowering her head, she let out a soft, bashful huff before hesitantly murmuring, Fan, what are we now? Though Yifan had already made his stance clear through action, Han Yue still longed for a definitive answer. Meeting her expectant gaze, Yifan pulled Han Yue into his arms. Of course you're my woman. Or do you want to belong to someone else? He held her close, his gaze intense. Yifan's display was deliberate. As his intelligence queen, Han Yue played a pivotal role in his team. By publicly affirming their relationship, he wanted everyone to see just how close they were, how she was his woman. This would also smooth the way whenever she carried out his orders, reducing obstacles. Of course not. Han Yue blurted out, then immediately regretted her overly eager reaction, stopping herself in embarrassment. Fan Ji, the situation in the Northwest is complicated. The 8 great families have besieged the Liu family multiple times. This time, several of those families have even infiltrated our ranks, like the convoy sent to pick you up. They've tampered with the vehicles. She swiftly changed the subject, detailing the sabotage. A cold smirk curved Yifan's lips. So they wanted to blow him up? Even the vehicles meant to transport him were rigged with explosives? Their methods were truly ruthless. Normally, martial artists at the Grandmaster level could detect and evade bullet trajectories. At the Emperor tier, bullets could barely penetrate their protective aura. But even an Emperor tier expert faced mortal danger if caught too close to an explosion. Fortunately, Yifan had now reached the Saint tier. Ordinary bombs posed little threat. Fan Ji, we've identified all the compromised vehicles. Should we act now? Han Yue frowned. Worry etched on her face. Their recent closeness had deepened their bond. Now that Yifan was truly hers, her concern for him had grown. Act? No rush. Yifan grinned mischievously. Not only will we not act, but I'll even let them succeed in bombing me. Afterwards, you all need to keep a low profile. What? His words stunned Han Yue, Qi Jiao, and the others present. Fanji, you want to get blown up on purpose? Wouldn't that give them the upper hand? Qi Jiao protested angrily. I'm insanely strong now. I could punch any of them into paste. Yu Chong and Song Yang exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Yifan's plan. But Gua Li, standing beside Yifan, grasped his intention immediately. Don't panic, Gua Li interjected. The boss's plan is to play dead, to lure the enemies out. Once they think he's gone, they'll let their guard down and expose themselves. Meanwhile, we'll pretend to struggle, then slowly give in to their overtures. That'll draw out every family hiding in the shadows. Yifan nodded imperceptibly. Gua Li's mind was sharpest at keeping pace with his schemes. Song Yang, Qi Jiao, and Yu Chong widened their eyes in shock. Damn, young Master Yi is downright devious. Right now, countless eyes were undoubtedly watching the airport. By sacrificing himself as bait, Yifan could lure all his enemies into the open, letting them grow complacent before he wiped them out in one sweep. Young Master Yi. Song Yang started hesitantly, but Yifan cut him off. That's the plan. Let's move. After exchanging a glance with Han Yue, Yifan strode toward the convoy. The vehicle he chose was a black commercial van. His enhanced perception activated. His demonic pupils instantly detected the explosives hidden inside. 1/2 ton of them. Without precautions, even an Emperor-tier expert would be blown halfway to death. When Han Yue and Qi Jiao tried to follow him into the car, Yifan shooed them away. You all have other roles to play later. Understood. At the same time, he sent a silent directive to Yamada Keiko, the descendant of his mother's maid. Keiko, naturally a little wicked, immediately grasped his meaning. Once the explosion hit, someone would need to put on a convincing act of grief-stricken fury. Keiko, Han Yue, and Qi Jiao were perfect for the role. Understanding now, Keiko subtly tugged at the other two's sleeves, holding them back. Yu Chong, Song Yang, Gua Li, and Wang Fugue boarded other vehicles in the convoy as it set off toward Yifan's hotel. Meanwhile, fuck yes, he's finally in the car. I was sweating bullets. What if he'd picked the wrong one? After Yifan's convoy departed, a young man in a suit lowered his binoculars from a nearby van, exhaling in relief. With that much high explosive, there's no way Yifan survives this. This group belonged to the Zhou family, one of the 8 great families, key orchestrators of the bombing plot. But a subordinate from the Du family frowned skeptically. Don't celebrate yet. Doesn't this feel too easy? Yifan's a saint-tier expert. How could he miss the tampering? And that intelligence queen of his, Han Yue. She's been hunting us relentlessly in the northwest. Something's off. The Zhou agent laughed. Relax, brother, do even tigers nap. Now that Yifan's in our car, the rest is history. Tell the team to follow. We strike at the designated spot. This operation targeted Yifan alone. If they could kill or cripple him, the rest would fall like dominoes. The 8 great families had already drafted plans to dismantle Yifan's faction, bribing, dividing, and crushing his allies one by one. Yifan himself had either already perished or was severely injured. How could those around him still remain blindly loyal and fight to the death? If Yifan died, the entire Yi family would collapse for good. All that remained of the Yi family was that old fool Yi Changfeng, who was powerless to turn the tides. As for later, those who could be recruited would be. Those who couldn't, well, Prince Jean had more than enough means to deal with them. The schemes and plots of the 8 great families were indeed meticulously planned, using the Lu family as bait to lure Yifan into the northwest, making it easier for them to strike. But this was merely what they believed. Inside the car, Yifan sat with his eyes slightly closed, his formidable perception extending outward to detect any disturbances around him. So far, everything along the journey had been normal. There were no fluctuations of martial arts energy. But when the convoy passed through several streets in Anqing and reached a derelict park by the riverside, Yifan suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of martial energy in the surroundings. Those people were hidden in the park's dense thickets and behind the ruined structures. Most of them were masters at or above the grandmaster level, and some had even reached the martial emperor tier. In the ordinary martial world, this would already be an incredibly terrifying force. Had Yifan not reached the martial saint realm, dealing with such an ambush might have been difficult. He might not have been able to counter it at all. Finally arrived, have they? A faint smirk curled at the corner of Yifan's lips as he prepared to circulate his qi. This time, he intended to utilize 2 martial techniques, shadow meld and blink. He would vanish without a trace, making everyone believe he had truly died. The driver was a young man with a pale, unassuming face who looked harmless. From the moment they got in the car, the youth had been discreetly observing Yifan through the rearview mirror. He thought Yifan hadn't noticed, but every move he made was under Yifan's complete surveillance. Just as the car reached the park's entrance, the young man suddenly spoke up with an apologetic tone. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I had no choice, you were a good man. In my next life, I'll repay you." He slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in the middle of the road, then pressed a concealed button inside the vehicle. The detonation switch. Hidden throughout the car were several hundred pounds of explosives. If they detonated fully, even a martial emperor would be blown to pieces. Yifan's lips curled as the young man pressed the button. With a faint pulse of his crimson flame, the driver was instantly engulfed and reduced to nothingness. At the same time, Yifan activated blink and shadow meld, concealing his presence and instantly teleporting dozens of meters away, vanishing into the darkness unseen. Boom! Boom! The car exploded in a raging blaze, the sheer force of the blast scattering debris and earth into the sky. The shockwave overturned the trailing vehicles. Guali, Wang Fugue, and the others were forced to leap out of their cars as they toppled. Young Master Yi. Following their prearranged plan, Guali and the others immediately rushed toward the explosion site, feigning desperation. "Big brother, you can't die. You sons of bitches. Who dared to ambush my big brother? Show yourselves." Wang Fugue roared, wildly slamming his fists into the empty air in fury. Meanwhile, Yamada Keiko, Qi Jiao, and Han Yue exchanged glances before desperately throwing themselves onto the scorched earth, frantically clawing at the soil as if searching for traces of Yifan. "Fanji, where are you? You can't leave us like this. Fanji, what will we do if you die? We're your women." Wawa! 3 women made for a theatrical scene. Their wailing cries filled the air with palpable sorrow. Even though Yifan's team knew this was all an act, Qi Jiao and Yamada Keiko's emotional performances lent the scene an unervingly genuine grief. Yu Chong watched the spectacle and sighed inwardly. This young pavilion master is truly something else. Those within the celestial pavilion stirring trouble. Aren't they just asking for suffering? Though Yu Chong was a peak martial emperor, even with his full perception expanded, he couldn't detect Yi Fan's presence at all. Where the hell did young Master Yi go? Is a 7th-stage martial saint this terrifying? Capable of hiding without a trace? Could he really have died? At that moment, Yi Fan was concealed behind a dense thicket in the park, barely a few dozen meters away. A martial emperor from the Du family stood near that thicket, intently scrutinizing the scene while sharpening his senses for any trace of Yi Fan. Everyone, stay sharp. Yi Fan isn't an easy opponent. We need undeniable confirmation that he's truly dead. Even if he wasn't killed by the explosion, we must determine whether he escaped. The 8 great families understood one thing clearly. If Yi Fan hadn't been blown apart, their martial emperors wouldn't be able to stop him. Unless he was severely wounded from the explosion, they had no chance. The reason they deployed so many forces wasn't to fight him, but to monitor and confirm whether he had truly perished. Even if Yi Fan survived, he would need to move, and any movement would generate martial energy fluctuations. With so many eyes scanning the area, how could he vanish without any trace? Yes, Elder Du. Voices chimed in from across the abandoned park. No movement detected here. South sector clear. The high-def cameras show no sign of anyone escaping the car. Our men are already collecting forensic samples. If Yi Fan was blown apart, we'll find DNA evidence. The 8 great families had planned this meticulously, even arranging for DNA verification. Hidden in the darkness, Yi Fan smirked before plucking a strand of his own hair, crushing it, and flicking the remnants into a nearby collection vial. If you're putting on a show, better do it right. The effects of shadow meld would last only another minute. Calculating the time, Yi Fan knew it was time to leave. As for the aftermath, Guo Li could handle the rest. His brother had matured enough to take charge. Whoosh! Yi Fan's aura flickered faintly as he activated Blink, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Du elder standing nearby suddenly shuddered, his brow furrowing. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Huh? Elder Du, what do you mean by a chill down your spine? It's scorching hot right now. How could it be cold? Beside Elder Du, another martial arts expert looked at him in confusion. Besides, based on the current situation, Yi Fan is most likely dead from the explosion. This should be a moment of celebration. I feel like my whole body is burning with excitement. Haha! Prince Jin's operation this time can be called flawless. Once Prince Jin becomes invincible, we'll all benefit from his glory. Seeing his subordinates so exhilarated, Elder Du could only sigh in silence. Though there was no concrete evidence, Elder Du was, after all, a powerhouse at the martial emperor level. He had a sixth sense about these things. Today's events were far too bizarre. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had survived a car crash. Based on all the information gathered now, it was clear that Yi Fan had been feigning stupidity for 5 years, only to rise with terrifying momentum in just a month, leaving Prince Jin utterly defenseless. Cloud City, Flower Capital, Guang City, the Sea of Death, Miaojiang, every one of those places was a den of danger. Yi Fan had faced countless life and death situations and never died. And now he was just easily blown to pieces? Elder Du felt something was very wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. You all, sigh. Before Elder Du could say more, the samples collected from the scene were brought back and analyzed by the on-site equipment. The results were in. Elder Du, great news. Yi Fan's DNA was detected in the scattered dust, and the samples we tested from 3 different directions all showed the same result. That's right, Elder Du. This basically confirms with 100% certainty that Yi Fan really was blown up. Even if our eyes could deceive us, the machines wouldn't lie. Look over there. It's total chaos. Everyone turned their gaze toward the explosion site. On the destroyed highway, Guo Li, Wang Fugue, and the assassins from the Tianji Pavilion were frantically sealing off the area, preventing anyone from approaching. The drivers responsible for the convoy had all been detained. As for Qi Jiao, Yamada Keiko, and Han Yuiwe, they were sprawled on the ground, wailing in grief, their sorrow so raw that it couldn't possibly be faked. Though Elder Du still had doubts, the overwhelming evidence before him suggested that Yi Fan had indeed been eliminated. He wanted to argue but couldn't find any grounds to refute it. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Du gradually accepted the reality. So, Yi Fan wasn't invincible after all. Damn it! Elder Du, had led the 8 great families of the Northwest to kill Yi Fan. This was an earth-shattering achievement. After all, countless forces were eyeing Yi Fan, eager to take him down. Prince Jean, the holy envoys of the Soul Hall, Prince Chris's royal faction, the Dark Alliance of Europa, and even the ancient martial arts families. Report to Prince Jean immediately. Tell him our plan succeeded, and we're ready to proceed to the next phase. A deep glint flashed in Elder Du's eyes. With Yi Fan dead, the next step was to dismantle and absorb the forces under his command, winning over those who could be swayed. While Elder Du was still relaying the results, chaos erupted at the scene. Gua Li, how could you let this happen? How could you allow the Pavilion Master to face such danger? Now, the Pavilion Master is gone. What do we do with the Tianji Pavilion? The one speaking was Yu Chong, head of the Tianji Pavilion's assassination division. Gua Li responded coldly, Minister Yu, if you knew he was your Pavilion Master, why didn't you tighten security? Now that something's gone wrong, you're blaming us? What kind of logic is that? Besides, this convoy wasn't arranged by us. Wasn't it the Tianji Pavilion that organized the transportation? The argument between Yu Chong and Gua Li escalated until they came to blows. Fortunately, Wang Fugue and Song Yang intervened, pulling them apart. But it was clear that Song Yang, Wang Fugue, and the others were already forming their own opinions. Now that young Master Yi is gone, we should think about how to explain this to his wives. And what do we do next? Should we still act together? In my opinion, there's no point in sticking together anymore. The one speaking was Song Yang, representing the forces of the Tiankue base. Wang Fugue, on the other hand, represented the security forces of the Yi Corporation. When Yi Fan was alive, the Fan Alliance had been united. But now, with his likely demise, internal divisions were already emerging. So, Clan Leader Song, you're saying we should all go our separate ways? Think carefully, we've already come this far. Even if Big Brother is gone, we've openly declared war on Prince Jean and crushed him. Do you really think he'll let us off the hook? Song Yang sneered. Whether Prince Jean comes after us will depend on our own abilities. His main target was the Yi family. Now that the Yi family has fallen, Prince Jean won't be as harsh on the rest of us. You ungrateful bastard. Big Brother treated you so well. You want a fight? A fight? Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you, you idiot? I've had enough of you. As Song Yang and Wang Fugue prepared to clash, their powerful auras kicked up dust from the ground. Gua Li, Yu Chong, and the others rushed forward, barely managing to separate them. Since we're already in city, let's find a place to stay and discuss our next steps before making any decisions. Gua Li's words finally calmed the group. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Elder Du and his men were grinning from ear to ear. Fight! Fight! Go on! Tear each other apart! Ha ha ha! Just as expected, with Yi Fan gone, the Fan Alliance was falling apart. Everyone had their own agenda. Perfect. The more divided they were, the easier it would be for Prince Jean to execute his next move. With the right incentives, they'd surely betray each other. If even a fraction of the Fan Alliance's forces could be swayed, the rest would crumble like a house of cards. Add another note to Prince Jean. The Fan Alliance is in chaos. Once the Fan Alliance collapsed, the Tianji Pavilion, the Jinwu Division, the Young Marshal's Mansion all would follow. Even the ancient martial families that had been suppressed by Yi Fan's might would soon make their moves. This was excellent. A tremendous victory. Elder Du was in an exceptionally good mood, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Now he just had to wait for Prince Jin's reward. Killing Yi Fan was a monumental achievement. Even if Prince Jean made him a deputy prince, it wouldn't be excessive, right? And the other major factions? They'd probably thank him to the heavens. Shangjing, Prince Jin's mansion. Prince Jin had just finished his cultivation session when he suddenly received news from Anqing. He froze in disbelief. Yi Fan was blown to death? What kind of joke is this? When he first saw the message, Prince Jin refused to believe it. Yi Fan was already a martial saint-level powerhouse. A small amount of explosives couldn't possibly deal any substantial damage to him. The key was that Yi Fan had risen from Yunqing to Huadu, then to Guangxing, surviving countless life and death battles along the way. He always had some bizarre trick up his sleeve to escape danger. And now, in Anqing, he was blown up by those 8 martial arts families? Prince Jin simply couldn't accept it. Your Highness. My first reaction was disbelief as well. But according to the reports from the Northwest, they conducted DNA tests on the scene. The dust and debris did contain Yi Fan's genetic material. There's no mistake. Moreover, Elder Du had stationed so many experts to monitor the area. Even if Yi Fan was a martial saint, those surveillance teams included martial emperor-level experts. They should have been able to track his movements. But Elder Du had men stationed within a 1-kilometer radius, and none of them detected Yi Fan escaping. All the surveillance cameras also showed no abnormalities. On top of that, Yi Fan's faction, the Fan Alliance, immediately fell into chaos. His subordinates were grieving, but they've already started splitting apart. This is our golden opportunity. Secretary Xiao Zhang was also excited, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, that monstrous Yi Fan had been blown to pieces. This was incredible news. Xiao Zhang had joined Prince Jin's team later on. At first, he thought being the chief secretary was a cushy job, but he soon realized Prince Jin's faction was on the verge of collapse. No matter what they tried, Yi Fan just wouldn't die. He had already given up hope. But now that Yi Fan was dead, wouldn't life be much easier from now on? Are you sure? Did Elder Du see it with his own eyes? Prince Jin still couldn't quite adjust to the news. To deal with the Yi family and eliminate the threat to his power grab, Prince Jin had schemed for decades. He had finally wiped out the entire Yi family, only for Yi Fan to escape and nearly destroy him in return. Now, hearing that Yi Fan was dead, Prince Jin suddenly felt an odd sense of melancholy, like the sorrow of a hunter seeing his prey fall. Your Highness, I didn't believe it at first either, but I triple-checked. Not only did Elder Du witness it, but the elders of the Zhou and Lu families also saw Yi Fan get blown up with their own eyes. Look, here's the surveillance footage, 36 different angles, all high definition, ultra-high speed. Every blind spot is covered. The footage clearly showed Guoli, Wang Fugue, Qi Jiao, Han Yue, and others in agony, their arguments and grief unmistakable. With such irrefutable evidence, Prince Jin's doubts finally faded. Yi Fan was dead. Now everything would be much easier. The Tianlong army had lost its backbone, and those stubborn factions could finally be dealt with. Your Highness, what's our next move? Yi Fan brought so many men, likely to support the Lu family in the northwest while wiping out the families that had attacked the Yi family's 5th young master. Now that Yi Fan is dead, those families should be safe for now. But what about the Lu family? Secretary Xiao Zhang was uncertain. Would Yi Fan's allies and forces continue to assist the Lu family? Prince Jin smirked, exhaling deeply. Now that Yi Fan is dead, everything is negotiable. Send people to test the waters with his remaining forces, the Tianji Pavilion, the Jinwu Division, Guali, Wang Fugue, and that Song family head from the Tiankue base. If they're willing to submit, we can discuss terms. Yes. What Prince Jin didn't know was that this exact tactic had been used against him before. Back in Guangxing, when Secretary Pan Shi had approached the 4 Tiankue base families, Yi Fan had instructed them to trick Pan Shi, swindling many of Prince Jin's treasures in the process. Secretary Xiao Zhang was aware of that incident. He had thought he wouldn't make the same mistake again. He was certain Yi Fan was dead, and his followers had lost their leader. There was no way he'd be tricked this time, right? But what he didn't realize was that Yi Fan's death was itself a trap. The news of Yi Fan's death spread rapidly across the entire Great Xia nation, thanks to Gueli, and the others' deliberate efforts. Nearly all martial factions, aristocratic families, and ancient martial clans had heard the news. The Jinwu division, as one of Great Xia's most powerful institutions, was naturally among the first to learn of it. When former Chief Commander Chun Yao received the news, his eyes narrowed slightly, showing no trace of excitement. His subordinate, the assassin known as Shadow, couldn't stay calm. "Chief, why aren't you reacting?" The young master was blown up. "Those 8 northwestern families are too brazen. They assassinated the Jinwu division's chief in broad daylight. Let me go to the northwest and slaughter them all." Behind his mask, Shadow's pupils burned with fury. He rarely spoke, but knowing that Yi Fan was the bloodline of their lady, he was fiercely protective. Chun Yao calmly spun 2 steel balls in his hand. "Why the rush, Shadow? This isn't like you. Haven't you seen the young master's methods before? Since when does a martial saint die so easily to an explosion?" His words made Shadow freeze. "Chief, are you saying?" Shadow's heart skipped a beat. Every day, updates on Yi Fan's activities were sent to Chun Yao. Even though Chun Yao had handed over the Jinwu division to Yi Fan, he still monitored everything to ensure nothing went wrong, ready to step in if needed. Yi Fan's actions in Yunqing, Huadu, Guangxing, and Miaojiang, Chun Yao and Shadow knew them all. Now Shadow began to understand. Was Yi Fan faking his death? But Chief, all the evidence, including the DNA tests, points to Yi Fan really being dead. The Fan Alliance is already in disarray. How? Shadow was still confused. By all accounts, Yi Fan's death was an indisputable fact. Chun Yao chuckled faintly. "If even you believe he's dead, then his methods are even more impressive than I thought. The young master has truly grown. Our lady would be proud. It's time for us to step back into the shadows." He sighed deeply before adding, "Though I fear Yi Fan's sisters-in-law and loved ones will suffer greatly." Due to the urgency of the situation, Yi Fan's sudden decision hadn't been relayed to Yu Linglong, Qing Rulin, Xin Mange, and the others, who knew how heartbroken they would be. "What? Yi Fan is dead? Are you kidding me?" In Shangjing, at the residence of Emperor Ji Yuchen, the ruler was in the middle of a meal when his subordinate delivered the report. Shocked, Ji Yuchen dropped his chopsticks and bowl, snatching the intelligence document to verify the news repeatedly. Just moments ago, Ji Yuchen had received word that Yi Fan had arrived in the northwest. Intrigued by this man, Ji Yuchen had even planned to visit Anqing to meet him. But now, news from the northwest claimed Yi Fan was dead? If Yi Fan was truly gone, then what was the point of sending Ji Ningxuan to him, even at the cost of enduring the humiliation of being cuckolded? Moreover, according to reports from spies in Guangxing, Yi Fan had most likely already developed an intimate relationship with the imperial consort. If Yi Fan was really dead, who would fulfill Ji Yuchen's future plans for an heir? Let another man touch Ji Yuchen? The mere thought made him sick. Those worthless scum. How dare they even think of touching this emperor? Ji Yuchen scanned the intelligence report, noting that the 8 great families had even verified Yi Fan's DNA, confirming that the man killed in the explosion was indeed him. His heart sank to the depths of despair. For the first time, Ji Yuchen felt as though all hope had vanished from his life. Ji Yuchen was biologically female, but from birth, her mother had deliberately raised her as a boy. Trapped in the political whirlpool of the imperial family, she had never lived a single day as her true self. When her father died suddenly, she was thrust onto the throne, forced to contend with powerful aristocratic families externally and the scheming Prince Jin internally. This was precisely why she had personally sent Ji Ningxuan to Yi Fan. If she couldn't live freely, at least her childhood friend could. "Your Majesty, the floor is cold. Let me help you up." Chief Steward Hong Hai cautiously approached, reaching out to assist. "Get lost!" Ji Yuchen roared in fury, punching Hong Hai and sending him flying. Her mind was in chaos. Yi Fan, dead? How is that possible? Her thoughts blanked for a long moment before she suddenly recalled certain details about Yi Fan. His past experiences, his abilities. Yi Fan was a martial saint. How could he be so easily killed by an explosion? If he was dead, it was only because he wanted the world to believe it, to lull his enemies into complacency. After all, Yi Fan had far too many adversaries. Without some clever maneuvering, he'd be constantly bogged down by minor annoyances. I see now. Realization dawned, and Ji Yuchen's mood instantly brightened. This Yi Fan, he's truly a cunning one. Fine. If he wants to play dead, then this emperor will play along. Let's see what he's really up to. Pass down my orders. Launch a full investigation into the 8 great families of the Northwest. How dare they bomb a young marshal? Have they no fear of the law? Ji Yuchen stood up, his voice icy. Also, Hong Hai, prepare for a trip. In 2 days, I'll be traveling to the Northwest in disguise. Ah! Hong Hai was puzzled. Previously, the emperor had planned to visit the Northwest because of Yi Fan. But now that Yi Fan was supposedly dead, what was the point? Still, as a loyal subordinate, he knew better than to question his ruler's decisions. Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, in the prime minister's estate in Shangjing, Ji Ningxuan had also received news of Yi Fan's death through various channels. Yi Fan was blown up? Impossible. Like Ji Yuchen, she refused to believe it at first. But after reconfirming the reports, silent tears streamed down her face. Ah, Yi Fan, you bastard. You promised to settle things between us. How dare you die like this? You coward. What if I'm pregnant with your child? What will happen to us? Boom, boom. In a fit of rage, Ji Ningxuan smashed everything in her room to pieces. The same news reached Chu Lanwei, Su Yixue, Yu Linglong, Qing Ruolin, Shin Mange, and the other women in Yi Fan's life. Though all of them were intelligent, their emotions clouded their judgment. The moment they heard of Yi Fan's demise, they panicked. Cancel all my appointments. I'm leaving for the Northwest immediately. Call off tomorrow's concert. I need to go to the Northwest. All of Yi Fan's lovers shared the same thought and immediately set off for the Northwest. No matter what, they had to find out the truth. When they called Guo Li for answers, they received only grief-stricken responses. If Yi Fan was going to die, he would make it convincing. And while the world believed him dead, he had much to accomplish. The first order of business? A trip to Shangjing. Using his death as cover, Yi Fan intended to visit Prince Jin's inner circle for a little chat. With his current strength and methods, Yi Fan could storm Prince Jin's estate and fight him head-on. But killing him outright would be too merciful. No, Yi Fan wanted Prince Jin to suffer, to watch helplessly as his allies were picked off one by one. His empire dismantled piece by piece. Only then, after forcing him to his knees before the memorial of the Yi family's fallen, would Yi Fan grant him death. That was the only way to bring peace to the souls of his ancestors. Leaving the explosion site, Yi Fan altered his appearance and quietly boarded a flight to Shangjing. Meanwhile, Anqing in the Northwest was in an uproar. The 8 great families were bombarded with calls, and following Prince Jin's orders, they began reaching out to Guo Li, Wang Fugue, Song Yang, Yu Chong, and others, even Han Yue, Qi Jiao, and Yamada Keiko, attempting to recruit them. In a conference room at Anqing Grand Hotel, Song Yang, Guo Li, and the others exchanged glances, each holding their respective invitations. The Zhou family wants to talk to me. I got an offer from the Liu family, deputy patriarch position. Just as Yi Fan had predicted, the 8 families were already trying to dismantle the Fan Alliance. Alright, everyone, stick to the original plan. But remember, don't make negotiations too smooth. Drag it out for a few days if possible. Guo Li knew that if Yi Fan was executing such a scheme, he must be preparing something big. Since his brother hadn't disclosed the details, Guo Li's role was to buy him as much time as possible. One more thing. Yi Fan's women will definitely come asking for answers. The fewer people who know the real plan, the better. Stay cold and detached. Don't reveal anything until the last moment. Guo Li had already received dozens of calls. All of Yi Fan's lovers were on their way. He couldn't help but worry. How will Brother Yi handle the storm that's coming from all these women? Even an ox would be worked to death. At Anqing Airport, a young man dressed in white hurried toward the boarding gate after passing through security. His sharp eyes swept over the crowd, lingering briefly on the backs of a few girls who were hastily leaving. He sighed inwardly with resignation. For the success of the mission, I have no choice but to inconvenience you for now. This young man was none other than Yifan, who was heading alone from Anqing to Shangjing. Among the hastily departing figures was Shinmange, the third sister closest to Anqing. Though she had wrapped herself up tightly to avoid being recognized by fans, Yifan could still clearly sense the fluctuations of her aura. Beside Shinmange was Yang Mi, her senior sister. At Shinmange's concert in Guangqing, Yang Mi had already shown great interest in Yifan. He hadn't expected her to tag along this time. Damn, this irresistible charm of mine. Shaking off his thoughts, Yifan began planning his next moves in Shangjing. The first targets of this trip were undoubtedly the vassal families under Jin Wang's faction and his direct subordinates. Win over those who can be swayed, intimidate those who resist. Additionally, his second sister, Ling Yanqiu, was also in Shangjing. Despite the Ling family's influence, they had faced relentless backlash after announcing her engagement to Yifan, making life difficult for her. He wanted to see if there was any way he could help her. Of course, there was also Ji Ningxuan, that little she-devil in Shangjing. Once things were mostly settled, he ought to pay her a visit. After all, back in Guangqing, during the confrontation between Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan, the latter, the so-called imperial consort, had already become his woman. And another exquisite gem, Princess Chu Lanwei. Their encounter in the Sea of Flowers still lingered vividly in his memories. If his plans proceeded smoothly this time, he wouldn't mind reliving the experience. Since Yifan had concealed his aura, altered his appearance, and used a fake identity, boarding proceeded without a hitch. However, after settling into his seat, a girl seated nearby, struck by his good looks, kept trying to strike up a conversation. Yifan had zero interest. Finally fed up with her incessant chatter, he used a subtle burst of energy to knock her unconscious, finally granting himself some peace. The flight from Anqing to Shangjing took about 2 hours, landing close to noon. Since Qi Jiao had kept pestering him early that morning when he left Huadu for Anqing, Yifan hadn't slept well. Now he just wanted to catch up on some rest. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly detected surges of martial energy on the plane. The fluctuations appeared abruptly. Before boarding, Yifan had already scanned every passenger with his perception. All had seemed normal. Now, several martial artists had emerged out of nowhere. Were they hiding their auras that well? Judging by their energy signatures, they weren't friendly. At that moment, a flight attendant hurried past. Frowning, Yifan caught her wrist and whispered into her ear. "Miss, inform the crew immediately. There are suspicious individuals on board. The security team needs to intercept the 4 young men in the back." From his perception, 3 of them were only at the early stages of Huajin, while the 4th had reached Zhongkong level. But the plane's security team had a peak Zhongkong expert, they could handle it. Since Yifan had important matters in Shangjing, he preferred not to expose his strength prematurely. But the flight attendant misunderstood. Displeased at being grabbed, she glared at him. "Sir, please let go. Our flights undergo strict security checks. There's no cause for concern." She assumed Yifan was trying to take advantage of her. Though he was handsome, she disliked reckless men. She tried to pull away, but Yifan held firm. "I'm serious. If they act, it'll be too late." He was baffled. These martial artists had evaded his earlier detection. They clearly possessed concealment techniques and were up to no good. Standard security checks wouldn't flag their abnormalities. Besides, martial artists didn't rely on weapons, they had other means. "Let go!" The flight attendant struggled angrily, just as turbulence hit. In a twist of fate, she lost her balance and tumbled directly into Yifan's lap, her posture awkwardly suggestive. Oh, the sudden softness stirred unavoidable instincts in Yifan. But the flight attendant didn't interpret it the same way. She felt something pressing against her, and automatically assumed Yifan was taking liberties. Now, she was seated in his lap in such an intimate position. Mortifying, infuriating. "You pervert!" Enraged, she swung a slap at his face. Though Yifan had suppressed his martial aura, his actual strength was at martial saint level. There was no way she could land the hit. "Humph!" With a cold snort, he seized her other wrist and pinned it against the seat back. Now, with her legs draped over his waist and arms restrained, the sight was extremely suggestive. TSK. Passengers on either side inhaled sharply. Murmurs spread. Ah, to be young and wild. At least show some restraint in public. Young man courting a lady requires manners. Everyone's watching, let her go. Good looks won't make up for bad behavior. Yifan was beyond exasperated. He'd only wanted to warn her. First she misunderstood. Now the entire cabin judged him? Frustrated, he considered releasing her and letting them all suffer the consequences. But before he could act, the flight attendant struck first, sinking her teeth into his wrist. Snap! The beautiful woman bit down hard, but Yifan didn't feel a thing. Instead, her own teeth nearly shattered. Thankfully, Yifan hadn't channeled any of his martial chi. Had he used even a trace, the woman's teeth would have undoubtedly been crushed. Still, her bite left a faint mark on his arm. Her audacious act annoyed him. This little brat doesn't know her place. Humph, you think I'll indulge you? Without hesitation, Yifan grabbed the flight attendant by her slender waist and spanked her twice on the backside. Smack! Smack! The crisp yet muffled sound echoed through the cabin, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The passengers seated near Yifan were stunned. This guy's got guts. He actually laid hands on her? Meanwhile, those who reveled in the spectacle cheered loudly. Damn! The legend himself. If I had half that confidence, I wouldn't have been single for 30 years. While the crowd roared, the four young men at the back of the cabin exchanged pleased glances, their hands swiftly assembling something inside their pockets. Ah! The flight attendant yelped as the searing pain surged through her. She nearly jumped out of her skin. So infuriating. Not only had this bastard taken advantage of her, but he'd also spanked her in front of everyone. Fuming, she bent her knee sharply, aiming a kick at Yifan's chest. But he caught her leg effortlessly, his gaze flickering briefly over her tight skirt before he remarked casually, "Miss, maybe mind your modesty." She froze, realizing her predicament, her face flushed crimson. She was practically giving him a free show with such reckless movements. Ah! You! Humiliated beyond words, the flight attendant no longer had the face to stay. Covering her face, she dashed toward the crew compartment at the front of the plane. Whoosh! With such a spectacle, it was impossible for Yifan not to be the center of attention. The passengers' reactions were mixed. Some cheered, others glared or muttered in disapproval. Yifan couldn't be bothered. He simply sat back down and closed his eyes, waiting. The flight attendant just got taught a lesson. Security will definitely step in now. Once they arrive, maybe they'll finally listen when I warn them about the real threat. Sure enough, within seconds, a middle-aged man, the head of security, approached with a dark expression. Sir, you will apologize immediately to our cabin crew. Yifan sensed the man's aura. A martial artist at the peak of the control realm. By normal standards, he was the strongest fighter on this flight, aside from Yifan himself. Listen, I was only restraining her to warn you. There's something suspicious going on in the back. Before Yifan could finish, the security chief cut him off sharply. This is your first warning, apologize now. Fail to comply, and I'll have to resort to force. To emphasize his point, he whipped out an electrified baton. The crackling sparks sent nearby passengers shuffling away in fear. TCH. Yifan sighed inwardly. This guy's as useless as expected. Can't even detect a real threat. Wasting words on him was pointless. Fine, I'll go apologize, Yifan said coolly. But you better check the rear thoroughly while I'm gone. He offered one last chance. If the man actually inspected the back rows, he'd surely notice something off about those four youths, and could preemptively neutralize them. I don't take orders from you, the chief snapped. Yifan's patience ran out. Do it, or the consequences will be on your head. To drive home the point, he unleashed a sliver of his crushing spiritual pressure, just enough to make the chief falter. The man instinctively took a half step back, his bravado crumbling under an inexplicable dread. What the hell? He doesn't even have martial energy. So why am I so afraid of him? Swallowing hard, he muttered, I was gonna sweep the back anyway. Didn't need you to remind me. His gaze flickered away, unable to meet Yifan's eyes. Satisfied, Yifan strode toward the front cabin. Was he really going to apologize? Of course not. Yifan never indulged entitled women. His real motive? Create distance. Let those four fools expose themselves. He was curious, what were these guys planning? They'd somehow concealed their presence, slipping past even Yifan's perception. Hijacking a plane? Are they suicidal? Modern Xia's laws were ironclad, its skies patrolled by martial elites, Imperial Guard, Ghost Blade Corps, and countless watchdog agencies. Attempting a hostage situation here was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Watching Yifan walk away, the security chief exhaled in relief. At least I salvaged some dignity. Maybe now Ling Yifei will finally give me a chance. His mind wandered to post-flight fantasies, dinner, drinks, and finally betting the proud flight attendant. Smirking, he began his half-hearted inspection of the rear cabin. Row by row, he mechanically questioned passengers, barely paying attention. When he reached the four young men, their hands were already inside their bags, but the chief barely glanced at them before moving on. The youths exchanged knowing smirks. The leader nodded. Go. Restrain your power. Whoosh! In an instant, all four lunged, martial energy flaring as they struck from different angles. The chief, trained for emergencies, barely dodged in time. He scrambled back, heart pounding. Only now did he remember Yifan's warning. There really was a threat. Holy shit. I almost got sent to meet my ancestors. The gleaming battle blades shimmered with a blue light at their tips, clearly coated with deadly poison. Even a single scratch from those blades would be enough to drop a man, if not outright kill him. What the hell are you trying to do? The security chief roared at the group of young men, his martial chi surging around him, pressing them down with overwhelming force. Have you lost your minds? Don't forget, this is Dacia. Do you really not understand the consequences of causing trouble on a plane? Drop your weapons now and surrender. You're no match for me. His icy gaze swept over the four youths as his formidable martial chi rippled through the cabin. After sensing that these were the only martial arts experts on board, he felt slightly reassured. At his peak strength, dealing with these lowlifes shouldn't be a problem. Hurry up! With another furious command, he pulled out his custom-forged battle blade and advanced toward them, intending to force their submission. The four young men merely smirked in unison. Easy. Don't get worked up. It'll all be over soon. Their eerie response caught the security chief off guard. What did they mean? A sudden ominous feeling twisted in his gut. Then, from his flank, an old woman abruptly stood up. In seconds, she pulled out a syringe and plunged the needle straight into his lower back. Shoo! Just relax. Take a nap and it'll all be fine. Hiss! A sharp, numbing cold instantly spread through his body. Shit! Panicking, he tried to channel his martial chi to strike back, but to his horror, his energy refused to circulate. His legs gave out beneath him, sending him crumpling to the floor like a limp rag. Thud! You! Despair filled his eyes as he glared at the group of young men and women. He never expected that besides the four in front of him, there was another accomplice, an old woman waiting in ambush, and now he'd been taken down by her. The five ignored him, regrouping briefly before glancing toward the front of the cabin. Now, it all depends on the operation up front. The leading youth's eyes flashed sharply as he spoke. Once we have Ling Yifei under control, Ling Yanqiu will have no choice but to cooperate. Boss, that guy who spoke up earlier, something about him felt off. You think he might cause trouble? The old woman peeled away her disguise, revealing a young woman beneath, her brow furrowed with concern. The buzzcut leader frowned. Normally, no. The flight crew has 2 martial experts on board, including 1 hidden grandmaster. Securing Ling Yifei shouldn't be an issue. As for that guy, I scanned him. No martial chi fluctuations at all. The sudden turn of events, the security chief being taken down, left the entire plane under hostage control. Pandemonium erupted. Passengers screamed, their panic spiraling as some scrambled to flee blindly through the cabin. Bang! The buzz-cut leader snarled in disgust. Shut the hell up and sit down. Anybody who makes another sound loses their head. His threat silenced the cabin instantly. Satisfied, he continued coldly, We're only here for one person. As long as you stay quiet and don't interfere, this'll all be over soon. The target of their operation was Ling Yifei, the younger sister of Ling Yanxiu, the heiress of the Ling Financial Group, one of the 4 great conglomerates of Shangjing. As the head of such a vast financial empire, Ling Yanxiu was notoriously relentless in business. Despite multiple suppression attempts by Prince Jin, none had succeeded. Recently, Prince Jin had locked horns with the Ling family over a massive venture. But no matter how much pressure he applied, the Ling group refused to yield. Infuriated, Prince Jin had resorted to drastic measures. With Yi Fan's meteoric rise, Prince Jin's hidden base in the southwest had been destroyed, cutting off the financial support from the Gu sect. Now, sustaining his vast network of subordinate forces had become nearly impossible. Desperate for funds, he saw no choice but to take Ling Yifei hostage and force Ling Yanxiu's hand. After securing the cabin, the buzz-cut leader dragged the limp security chief up like a dead dog and propped him against a seat. See, this is what happens when you don't listen. He smirked, patting the man's cheek mockingly. If you'd acted sooner, like that guy suggested, maybe things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You're practically our benefactor. We should thank you. The security chief could only glare, paralyzed with helpless fury. Damn it. Now he regretted not acting when he had the chance. If only he'd listened to that mysterious young man earlier. And Ling Yifei, if these criminals got their hands on her, what chance did she have? Still, when it came down to it, his own survival mattered more. Women were replaceable. Life was not. Why's it taking so long? One of the subordinates muttered impatiently. Should we send someone in? Meanwhile, inside the crew quarters at the front of the plane, Ling Yifei sat fuming in her seat. That bastard, she sputtered, cheeks flushed with indignation. He actually dared to take liberties with me. I've been tainted. She kept slapping her backside, as if trying to erase the memory. Never in her life had any man laid a finger on her. Yet that scoundrel hadn't just touched her, he'd hit her, hard enough to leave her stinging for hours. Yifei, don't let it bother you, the lead flight attendant consoled, handing her a drink. Just think of it like a dog bite. Here, have some water to calm down. This is imported, a gift from my brother. Everyone, have some too. Thanks, Nanjia. The other attendants accepted the cans, ready to take a sip. Whoosh, the compartment door burst open, and standing there was Yi Fan. You! Ling Yifei practically leapt out of her seat, hands reflexively shielding her backside. Why, you pervert? Haven't you had enough? God knows how Yi Fan's palm was structured. His slaps hurt like hell. Those strikes earlier still had Ling Yifei reeling in pain. Seeing her expression, Yi Fan nearly burst out laughing. This little spitfire had a certain charm to her. Humph! If you knew how badly spanking hurt, why did you bite me? Besides, all he'd done was kindly remind Ling Yifei to alert the security chief about the suspicious figures lurking nearby. Instead of being grateful, she'd misunderstood him and lashed out. Though Yi Fan could have easily rescued Ling Yifei, he wasn't in any hurry. This little troublemaker needed to learn her lesson the hard way. Rubbing his palm, he smirked at her, so devilishly that Ling Yifei scrambled behind the lead flight attendant in fright. The lead flight attendant shot Yi Fan a sharp glare as he entered. Her voice was icy. Yifei, don't be afraid. Didn't Captain Wang just step out to teach this bully a lesson? He swore he'd make whoever messed with you come crawling back to apologize. I assume this guy's here to grovel. She frowned slightly. Strangely, she couldn't detect even a whisper of martial energy radiating from Yi Fan. Yet, for some reason, his presence sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Oh, really? Ling Yifei's nerves settled a little at the lead attendant's words. Are you sure, Chief? Positive. Someone outside just told me to come in and apologize. Yifan replied casually. With effortless precision, he unleashed powerful sensory perception, sweeping over everyone in the room. Silently, he activated his 3,000 crimson silk tyrant body, weaving invisible strands into each person's body, until his probing uncovered the truth. So that's how it is. The lead attendant wasn't what she seemed. On the surface, she emitted no martial energy, but in truth, a master-level expert lurked beneath. Their concealment technique was just a smokescreen, a high-grade variant of Puppet Corp's Paperman art. No wonder he'd missed it earlier during his initial scan when boarding. These guys were sharper than most. Well, apologize already. Ling Yifei exhaled in relief, her admiration for Captain Wang rising by the second. She'd always had a soft spot for paternalistic romantics, hence why she'd never outright rejected the captain's advances. Ha! Says who? Yifan's gaze burned into the lead attendant. That idiot outside volunteered me. I never agreed. I came to check if this place was even secure. All he wanted was a peaceful flight to Shangjing. Instead, he'd stumbled into a mess. A goddamn skyjacking conspiracy, with 7 hijackers hidden aboard. Had he not been here, their plan would have succeeded. Beads of sweat formed on the lead attendant's forehead under his stare. Part of her wanted to abort the mission right then, pretend she'd heard nothing. But her earpiece crackled to life. Her team had seized the cabin. Even the security chief, Captain Wang, was captured. There was no turning back now. Gritting her teeth, she clung to one desperate hope, that Yifan wasn't as formidable as he seemed. How dare he? She barked, voice like jagged ice. Harassing an attendant mid-flight and refusing to apologize? You suicidal or what? In a blur, she lunged, master-level energy surging through her fingertips as she aimed for Yifan's pressure points. Strike first, control the situation. Whatever his deal was, she'd neutralize him now. But what she didn't know, Yifan was a Saint-tier 7th-rank cultivator. Compared to her measly master tier, it was like a candle flame challenging the sun. Her strikes couldn't seal his meridians if she tried for a century. Still, since he wanted Ling Yifei to stew in regret, he obliged with an Oscar-worthy performance, letting himself freeze in place, eyes wide with feigned shock. Why you? What did you just do to me? The attendant scoffed, ignoring him. Busybody. You'll get yours later. Glancing around, she snarled at the other flight attendants. Sorry, ladies. Plan was to drug you quietly. But we're out of time. Like a hurricane unleashed, she knocked them out cold before Ling Yifei could scream. Ling Yifei stumbled back, horror dawning. And Nanjie, what are you? Shut it. The attendant seized her wrist, sealing her meridians effortlessly. Orders are orders, Miss Ling. You're coming with us. Why you're kidnapping me? Ling Yifei's voice pitched higher. Do you have any idea who my family is? We're the... Save it. The attendant tightened her grip. We know damn well who backs you. Play nice or it'll hurt. Realization crushed Ling Yifei. As ropes bit into her skin, helplessness set in, until her gaze locked onto Yifan. He'd been telling the truth all along. She'd misunderstood him. Told you so. Yifan grinned, unfazed. Should have listened. Now look at you, helpless as a kitten. You! Ling Yifei bristled. How could he smile at a time like this? Was he enjoying her misery? Divert course! The lead attendant barked into her earpiece. Land at Chuanan Airport now. Ling Yifei's stomach plummeted. Even the pilots were compromised. Yifan's amusement faded. Whoever orchestrated this had serious backing. Xiao Lu! Guard this pretty boy. The attendant shoved Ling Yifei toward the cabin door. I'm taking the girl to rendezvous with the others. Got it. Another flight attendant with a mole on her face responded, then grabbed Yifan and shoved him into a corner. After the lead flight attendant escorted Ling Yifei away, Yifan turned his head and stared at the mole-faced flight attendant for a few moments. His gaze angered her. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yifan smirked coldly in amusement. I was just checking if you still wanted a chance to live. As he spoke, he quietly released a trace of his martial energy, shifting the entire room's atmosphere. Flight attendant Lu's eyes narrowed as a chill ran down her spine. Earlier, she had heard that Yifan had warned Ling Yifei when boarding the plane. This guy was no ordinary person. Handsome, we're just following orders. All we want is to take one person away. We mean no harm to anyone else. Just stay put and don't cause trouble. Once the plane lands, someone will come to rescue you. Though her expression remained cold, Flight attendant Lu's tone had softened considerably. Even though there was a combat knife nearby, she didn't reach for it. Yifan observed the flight attendant coolly before grinning slyly. Fine. Since you're not completely ruthless, I'll spare your life. Huh? Flight attendant Lu was still confused when she saw Yifan, who shouldn't have been able to move, suddenly stand up and stroll casually toward her. What? His pressure points had been sealed by Nanjia. Every critical acupoint was locked. How could he move so freely? Nanjia's technique shouldn't have failed, unless Yifan's strength surpassed hers. Realizing this, flight attendant Lu froze in shock. Whoosh! The next moment, Yifan appeared in front of her in a flash. A surge of energy pulsed from his wrist, effortlessly shattering her dantian and severing the meridians in one of her arms. Thud! All vitality drained from flight attendant Lu's body as she crumpled to the ground. Consider this your punishment. Think carefully about your choices. Yifan coldly reprimanded her without another glance before striding toward the main cabin. As for the pilot in the cockpit, he didn't need urgent handling. Even if the pilot died, Yifan could still land the plane safely. In the rear cabin, Nanjia was escorting Ling Yifei while 5 young men and women restrained security Captain Wang. When the two groups reunited, they breathed silent sighs of relief. Don't kill me. I had nothing to do with this. Seeing Nanjia's drawn combat knife, security Captain Wang immediately begged for mercy. You're only here for her, right? Just take her away. I'll act like I never saw anything. Okay? Ling Yifei stared at him in disbelief, her eyes filled with disappointment. Wang Teng, how could you? You've let me down. Any shred of hope she had before vanished instantly. When Wang Teng had heard earlier that Ling Yifei was harassed by Yifan, he had acted furious, demanding justice and vowing to restore her dignity. But now, faced with life and death, he betrayed her without hesitation? How laughable! When she had first been taken from the front cabin, Ling Yifei had hoped Wang Teng would overpower the kidnappers and save her. But now, sorry Yifei, but in this situation, don't blame me. Wang Teng turned to one of the kidnappers sycophantically. Bro, I've got more intel. Ling Yifei has a life-saving talisman stuck on her shoulder. It's really powerful. Huh? Ling Yifei's face paled. Wang Teng, you snake, you'd sell me out for your own life? I finally see your true colors. She did possess a talisman, crafted by a master at her family's request, meant to protect her in emergencies. Yet now, Wang Teng had exposed even this last line of defense. Nanjia's gaze sharpened as she tore open Ling Yifei's shirt, confirming the talisman's presence on her shoulder. As Nanjia ripped it away, Ling Yifei succumbed to despair. She had endured multiple kidnapping attempts before, but none had succeeded until now. This time, she was in serious trouble. Her sister would likely have to sacrifice significant family interests to secure her release. Turn the plane around immediately and prepare for landing. Once assured of control, Nanjia barked orders into her communicator. Turning around won't be necessary. A voice cut in from behind. Everyone turned to the front of the cabin to see none other than Yifan stepping forward leisurely. You lecherous scoundrel! Ling Yifei gasped in shock, though more from confusion than anger. Hadn't Nanjia sealed his pressure points? Why was he moving freely again? The other kidnappers were equally stunned. Who would dare defy Nanjia's orders? Well, beauty, now you see their true nature, don't you? Yifan smirked teasingly at Ling Yifei before shifting his gaze to Wang Teng. I warned you there were criminals on board. but none of you listened. Now you've all been kidnapped. Happy now? Is this really the time for jokes? Ling Yifei snapped, torn between shock and frustration. If he had regained freedom, why rush here instead of using the plane's satellite phone to alert authorities? Idiot. Meanwhile, Wang Tang's eyes widened at Yi Fan's return. If these kidnappers had gone so far as to abduct Ling Yifei, they wouldn't have left Yi Fan unrestrained unless he had overpowered them, which meant his martial skills were formidable. Bastard! How'd you escape? Nanjie finally regained composure, her aura flaring with the full force of her Grandmaster-level energy. Save your effort. Even combined, none of you stand a chance. Yi Fan spared her a dismissive glance before addressing Ling Yifei again. So, beauty, want me to save you? If so, apologize. And beg. Beg you? In your dreams. Ling Yifei glared at Yi Fan with resentment. You shameless pervert. How dare you treat me like that just now? Want me to beg you? Not a chance. At this moment, Ling Yifei was brimming with pride. Yi Fan had humiliated her in front of so many people by spanking her. She couldn't feel more disgraced. On the other hand, Wang Tang was extremely anxious. Yifei, stop being stubborn. Hurry up and beg him. That's the only way we might survive. Do you actually want to die? Wang Tang had trained hard to reach the Grandmaster level. The only reason he'd taken a job as an airplane security guard was to pursue Ling Yifei after joining the crew. He absolutely did not want to die now. Looking at Wang Tang's behavior, Ling Yifei was utterly disappointed. Earlier, she hadn't denied the things he did. But now, it was clear that everything had been fake, just a facade. When faced with life and death, Wang Tang turned out to be spineless and pathetic. Sister Nan frowned as she observed Yi Fan's calm demeanor. That inexplicable sense of dread she felt earlier resurfaced once again. Still, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to intervene. Kid, however you escaped doesn't matter. No matter what strength or skills you have, I'd advise you not to interfere today. Sister Nan glared at Yi Fan warily before softening her tone slightly. Handsome, if you stay out of this, we can negotiate terms. Though she wasn't entirely sure of Yi Fan's strength, her instincts told her that he was not someone to provoke lightly. The situation was complicated. If she could just hold out for another 10 minutes until the plane landed, reinforcements would arrive, and their mission would be complete. It would be best to keep Yi Fan from causing conflict. There was no room for unpredictable accidents. Oh! Yi Fan smirked at Sister Nan, casting an appraising glance at her chest. So, does that include you? For a brief moment, Sister Nan felt as though she had been stripped bare under his gaze. Ugh! Disgusting! Ling Yifei, who had been reconsidering whether to swallow her pride and beg Yi Fan for help, instantly recoiled in disgust upon hearing his words. Men. Every single one of them was trash. You? Sister Nan stiffened. She had only wanted to placate Yi Fan, never expecting him to make such an outrageous demand. Her? She was a flight attendant with an enviable figure and looks, not to mention her Grandmaster-level cultivation. Countless martial artists dreamed of courting her as a cultivation partner, and yet, this guy just brazenly demanded her like this? True, he was handsome, but his actual strength was still unknown. Fine, I agree. Once the plane lands, you can pick a room. After a brief hesitation, Sister Nan gritted her teeth and acquiesced. While sensing Yi Fan's aura earlier, she had detected the faint fluctuations of martial energy around him. Though it was subtle, she was certain. His real strength surpassed hers. Earlier, she had used her full power to seal his meridians. Yet Yi Fan had effortlessly broken free. That required careful consideration. Sister Nan, what's gotten into you? He's just some pretty boy. Why are we bowing to him? He doesn't know his place. One of the younger men from her group, a bald youth, snorted before charging at Yi Fan. Let me teach you a lesson. Martial energy flared around the youth's fists. He was at the peak of the master level. Watching this, Ling Yifei stomped her foot in frustration. Idiot! Where was this energy earlier? Now, just throwing yourself into death's arms. The other passengers in the cabin also closed their eyes in despair. For a brief moment they had hoped for rescue, but now, it seemed their captors still held the upper hand. Yet, faced with the bald youth's assault, Yifan remained motionless. He didn't even brace for impact. Just as the attacker was within 2 feet of him, Yifan lazily snapped his fingers. An invisible barrier of energy condensed in front of the youth, effortlessly freezing him mid-air, completely immobilized. Seems you all haven't discussed this properly. Should I give you more time? Yifan chuckled lightly, as if this entire situation was none of his concern. Now, however, no one dared to underestimate him. Especially Sister Nan, her eyes were filled with naked fear. Damn it! This Yifan was truly formidable. To manifest an invisible energy barrier, his strength had to surpass the Martial King realm. Everything he had claimed earlier, that none of them stood a chance against him, was absolutely true. Damn it! Sister Nan cursed under her breath before stepping forward. Sir, there's a lounge on this plane. Should we go there now? As she spoke, she unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin beneath. She now fully understood. She had encountered a true monster today. If Yifan insisted on interfering, their mission was doomed to fail. Sister Nan, the other hostage-takers wanted to object, but she silenced them with a sharp glare. Shut up. Stand down. Don't ruin the gentleman's mood. Just moments ago, Sister Nan had thought that allowing herself to be his would be favoring Yifan. Now, however, being chosen by him would be an enormous privilege. From outright refusal now, she was eagerly anticipating it. Spending even a brief moment with such an expert would bring her immeasurable benefits. She had to take the initiative. Swaying her hips seductively, Sister Nan approached Yifan, her fingers tracing upwards towards his chest, completely disregarding the others in the cabin. She was even mentally prepared. If Yifan so desired, she was willing to indulge him right here. Shameless. Fox spirit. Ling Yifei, now fully aware of Yifan's prowess, couldn't help but curse Sister Nan's brazenness. Have you no dignity? Though she still refused to outwardly admit how formidable Yifan was. Inside, she was frantic. She hadn't seen how he had immobilized the attacker. Yet the bald youth hung suspended in midair, completely motionless. Proof enough of his terrifying power. There was no way he was freezing himself voluntarily. As a daughter of a wealthy family, Ling Yifei knew very well that Yifan was their only hope for rescue. But pleading with him still felt too humiliating. And she had a sneaking suspicion. His demand for an apology wasn't going to be simple. Would he make her bend over for another spanking? The bigger question was, if he did, should she let him? Going to the lounge? Yifan glanced indifferently at Sister Nan. Though she certainly had her charms, she was far inferior compared to the stunning beauties by his side. Yifan was never short of women. Why would he bother with such lowly trash? His earlier remark had only been to mess with the kidnappers. Forget it. I'm not in the mood right now. You can carry on with your plan. We'll talk after we land. Ha! Yifan had actually agreed not to interfere today. Sister Nan's fingers, which had already undone half the buttons on her blouse, froze mid-motion. Her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, boss!" She had already made up her mind. Once they landed, she would use every trick in the book to forge a connection with this powerful man. A bunch of idiots! Sister Nan snapped at the thug beside her who had been itching to act, then barked out her next order. Tie these 2 up! With Yifan's cooperation secured, she finally relaxed. All she had to do now was deliver Ling Yifei safely to the ground, and her mission would be complete, along with the breakthrough elixir as her reward. No, please, I'm already like this. Just let me go. Wang Teng panicked as several men moved toward him again. These kidnappers targeting Ling Yifei were undoubtedly backed by one of the colossal families opposing the Ling clan. Forces far beyond Wang Teng's ability to resist. If he couldn't escape now, there was no way he'd survive in their hands. Shut up, or I'll rip your mouth apart. Sister Nan's sharp rebuke instantly silenced him. Yifan watched Wang Teng coldly, his disdain evident. But what truly angered him was how this so-called Captain Wang had earlier demanded that he apologize to Ling Yifei. Heh, Captain Wang, do you believe me now? Still want me to apologize? If I hadn't refused, you wouldn't be lying here like this, would you? Yifan's smirk made Wang Teng want to cry. Brother. I was wrong. I was blind. I didn't know any better. Please, save us. Wang Teng pleaded, his face twisted in regret. The situation was clear to everyone. Yifan alone was strong enough to take on the entire group. And yet, this very man, whom Wang Teng had tried to intimidate with his authority, had only been trying to warn Ling Yifei about the danger in the cabin, urging her to alert security. Damn it! That bitch Ling Yifei has ruined me. Halfway through his plea, Wang Teng realized his own words held no weight. His only hope now was for Ling Yifei to beg Yifan herself. He turned to her desperately. Yifei, you. Shut up. I won't beg him. Ling Yifei stubbornly clung to her pride. Meanwhile, Sister Nan and her men had already begun restraining Ling Yifei, pulling out ropes to bind her. One of the thugs even took the opportunity to grope her. Ling Yifei recoiled in horror, struggling as she shrieked, "You bastard! How dare you? Do you even know who I am?" Smack! The martial artist didn't hesitate. He slapped her hard across the face. Bitch! Who the hell cares who you are? The boss only said to bring you back alive. Didn't say we couldn't have some fun. Seeing Sister Nan's lack of reaction, the man grew bolder. You better cooperate. Otherwise, I'll strip you right here and carve up that pretty face of yours. He brandished his knife, its cold edge glinting menacingly. The blade's gleam sent a chill down Ling Yifei's spine. For the first time, she was truly terrified. These men were ruthless. They had hijacked a plane, after all. If provoked, they really would strip her naked right here. Death was one thing, but the humiliation of being exposed in front of everyone. She'd never be able to live with that. Maybe I should beg that pervert. Her resolve wavered as she glanced at Yifan. But that scoundrel had already spanked her. If she begged him, she'd surely have to pay a price. Her mind raced in turmoil. Meanwhile, the men closed in, their lecherous gazes stripping her bare in their imaginations. This is terrifying. She could already picture the horrors awaiting her if she fell into their hands. Violated by who knew how many men. No, better to be humiliated by that scoundrel alone. At least he had only spanked her. And strangely, despite the stinging pain, a faint warmth had spread through her, leaving her with an odd pleasure. For a fleeting moment, she even found herself craving another spank. As the men reached for her clothes, Ling Yifei clenched her teeth and finally cried out, Handsome, I'm begging you. Save me. I'll apologize. I was wrong. I'll do whatever Sister Nan offered. After we land, I'll go to a hotel with you. If you want to spank me again, go ahead. The words drained her completely. Her face burned with a mix of shame, humiliation, and an inexplicable thrill of submission. For a brief moment, she even felt as if she belonged to Yifan. Whoosh! The instant she finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from Yifan's arm. His infinite frost technique activated, freezing the four men around Ling Yifei in place. Their hands, mere inches from her, locked mid-air, unable to move another muscle. Sir, what's the meaning of this? Sister Nan's heart sank as Yifan approached. It's over. If this powerhouse intervened, their mission was doomed. Exactly what it sounds like. I said if the girl begged me to save her, I'd act. Now that she's admitted her mistake and asked for help, I can't just stand by. Another pulse of energy flowed from Yifan's wrist, unlocking the restraints on Ling Yifei's meridians. Relieved, Ling Yifei blushed, then hesitantly stepped toward Yifan and presented her backside to him. Yifan was puzzled for a moment as he looked at Ling Yifei's strange reaction, but he instantly realized what was wrong. Damn it! When he had struck the little girl earlier, he had forgotten to retract his flickering ember ability. No wonder she had sensed the warm, flowing energy in his palm. Troublesome. You like hitting people, don't you? Go ahead. Hit me. After all. Closing her eyes, Ling Yifei trembled slightly with embarrassment. Truthfully, this gesture had taken immense courage. Outwardly, it might have seemed like resignation, but deep down, she carried a trace of anticipation. If Yifan hit her again, perhaps she could feel that strange warm energy once more, and maybe even enhance her physique and strength. Though Ling Yifei was still proud at heart, reflecting on her previous misunderstandings with Yifan, she realized she had been the one at fault. From the very beginning, Yifan had only meant to warn her. It was she who had jumped to conclusions, assuming he was trying to take advantage of her, leading to all these messy incidents. Apologizing wasn't such a bad idea after all. And now that she took a closer look, she noticed that Yifan wasn't just handsome. He carried an inexplicable charm that subtly drew her in. If she did end up getting a room with him after the flight, he wouldn't be a bad choice as a boyfriend, right? At the very least, among all the men she had encountered before, none matched Yifan's caliber. With this realization, Ling Yifei's eyes sparkled like little stars. By sheer accident, I've stumbled upon a hidden gem. Even her father wouldn't have any reason to keep nagging her now. Plus, this guy was clearly strong. If she took him home, wouldn't he be able to share some of the burden her sister was shouldering? Never mind. Hitting you here isn't appropriate. Yifan awkwardly rubbed his nose. As long as you understand it was all a misunderstanding, that's enough. I am sorry. Though disappointed, Ling Yifei bowed deeply in apology, no longer caring if her open collar gave Yifan a peek. The world worked this way, power reigned supreme. From ancient times to the modern era, beauties always adored heroes. Sir, but this man is crucial to us. If you want women, aside from me, we can provide you with any number of beauties for your choosing. Any other conditions? Just name them. Sister Nan suppressed a sigh at the situation. Fighting him is impossible. But how could she convince this man to stay out of today's business? Glancing at Ling Yifei's figure and then down at herself, Sister Nan had to admit, in every aspect, she paled in comparison. No need. Yifan smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, the crimson silk tyrant physique merged into Wang Tang, the security captain, instantly purging the poison from his body. These people are yours to handle. Don't disturb my trip. His gaze swept ahead toward the cabin. And tell your pilot to resume normal flight operations. No unscheduled landings. Delay my journey, and I won't be happy. These hijackers weren't worth his time or effort. The plane had security personnel. Yifan didn't want to expose too much. Having saved Wang Tang, it was the airline's job to deal with the rest. Yet Sister Nan, unwilling to abandon the operation she had planned for so long, clenched her fists. Sir, is there really no room for negotiation? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. If the operation failed now, she wouldn't survive the consequences either. So if push came to shove, then we perish together. Yifan chuckled coldly as his gaze fell on her. Negotiate? You think you qualify? These insects weren't worth his attention, but since he happened to be on this flight heading to the capital, he couldn't afford delays. Plus, considering his brief entanglement with that girl earlier, he couldn't just watch her fall into these thugs' hands. Meanwhile, Captain Wang Tang finally found his voice. Damn bastards, daring to pull crap on my plane. Now I'll have to face fines when I get back. Damn it. Betrayed and poisoned by those 5 men earlier, Wang Tang harbored nothing but hatred for them. Now unrestrained, he stomped forward and slammed his foot into one of the frozen youths. Crack! A crisp snap echoed through the cabin. Ha! Wang Tang froze in shock. When did I get so strong? As a mere control realm practitioner holding back most of his strength, how had he shattered bones so easily? Crack! Crack! Clatter! The next second, Wang Tang's eyes widened in horror. Like fragile ice sculptures, all 4 youths shattered apart, chunks of flesh and bone crumbling into fragments before vanishing into nothingness. The floor was left spotless, no blood, no debris. Only nothingness remained. Hiss! Wang Tang sucked in a sharp breath, wildly turning to Yifan. Holy hell! Those 4 had frozen midair because of Yifan. Though he hadn't seen how it happened, one thing was certain. This man operated on a level far beyond Wang Tung's comprehension. And yet earlier, Wang Tung had dared demand an apology from him? Had he been petting a damn tiger without realizing it? Cold sweat drenched his back. He had barely escaped death. Had he been any more disrespectful, wouldn't he have been the one reduced to ashes? Yes, sir. My deepest apologies. Wang Tung ignored the vanished men and bowed deeply toward Yifan. I was blind. I was wrong. Please forgive my ignorance. He had just clawed his way back from the gates of hell. On the other side, Sister Nan stood frozen, her mind blank at the sight of her men disappearing. Such a scene defied all logic. Even the martial emperor-level experts she knew merely obliterated foes into chunks. Never had she witnessed instantaneous erasure. This man was terrifying. In front of him, she was but an ant. Further arguments would be meaningless. Uncle Zhao, execute Plan B. Destroy the plane's engines. Let everyone perish together. Sister Nan issued her final command into the walkie-talkie, a trace of relief flashing in her eyes. Finally, if everyone died here, she wouldn't have to carry out those tedious plans anymore. Death would settle everything. She turned to Yifan and said coldly, Sir, you forced our hand. Since our plan has failed, we'll take everyone down with us. With so many people as our company in death, it's worth it. A smug grin crept onto her face as she stared at Yifan. Bet you didn't expect this, did you? The pilot is one of ours. Yifan's lips curled slightly. Oh? Are you so sure you can destroy this plane? The moment he had retreated from the cockpit earlier, his crimson silk overlord body had already acted in tandem with his puppet paper figurines. Yes, the pilot in the cockpit acknowledged the order, immediately preparing to manipulate the aircraft, activating hidden mechanisms embedded in the plane. But just as he was about to act, he froze. His arms, his body, suddenly none of them obeyed him anymore. Worse, his hands moved on their own, switching the plane to autopilot before he and the co-pilot mechanically rose, opened the cockpit door, and walked toward the rear cabin. What's happening? The pilot panicked. Aside from his mouth, nothing else responded to his commands. He marched forward like a marionette. What's wrong? Sister Nan's heart lurched at the pilot's voice over the radio. A terrible foreboding gripped her. Damn it! Did that bastard tamper with the cockpit in such a short time? But the pilot had reported no anomalies earlier. I can't control my body. I'm walking out on my own. The pilot's terrified voice crackled through before he emerged from the cockpit, clad in his white uniform, arms eerily raised. His face was a mask of disbelief. Neither he nor the co-pilot could comprehend it. One moment they were flying the plane, untouched and unharmed. The next they'd lost all autonomy. Uncle Zhao? Sister Nan jolted to her feet, her confidence crumbling. The pilot had been their last trump card. Yet the strongest card they held was nothing but garbage in Yifan's hands. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? Before Sister Nan could speak again, Yifan flicked his wrist. A surge of martial energy blasted outward, instantly draining her of all strength. Her knees buckled, collapsing her to the floor. When Yifan turned his gaze to the pilot, the man trembled. Don't kill me. The plane needs me to fly it. He had a wife and children. He didn't want to die yet. Humph. Yifan snorted. Flying a plane? I can manage that. Whoosh. Same as Sister Nan, the pilot's martial energy was severed. He crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. You handle these losers. Yifan tossed the task to Wang Tung. Shooting Ling Yifei a glance, he strode toward the cockpit. You're on your own with cabin service. Wang Tung stared nervously at the unconscious Sister Nan and the pilot. Just as Yifan was about to enter the cockpit, he scrambled to yell, Boss! Wait! These guys won't, suddenly vanish, right? Today's disaster required living culprits for interrogation. If they all turned to ash, he'd have hell to pay back home. Relax. Ling Yifei, meanwhile, watched Yifan's retreating figure, whispering dreamily, Now that's a real man. She silently added, "And he's mine." 2 hours until landing. 2 hours to make an impression, to ensure something sparked between them once they disembarked. Wang Tung sighed as Yi Fan vanished into the cockpit. What a missed opportunity. Still, the crisis was over. The plane would land safely. That alone was enough. As for Ling Yifei? Yeah. She was way out of his league now. Damn it. Noticing Wang Tung's gaze, Ling Yifei scoffed and marched toward the front cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we've resolved the earlier disturbance. The flight will proceed smoothly to our destination. Thank you for your patience. Inside the cockpit, Yi Fan checked the controls. Everything was in order. Meanwhile, Ling Yifei, after finishing her duties, hurried to the crew rest area and dialed the cockpit. "Hey, handsome. I owe you another apology. I meant what I said earlier. Everything I promised still stands after we land." Yi Fan frowned. Was this girl serious? Just because he'd mockingly demanded she become his woman, she was actually committing to it? Before he could refuse, Ling Yifei barreled on. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Ling Yifei, second daughter of the Ling family in Shangjing. My sister is Ling Yanxiu. If you agree to be my boyfriend, my family will reward you handsomely. Maybe you don't know this, but the genius my sister's engaged to, he's one of Daxia's top talents. But you're incredible too. With both of you in the Ling family, we'd be untouchable." Yi Fan smirked. Talk about coincidence. The woman he'd saved on this flight was his sister-in-law-to-be, and apparently she was very fond of her future brother-in-law. Little did Ling Yifei know, the man she was fawning over was Yi Fan himself. "Hey, you still there?" Ling Yifei asked nervously after receiving no reply. After a pause, Yi Fan responded, "Skip the hotel. If you're free, take me to the Ling family." Since fate had delivered his future sister-in-law to him, he might as well use her connection to return to the Ling family covertly. News of his death would spread soon enough, and his second brother's fiancée, Ling Yanxiu, would bear the brunt of the fallout. Posing as Ling Yifei's boyfriend would grant him both access and camouflage. Ha! Ling Yifei was stunned when she heard Yi Fan's words. So fast? She had thought it would take some time to win Yi Fan over, but instead, he immediately asked her to take him home. Meet the family right away? Wasn't that too direct? Though Ling Yifei had developed strange feelings for Yi Fan after he spanked her, enough to want to be with him, now that he had actually agreed, she found herself hesitating. What? Is it inconvenient? So, forget it. I already have a place to stay in Shangjing, Yi Fan said with a sly smirk from the cockpit. He understood the minds of young girls like her all too well and could easily manipulate them. No, Ling Yifei hurriedly replied. I'll just let my family know first. Tell them I'm bringing a boyfriend back. But unease crept into her heart. Her family situation was complicated. Though the Ling family appeared united to outsiders, internal power struggles were rampant. The reason Ling Yifei had taken a job as a flight attendant was to escape the arranged marriage her uncle had forced upon her. If she returned now with a boyfriend in tow, her uncle would be furious. What if he retaliated by turning against her sister within the family? Could this handsome guy even withstand her uncle's ruthless tactics? All right, the rest of the flight went smoothly. From the cockpit, Yi Fan had already contacted personnel from the Jinmu division to handle the hijacking incident. After landing, Wang Tang and Jinmu division's leader, Qinglong, took over the investigation while Yi Fan and Ling Yifei left immediately. Wang Tang was baffled. They just left like that. Normally, Ling Yifei, as a witness, and Yi Fan, as an involved party, should have assisted in the security investigation. Yet they hadn't done a thing, they just walked away unscathed. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. The sharp reply made Wang Tang clutch his chest in regret. He had missed a golden opportunity to befriend a big shot. Sigh. What? Yifei is bringing a boyfriend home? What the hell is this foolish girl thinking? At the Ling family estate, second Uncle Ling Bo erupted in anger upon hearing the announcement from the butler. Fuming, he turned to the other side of the hall where a group of people stood. Among them an elder, several martial arts experts, and a young man in a white dress shirt. Elder Ling, what is the meaning of this? You already agreed to the marriage alliance with the Hua family. Now your niece brings home a boyfriend? Are you mocking us? The elder who spoke was Hua Lianqing, the steward of the Hua family from Hong Kong. Ling Bo had formed an arrangement with Hua Lianqing to bolster the Ling family's influence and, more importantly, to seize control internally. But now, Ling Yifei's sudden relationship threatened to ruin everything. Steward Hua, please remain calm. There must be some misunderstanding. Allow me to investigate before giving you an explanation. Ling Bo's eyes darkened as he strode out of the hall with his phone. Standing in the courtyard, he growled into the phone. Find out who this man beside Yifei is immediately. His origins, background. If he has no connections, I want full details within 2 minutes. After issuing orders, he dialed Ling Yifei's number. Yifei, what's going on? The family arranged your engagement long ago. How could you suddenly get a boyfriend? Do you not care about the family's interests at all? Or your sister's well-being? At this moment, Ling Yifei and Yifan were already on their way to the Ling residence. Meanwhile, through sources like the Tianji Pavilion, the Jinwu Division, and his own intelligence network, Yifan had already uncovered every detail about the Ling family. Second uncle, I've told you before. I refuse this arranged marriage, and so does my sister. You forced it on us. If you like it so much, marry him yourself. Despite her anxiety, Ling Yifei mustered the courage to retort. As for the family's interests, even if we're under pressure now, Ling doesn't need to rely on the Hua family. She glanced at Yifan beside her before continuing. I trust my sister wouldn't sacrifice my happiness for the family. Though Ling Yifei had always been proud yet obedient, her sudden defiance stemmed from one thing: Yifan's overwhelming strength backing her. Ling Bo suppressed his fury, still unaware of Yifan's background. Yifei, is your boyfriend with you right now? Hand the phone to him. I want to speak with him. A cunning veteran, Ling Bo knew pressing Ling Yifei further wouldn't work. His next move was to target Yifan directly. No, second uncle, my affairs are none of your business. Ling Yifei instinctively objected, fearing her uncle's schemes. Let me. Before she could finish, Yifan took the phone from her. You, Ling Yifei froze. It suddenly struck her. She didn't even know Yifan's name yet. Was this insane? She had met him on a plane, decided impulsively to be his woman, and now, hello, uncle. I'm Fan Yi. Pleased to meet you. Yifan's tone was calm. Ling Bo was stunned. Pleased to meet me? Damn it. Maybe you're happy, but I'm not. Fan Yi could not step foot into the Ling residence today. If he did, the Hua family would lose all face. Mr. Fan, I strongly advise you not to come to the Ling family. Regardless of how you and Yifei met, let me make this clear. She is beyond your reach. The Ling family is not something you can aspire to. Don't even think about climbing above your station. Ling Bo's voice dripped with menace. And I'll be blunt. If you dare enter the Ling estate, I'll make sure you never leave alive. You might marry her, but you won't live long enough to celebrate. His threats couldn't have been more direct. I have at least 100 ways to destroy you. So ask yourself, how many countermeasures do you have? Listening to Ling Bo's words, Yifan curled his lips into a smirk. Uncle second, isn't this a bit too overbearing? Yifei and I are in a relationship by mutual choice. Out of respect, I came to visit the elders of the Ling family. Isn't your behavior a bit inappropriate? Regarding the second uncle Ling Bo, Yifan had already gathered some intel. This was a man secretly working against his second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu. The reason Yifan had agreed to accompany Xiao Yifei into the Ling family was also to use this identity to aid the Lings in some way. As for this second uncle, he naturally needed a proper exchange of words. Kid, arguing logic with me is pointless. Call me overbearing or unreasonable, it doesn't matter. One thing's for sure. You'd better stay away from the Ling family today. Even as Ling Bo spoke, his subordinates had already relayed Fan Ye's background information to him. With a glance, a trace of disdain flashed in Ling Bo's eyes. Orphaned parents. rose to prominence by clinging to some clan in Jiangnan, somehow lucked into reaching the grandmaster level, no backing from any major factions or organizations. Kid, you think you have the kind of background to defy the Ling family? This is what you're working with. Kid, if you're looking to cause trouble, you've come to the wrong place. After confirming Yi Fan's background, Ling Bo inwardly let out a sigh of relief. A mere young grandmaster serving under a declining family, with no influential connections or organizational support, to the colossal Ling family, crushing Fan Yi would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Second uncle, you're overstepping. I brought my boyfriend home. Since when is that your business? The head of the Ling family isn't you yet, is it? My sister's still in charge. I've already called her. Ling Yifei, unable to hold back after overhearing the phone exchange, retorted sharply. Though Ling Bo had been maneuvering behind the scenes for years, the actual sway he held within the Ling family remained minimal. When the Ling family's patriarch had passed away years ago, he had convened a council of elders and entrusted all authority to Ling Yifei. Moreover, the Ling matriarch was still alive and staunchly upheld the late patriarch's directives, firmly supporting Ling Yanqiu. Most crucially, when Ling Yanqiu had announced her marriage to Yi Fan, the entire family had objected. But then, Yi Fan's astounding rise to power had silenced all opposition. In just over a month, he had gone from a nobody in Yunqing to dominating Huadu, Guangqing, and even Miaojiang, establishing the young marshal's manor, seizing control of the Tianji Pavilion and the Jinwu department. His influence had skyrocketed to unparalleled heights. Within the family, not a single dissenting voice remained. Yi Fan's meteoric rise had also become Ling Yanqiu's most powerful backing, granting her even greater authority within the clan. Oh! Ling Bo sneered coldly. Ling Yifei, if you insist on going down this path, then so be it. Humph! Your sister can hardly protect herself right now. How can she possibly look out for you? Did you really think your so-called brother-in-law could still be your shield? Ling Bo's confidence stemmed from verified intel, confirmed twice, then a third time. Yi Fan had been killed in an explosion in Anqing. All 8 of Anqing's elite families had corroborated the news, and even the Prince of Jin's estate had verified the report. There was no room for doubt. Without Yi Fan's support, and amid the maneuvers of the Prince of Jin's vassal clans, Ling Yanqiu would be left vulnerable, the perfect opportunity for Ling Bo to strike. Oh! Ling Yifei's heart skipped a beat. Had something happened to her brother-in-law? If he was truly gone, what would become of the entire Ling family? Her sister's position would be dangerously precarious. Beside her, however, Yi Fan remained utterly composed. So, the news had finally reached Shangjing, had it? Only with his death would those insignificant troublemakers rear their ugly heads. And coincidentally, Ling Yifei's presence provided him with the perfect cover. It's all right, Yifei. You've got me. Why shouldn't we give it a shot? Yi Fan assured her with a faint smile. I'm terrifyingly strong. Not a single person in the entire Ling family could stand against me. But the Ling family is a superpower in Shangjing. Beyond just martial prowess, there are all those subordinate clans backing us. The political power behind them is a nightmare. Ling Yifei barely understood Yi Fan's circumstances, and now she hesitated. Had dragging him into the Ling family's affairs been the right move? If Yi Fan truly had no formidable backing, how could he possibly counter Ling Bo? Moreover, with the Ling family already under pressure from the Prince of Jin's faction, could Yi Fan withstand the full brunt of all these forces? No trouble at all. I know some people in the Jinwu department, and I have connections with other major agencies as well. It shouldn't be a problem. Before leaving Anqing, Yi Fan had meticulously arranged everything. Under Guo Li's direct command, the Tianji Pavilion and the Jinwu department were coordinating actions to serve Yi Fan's plans, all while keeping his true identity concealed. Is that so? Before Ling Yifei could voice her doubts, her elder sister Ling Yanqiu suddenly called. Yifei, where are you? Something terrible has happened. Your brother-in-law, Yi Fan. He was killed in an explosion. Ling Yanqiu's voice trembled on the line. About the matter you mentioned earlier. Maybe hold off for now? Don't bring anyone back today. The Hua family's already here with Hua Jie. I need to go to Anqing immediately to confirm the situation. At Yi Fan's family funeral, he had been nothing more than a fool. Back then, all 7 sisters-in-law had pinned little hope on him, merely intending to use their family's influence to shield him, preserving a flicker of the Yi bloodline. But after Yi Fan's astonishing ascent, Ling Yanqiu had begun to place immense faith in him, even seeing him as her newfound pillar of support. Now that he was suddenly dead, what would become of the sister-in-law's clans? When they had publicly pledged themselves to him, they had irreversibly incurred the wrath of the Prince of Jin. With Yi Fan gone, their strongest protector, the prince would undoubtedly unleash unrestrained retaliation. What? Brother-in-law is dead. This, Ling Yifei's voice faltered in shock. She knew all too well of Yi Fan's formidable presence and had revered him deeply. If he was truly gone. What now? Elder sister, don't worry. I'll handle everything. There's no need to rush to Anqing just yet. Let things unfold first. Return to the Ling family and see exactly what second uncle and the Hua family are scheming. Taking the phone from Ling Yifei, Yi Fan continued smoothly. These minor schemes of theirs, they're no match for me. And you are? Ling Yanqiu asked, the voice on the other end faintly familiar yet unplaceable. I'm Fan Yi, Yifei's boyfriend. Pleased to meet you, elder sister. Yi Fan smirked wryly, an odd sensation flickering through him. Ling Yanqiu had initially been his sister-in-law, then his wife, and now, she was his elder sister? When the truth eventually came to light, what would he do if both sisters came looking for him at once? At that moment, would he be facing Ling Yifei as her brother-in-law? Or would he be facing Ling Yanqiu as her brother-in-law? A wry smile crossed Yi Fan's mind, but these were minor matters. Now that he had the identity of Ling Yifei's boyfriend, things would be much more convenient for him in Shangjing. Hello! Inside a car on the way back to the Ling residence, Ling Yanqiu frowned as she listened to the voice on the phone. Fan Yi, you'd better think carefully about what you'll face today upon entering the Ling family. Whether it's the Ling family of Shangjing or the Hua family of Hong Kong, both are giants. A single misstep, and you'll be crushed to dust. No worries, Yi Fan replied casually. Don't worry, sis. Even if something happens to brother-in-law, isn't there still me? I'll keep protecting Yifei and you. Hearing the anxiety in Ling Yanqiu's voice tugged at Yi Fan's heart. At the Yi family funeral, she had announced her marriage to him despite immense pressure. Fully prepared to die. After surviving that storm, she had finally seen hope with Yi Fan's rise. But now, with his sudden death by explosion, her world had shattered. The problem was, this plan, luring the snakes out of hiding, couldn't be revealed. Only by making the act convincing could the vassal families be fooled. The Jin Prince, the Yi family of ancient martial arts, the Shun sect, and enemies within the Tianji Pavilion. Only if they believed Yi Fan was truly dead would they reveal themselves. Sigh, I don't need your protection. You two, never mind. Just come home first. Once you arrive, don't go inside yet. Meet me at the gate so we can talk. Ling Yanqiu's emotions were tangled, her mind chaotic. Yi Fan's sudden death had felt like the sky collapsing. After losing the second young master of the Yi family in battle, she had found purpose in marrying Yi Fan, only for him, too, to vanish. She took a moment to think, forming a rough plan. She would meet this Fan Yi first. If he seemed reliable, she wouldn't expect much from him. Instead, she would use her remaining influence to send him and her sister abroad to some quiet place where they could live peacefully. Ling Yanqiu had nearly sacrificed everything for the family, losing the chance to live freely. But she refused to let her sister suffer the same fate. She couldn't do much else, but ensuring their escape was within her power. As for Fan Ye's claim that he could help the Ling family escape their predicament, resisting the Jin Prince's retaliation, Ling Yanqiu dismissed it outright. Yi Fan, the most monstrous genius in Xia, had risen with terrifying speed, crushing much of the Jin Prince's influence in a short time. Yet even he couldn't fully shield the Ling family. How could Fan Yi, a mere grandmaster from Yunqing who had a grudge against the Zhao family, stand against such colossal foes. Sigh. Had that damned rascal Yifan really died just like that? Su Yixue was already pregnant, yet Ling Yanxiu and the elder sister-in-law hadn't even gotten the chance to be intimate with him. The guilt weighed on her. She had promised to expand the Yi lineage, yet only Su Yixue had succeeded. Dig into Fan Ye's background. In an instant, intelligence networks across Yunqing received requests to investigate Fan Yi. From Ling Bo, Ling Yanxiu, and other major families who had caught wind of the news. All wanted to uncover the truth about this man. Little did they know Yi Fan had meticulously crafted Fan Ye's identity while in Yunqing. With Elder Pang's help, every detail, background, history had been airtight, fortified with 9 layers of deception. No matter who investigated, they would uncover the same fabricated truth. Fan Yi was a grandmaster once affiliated with the Jiangnan family, an enemy of the Zhaos who had killed Zhao Dekhang, now dating Ling Yifei. Shangjing, outside the Ling residence. Dozens of bodyguards swiftly mobilized, forming 3 concentric defensive lines. Stay sharp, a scarred captain snarled at his men. Second Master Ling gave strict orders. Today, not even a fly gets past this gate without his permission. Got it? Messing up today won't just mean punishment. It'll cost you your head. But if you do well, Second Master won't forget his loyal men. The scarred man's aura pulsed at the emperor-level realm. Though chiefly a business empire, the Ling family's martial prowess was nothing to scoff at. Yes, sir. Just as the guards dispersed toward their posts, a taxi pulled up to the gate. Yifan and Ling Yifei stepped out, arriving ahead of schedule. This is the Ling estate, Ling Yifei said shyly, looping her arm through his before striding toward the entrance. Stop! The scarred captain stepped forward, blocking them. Second Master gave orders. No one enters without his approval today. He shot a glance at a subordinate, signaling him to inform Ling Bo that Ling Yifei and her boyfriend had arrived. The Hua family's butler and Huijie were inside, negotiating the marriage arrangement. If Ling Yifei barged in with her boyfriend, it would humiliate the Huas beyond repair, not only ruining the engagement but provoking their wrath against the Lings and derailing Second Master schemes. How dare you? This is my home. Do I need permission to enter my own house? Ling Yifei's temper flared, her voice icy. You're just Ling Bo's dogs. Have you forgotten who truly runs the Ling family? My sister is head of this household. Try stopping me and see what happens. Her piercing glare made several guards falter, shuffling backward. These lower-rank sentries still drew salaries from the Ling coffers. While loyal to Ling Bo, they knew defying Ling Yifei or her sister would spell disaster. The scarred captain scowled, quickly weighing his options. Then, through his earpiece, Ling Bo's command echoed. Let Second Miss in. But the man stays outside no matter what. Clearing his throat, the captain spoke firmly. Second Miss, as a member of the Ling family, you may enter freely. However, this gentleman must remain here. Piss off. Ling Yifei had a fiery temper. She kicked the bodyguard in front of her square in the chest, sending him stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Though Ling Yifei's martial arts skills were barely at the entry level, the bodyguard, who was actually at the control realm, dared not fight back. When it came to conflicts between Second Master and Ling Yifei, minor characters like them knew better than to interfere. Otherwise, they'd be the first casualties. Who dares stop me now? Ling Yifei coldly hissed as she yanked a combat blade from another bodyguard's belt and brandished it threateningly. Anyone who blocks my way gets cut down. Her aggressive stance forced the remaining bodyguards to instinctively retreat a few steps, their eyes flickering toward their scar-faced leader. As one of Ling Bo's trusted subordinates, the scarred man found himself in a dilemma. While Ling Bo now held considerable authority within the Ling family, the true head of the household was still Ling Yanxiu. Would Second Master's power grab succeed? But at this point, there was no time for hesitation. Miss Ling, don't force our hand. We're just following orders, the scar-faced man said firmly. No one is allowed in or out today, except you. The Ling family is hosting an important guest from Hong Kong. Those words made Ling Yifei freeze for a moment before realization struck. The Hua family from Hong Kong is here? Humph. So this is second uncle's little scheme. Damn it. Beside her, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Though he already had a clear grasp of the situation from intelligence gathered by the Jinwu Division and Han Yoyue's network, he had to maintain his disguise as Fan Yi and feign confusion. The Hua family? What's going on? Ling Yifei's face darkened. Second uncle conspired with the Hua family, a powerful Hong Kong conglomerate, to force an arranged marriage on me. That's why I took a job at the airline, just to avoid that scumbag Hua Jie. And now they've come looking for me. With my brother-in-law dead from that bombing, they're even more ruthless. Originally, due to her elder sister Ling Yanqiu's fierce opposition, second uncle had stopped pushing the Hong Kong marriage matter. But now, with Yi Fan's supposed death in Anqing, second uncle wouldn't miss this golden opportunity to strike. Is that so? Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smirk. No matter. With me here, nothing will go wrong. But the Hua family has ties to several top-tier authorities in the capital. They can mobilize powerful figures from official institutions. Their influence is immense. Even if you can overpower them physically, openly attacking them would mean defying the imperial court itself. How can the Ling family stand against the royal family? Ling Yifei's face was etched with worry. A terrible premonition gnawed at her. Her brother-in-law Yi Fan's death was like the first domino to fall. What followed would undoubtedly be a catastrophic chain reaction. The Ling family had already been under pressure from the Jin Prince's faction. They'd survived only because of Yi Fan's protection, and because the Jin Prince's son was under Yi Fan's control, restraining the prince from unleashing his full retaliation. Now, with that restraint gone, the Jin Prince would retaliate with everything he had. In fact, Ling Yifei wouldn't be surprised if second uncle seized this very day to call a family meeting and strip Ling Yanqiu of her authority altogether. Influential authorities and powerful figures? They know them, and so do I, Yi Fan said with a devilish grin. Other capital figures might be beyond his reach, but he had Jinwu Division's Azure Dragon leader, connections left behind by Princess Chu Lanwei, and if push came to shove, he could always seek out Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan, mobilize the Prime Minister's forces, or even turn to the Yaoqi Holy Lands network. Surely they could crush a mere Hua family? Aren't you my girlfriend now? If a man can't even protect his own woman, what kind of man is he? Yi Fan smirked, pulling Ling Yifei into his arms. The overwhelming aura radiating from him, coupled with his undeniably masculine presence, sent her heart racing uncontrollably. What a real man! This seemingly delicate pretty boy exuded the same dominating presence as her late brother-in-law. Now that brother-in-law was gone, her sister must be grieving terribly. Maybe she should introduce Fan Yi to Ling Yanqiu, if he could comfort her. And if something did develop between them later, well, better to keep things within the family, right? For martial artists, especially those above the grandmaster level, having multiple women was hardly unusual. The moral constraints of the mundane world no longer bound them. All right, I'll listen to you. Ling Yifei said no more, pressing herself further into Yi Fan's embrace. Back on the plane, she had sensed that Yi Fan was no ordinary man, but she hadn't actually witnessed him in action. Now, she was curious. Just how would he handle this situation? Unhand Miss Ling. Have you no shame? Do I not exist? The scar-faced man, furious at seeing Yi Fan casually holding Ling Yifei, stomped his foot and roared, "Men! Kill him!" Second Master had given strict orders. Today, with the Hua family present, Ling Yifei must not be seen cavorting with another man, especially not in front of them. They might not dare lay a hand on Ling Yifei, but Fan Yi was fair game. With a shout, the scar-faced man swung his blade at Yi Fan in a furious slash. Simultaneously, 6 or 7 other blades stabbed toward Yi Fan from all directions. The sheer force of multiple Grandmaster-level auras distorted the air itself, creating visible ripples. Ling Yifei's hair stood on end. If Yi Fan failed to dodge, he would undoubtedly suffer horrific injuries. In her panic, her delicate fingers reflexively clutched at his pectoral muscles. But Yi Fan remained utterly calm. He merely unleashed an Emperor-level aura, forming an impervious barrier of protective energy around himself. Boom! The charging bodyguards never even reached him. They were violently repelled by the sheer force of his defensive energy. Crash. Thud. A series of explosive impacts later, every attacker went flying like cannonballs. Some with shattered ribs, others with ruined dantians. The severity of their injuries depended solely on how much force they had put into their attacks. Aya! Amidst the agonized wails, every guard blocking the entrance now lay sprawled on the ground. And the entire time, Yifan hadn't so much as moved a finger. They went down, just like that. Ling Yifei gaped in disbelief. Among these guards were several grandmasters, yet they were effortlessly wiped out. To overwhelm grandmasters with such ease, one would need at least peak martial monarch strength, if not higher. But judging by Yifan's display, emperor level without a doubt. Perhaps there's still hope for the Ling family? Even if her brother-in-law was dead, her new boyfriend was an emperor-level expert. With him around, at least some of the clowns plaguing the family would think twice before acting up. Why you? How are you so strong? The scar-faced man lay sprawled on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he stared in shock at Yifan, who was slowly approaching him. His limbs felt like they were weighed down with lead, utterly paralyzed. Worse, he could sense a strange energy surging violently through his meridians, not just ravaging them but also devouring his life force and martial essence. Terror. Despair. His instincts had been right. Those Ling sisters were never easy targets. The elder sister, Ling Yanqiu, had found herself a monstrously talented boyfriend in Yifan, that freakishly genius warrior who nearly brought the Jin royal family to ruin single-handedly. And now, the younger sister, Ling Yifei, had somehow managed to scoop up another heaven-defying prodigy for herself. True, her brother-in-law had supposedly been blown to pieces, but this new boyfriend of hers, Fan Yi, clearly had the potential to fill those shoes. Damn it all. Yifan took another step forward and planted his foot squarely on the scarred man's chest, looking down at him with icy disdain. Still think you can kill me now? In truth, Yifan's real cultivation was at the martial saint, 7th tier realm, meaning men like this were nothing more than trash he could obliterate with a mere flick of his wrist. But for now, he had to maintain his disguise as Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's devoted boyfriend. Some restraint was necessary. He still needed this identity to operate freely in Shangjing. The scarred man was drowning in regret. If he'd known this was how strong Fan Yi was, he would have never dared lift a finger against him. Boom! Without another word, Yifan channeled a burst of energy through his foot, slamming it down with enough force to blast the man into unconsciousness. Around them, the other fallen bodyguards lay helpless, forced to watch as Yifan strode forward with Ling Yifei in his arms, utterly powerless to stop them. Fan Yi, you're amazing. Ling Yifei clung to Yifan, her body melting against his as she breathed in his overwhelmingly masculine aura. Who knew getting spanked in public would lead to stumbling upon such a treasure of a man? Amused, Yifan didn't hold back. While his inner flame pulsed rhythmically, he gave her backside 2 firm squeezes. A surge of warmth flooded Ling Yifei's body, transforming into martial energy that instantly catalyzed her cultivation. Within moments, she had broken through to the mastery realm, then immediately began ascending toward Grandmaster. Ha! At first, she'd been embarrassed to have her bottom groped in front of so many people. But now, feeling her power skyrocketing, she couldn't contain her excitement. What kind of insane technique is this? Getting spanked makes me stronger. Wait, if just this much boosts my cultivation, what if we go further? Her imagination ran wild. Would I break through to Martial Venerable? Maybe even Martial Emperor? If I reached that level with 5 Martial Emperors in the Ling family, even second uncle wouldn't dare make a move. I could finally help my sister. Greedy flames ignited in her heart. Fan Yi, thank you. Before Yifan could react, Ling Yifei suddenly threw her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his in a fervent kiss. MMM. A shy whimper escaped her as she surrendered to his dominating presence, her body going boneless against his. The soft curves of her chest, her slender waist, Her delicate fragrance melted seamlessly into Yifan's embrace. Whatever. He's already my boyfriend. Better to just dive in. Consider this my first kiss. A welcome gift for him. Plus, with benefits like this, I'm definitely not the one losing out here. Her entire body trembled. Partly from exhilaration over her soaring power, partly from sheer triumph at securing such a man for the Ling family. So lost in passion was she that she didn't even notice her collar slipping open, exposing pale skin to Yifan's appreciative gaze. Let him look. It's his anyway. Their embrace continued without restraint. Right there at the estate gates. Ling Yifei absorbing energy from the kiss while Yifan benefited in his own way. What the hell? Ling Bo, who had just stormed out from the mansion with his entourage, nearly exploded at the sight. Not only were his men littered across the ground, but right in front of him, in broad daylight, Ling Yifei and that bastard Fan Yi were shamelessly tangled together, lips locked like starved beasts. This has to be deliberate. A deliberate slap to his face. Cursing, Ling Bo instinctively reached to cover the eyes of the young man beside him. None other than Hujie, the young master of Harbor City's prestigious Hua family. But he was too late. Hujie had already seen everything. Let her go! He roared, face contorted with rage. That's my woman. He spun on Ling Bo, livid. This is the pure and untouched Ling Yifei you promised me. You think it's acceptable for her to openly drape herself over another man like this? My Hua family has already sent out invitations. Are you mocking us? Ling Bo could only grimace, his mind reeling. Damn it. This little bitch. This is psychological warfare at its finest. Yet despite the chaos around them, the couple showed no signs of stopping. If anything, Yifan, still deep in the kiss, began boldly exploring Ling Yifei's body with his hands, tracing every curve as if flaunting his conquest for all to see. Ah! Hujie stomped his feet in fury. Ling Bo, if you don't give me an explanation today, I swear I'll castrate you. Though Hujie was scum, he wasn't stupid. His anger was boiling over, yet he still restrained himself. At the Ling residence, he refrained from acting out unless absolutely necessary. Humph! Ling Bo also lost his patience, snorting coldly through his nose. You think I'm some weakling just because I haven't shown my teeth? As he barked the words, a surge of martial energy erupted from his wrist, striking toward Yifan with lethal intent. Ling Bo had truly unleashed his killing intent. His attack carried the full force of a martial sovereign. In his estimation, the bodyguards at the gate had been taken down by Fan Yi, presumably Yifan, whose strength should also be at the martial sovereign level, confirmed by his investigations. He had to make an example of Yifan. First, he'd intimidate him with martial sovereign power, separate him from the others, then escalate to emperor-level strength and execute Yifan on the spot. Giving Hujie the explanation he demanded. Whoosh! The moment Ling Bo's energy blasted out, Yifan countered. With a casual flick of his wrist, a sharp cone of energy condensed, effortlessly deflecting Ling Bo's strike, keeping it 2 meters away. The two violent martial energies clashed midair, visible ripples spreading outward. And then, Ling Bo's attack, potent enough to leave a massive crater upon impact, vanished without a trace. Not a single sound, not even a gust of wind. His peak martial sovereign level strike had utterly disappeared, no explosion, no aftermath. Ling Bo blinked, doubting his own eyes. He looked again, gone. His ferocious strike hadn't even grazed Yifan's sleeve, let alone hurt him. Was this guy actually terrifyingly strong? Ling Bo's expression darkened. Hujie too tensed up. At that moment, Yifan finally pulled back from Ling Yifei, as if casually stretching. He smacked his lips playfully. Yifei, your lips are so sweet. Then moi. He kissed her again. Later. Let's find a quiet spot for more. Only then did he glance at Ling Bo and Hujie in the courtyard, feigning surprise. Huh? Uncle Ling? When did you two arrive? He scratched his head, putting on an exaggerated look of embarrassment. Oops. You saw me kissing Yifei. How awkward. His face even flushed slightly, as if genuinely ashamed. Ling Yifei, still dazed from the kiss, stared at him in shock. Shy? Really? That had been her first kiss, and she hadn't known what to do. Yet Yifan had taken full control, his skilled movements leaving her weak and breathless. And now he's acting bashful? Meanwhile, Ling Bo and Huijie were fuming. You're embarrassed? We don't buy it for a second. Bullshit. As if you didn't know we were here. You did this on purpose, just to provoke us. Oh. Ling Bo and Huijie exchanged glances. Can you tolerate this? Ling Bo prodded, eyes glinting slyly. This was your woman. And now another man's kissing her in front of you. He deliberately played on Huijie's ego. If it were me, I couldn't let this slide. Ling Bo wasn't stupid. Yifan's strength had unsettled him. He would fight Yifan, but not alone. He'd drag Huijie down with him, ensuring the Hua family got tangled in this mess too. Between Ling Bo and Huijie, at least 800 schemes brewing at once. Huijie, seeing Yifan's terrifying display, hesitated. Ling Yifei possessed a unique physique and abilities, critical for the Hua family's ambitions. Anyone who obstructed Huijie's claim over her would be ruthlessly eliminated. Originally, the Hua family planned to watch from the sidelines, but now Ling Bo had caught on. Yifan wasn't to be underestimated. There was no escaping this fight. Unforgivable. Huijie exploded, veins bulging. This is an insult to the Hua family's dignity. I won't stand for it. Ling Bo, let's take him down together. Crush him. Martial energy crackled around Huijie as he pretended to charge. Ling Bo also growled. How dare he cause trouble at the Ling estate? He picked the wrong place to mess around. Both men rippled with overwhelming martial power, yet neither actually attacked. After you, second Uncle Ling. No, you first, young Master Hua. You go. Please, I insist. Two scheming snakes pushing each other to strike first. Yifan watched coldly, lips curling in mockery. Amusing. Ling Yifei exhaled in relief. Clearly, Yifan's display had deterred them. Neither wanted to be the first to die. Her eyes darted toward the street. If they stalled just a little longer. Once her elder sister arrived, given her authority and influence, she'd dismantle these two effortlessly. After much back and forth, Ling Bo and Huijie still hadn't moved. Clearly, neither dared provoke Yifan alone. Finally, they exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, call reinforcements. If they wouldn't fight, they'd bring in someone who would. Fine. Ling Bo and Huijie each dialed encrypted numbers. Minister Wang, we need your help at the Ling estate. Could you step in? Governor Liu, there's trouble here. Would you intervene? As dominant forces in Hong City, Hua family, and the capital Ling family, they naturally had high-ranking officials indebted to them. Now it was payback time. On our way. The responses crackled through their phones reassuringly. Hanging up, Ling Bo and Huijie relaxed, gloating at Yifan. Listen, punk. Ling Bo sneered. You have 30 seconds to scram. Run while you still can, or soon, crawling won't even save you. The Ling and Hua families had long prepared for today's marriage negotiation. To prevent Ling Yanxiu from retaliating, the Hua and Ling families had already stationed reinforcements in a hotel near the Ling residence. The Hua family had enlisted Minister Wang of the Jinwu division, whose strength was at the martial emperor level, while the Ling family had brought in Deputy Governor Liu Matian from Shangjing, whose power also reached the martial emperor tier. However, before Ling Yanxiu could act, Ling Yifei had returned home with an unexpected boyfriend. Yifan, let go of that girl right now. Some women are beyond your reach. Huijie glared at Yifan, his hatred so intense it seemed he wanted to devour him alive. Huijie had long ago consulted a fate diviner, who deduced Ling Yifei's unique physique. Over the years, he had observed her secretly, pulling every string to get close to the Ling family and secure this marriage. In his mind, Ling Yifei had always been his future wife. But now, right before his eyes, another man had stolen her first kiss, his hands even wandering over her body. The humiliation of being cuckolded was unbearable for Huijie. Throughout his life, he had always been the one cuckolding others, never the other way around. Ling Yifei bringing a man home like this was a blatant affront to the Hua family's dignity. Yifan had to be punished. Humph. Yifan, do you even know who's coming? Deputy Governor Liu of Shangjing and Minister Wang of the Jinwu Division. These are men of immense power in the Great Xia, and both are martial emperors. Even if you could handle them, would you dare lay a hand on them? Ling Bo, seeing Yifan remain unmoved, issued another threat. Though he had already summoned backup and investigated Yifan's background, finding nothing noteworthy, Ling Bo couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that Yifan was far from ordinary. His ideal outcome? Avoid conflict with Yifan altogether. Beside Yifan, Ling Yifei paled at the mention of Deputy Governor Liu and Minister Wang. Yifan. These two are legendary figures in Shangjing. They're rumored to have deep ties to the Prime Minister's office. Even the Gene Prince backs them. Maybe we should step back for now? Wait until my sister returns to handle this. She was genuinely worried. After all, this was Shangjing. Tangling with such high-ranking officials meant making an enemy of the Great Xia's entire regime. Even if Yifan was unprecedentedly powerful, challenging them was suicide. Yifan merely chuckled. Step back? With me here, that's impossible. So they called some people? What's there to fear? As he spoke, he sent a message to Guali, arranging personnel deployments in Shangjing. As the chief commander of the Jinwu Division, dealing with its Minister Wang would be effortless. The trickier issue was Deputy Governor Liu Maoyan. Handling him would require some maneuvering. But will this really work? Ling Yifei still hesitated. Yifan smirked. A man never says can't. He pulled Ling Yifei closer, his intimate gestures making Huijie's face twitch violently. This was utterly infuriating. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Huijie was about to explode, two figures rushed into the courtyard, accompanied by overwhelming surges of martial energy. Second Master Ling. Young Master Hua. It was Deputy Governor Liu and Minister Wang, summoned by Ling Bo and Huijie. Who dares cause trouble in the Ling residence? Governor Liu greeted Ling Bo coldly before scanning the scene. His rise to Deputy Governor of Shangjing had relied heavily on Ling Bo's influence, so Ling Bo's affairs naturally took priority. Here's the situation. My niece was already betrothed, yet some insolent brat bewitched her and chose today, of all days, to provoke us in front of both families. Ling Bo briefed Governor Liu, who then turned to Yifan. Brat, here's your chance. Kneel and crawl out of here, and I'll spare your miserable life. Otherwise, you won't leave alive. Liu Maoyan's rat-like face twisted with disdain. Kneel? How about you show me how it's done? Yifan couldn't care less. A measly second-rank martial emperor posing as some big shot? Even the emperor himself wouldn't intimidate Yifan. Huh? The crowd froze, wondering if they'd misheard. Yifan wasn't just defying the deputy governor of Shangjing. He was outright taunting him, demanding he kneel. Yifan, you're courting death. Fine, disrespect us if you want. But Governor Liu, do you even realize this is Shangjing? A single finger from him could crush you. Ling Bo sneered, deliberately provoking Liu Maoyan. Governor Liu won't let this slide. Teach him a lesson. Liu Maoyan's face darkened further. He shot Ling Bo an irritated glare. Did I look like I needed your commentary? You're dead. With a furious roar, martial energy surged around Liu Maoyan as he prepared to strike. But Yifan was faster. Slap. A burst of energy coalesced in Yifan's palm as he backhanded Liu Maoyan, sending him flying. Splat. Blood and shattered teeth sprayed across the ground. Despite being a second-rank martial emperor, Liu Maoyan was sent sprawling like trash, completely defenseless. Gasps echoed through the courtyard. Even Minister Wang subconsciously clutched his own cheek, wondering if he could have withstood that blow. Gee, Governor Liu, are you all right? Ling Bo's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull as he rushed to help Liu Maoyan up. Was his trump card this week? Get off! Liu Maoyan shoved Ling Bo away, clutching his swollen face as he roared at Yifan. You bastard! Do you even know who I am? Hitting you is an honor. To echo your words, you've got 3 seconds to crawl out on your knees. Otherwise, Regret will be the least of your worries. The Yi family has fought tooth and nail for Great Xia for so many years. Most of the empire's territory was conquered by them. But when the cunning Heir is dead, the hound is boiled. Once Great Xia stabilized, the Jin prince, following his scheme, moved against the Yi family. Though the imperial family did not openly support it, their silence made them complicit in the Yi family's massacre. Even if the emperor himself stood before Yi Fan now, Yi Fan would show no mercy. He'd slap him without hesitation. Just a deputy governor of Shangjing? In my eyes, he's trash. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Chu Lanwei, the princess of Chang, and Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort, both were his women. If it came to power, these two forces alone were more than enough to crush a mere deputy governor, right? Moreover, Yi Fan himself was the chief commander of the Jinwu division. The specters revered him as their young master, and the Celestial Secret Society had numerous high-ranking members in Shangjing as well. Even the likes of Elder Zhang and Elder Tang, who had dared to oppose Yi Fan in the past, had suffered miserable fates. What waves could a measly deputy governor make? You! Lu Motian, witnessing Yi Fan's ruthless tone, froze midway through his attempt to strike. This Fan Yi didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Under normal circumstances, even martial sovereigns in the martial world would show him some respect due to his status as deputy governor, let alone humiliate him outright. Lu Motian hesitated, then turned to the Jinwu division's Minister Wang beside him. Lao Wang, how about we act together? Lu Motian knew that in terms of strength, he stood no chance against Yi Fan alone. Besides, the Jinwu division was an institution that operated above conventional power structures, backed by Chun Yao, the King of Shadows. Even if they caused massive chaos, there'd be no repercussions. With Minister Wang at his side, he'd fare much better. Fine. Unlike Huojie or Lingbo, who hesitated, Minister Wang didn't push back. Young man, have you heard of the Jinwu division? Minister Wang took a step forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Yi Fan. The 8th Squad of the Jinwu division specializes in assassination. Many officials who mysteriously vanish, or overreaching tycoons who disappear, those are our handiwork. As for me, I'm the assassination division's minister. If I want you gone, I can make it happen any time. Minister Wang stared at Yi Fan with contempt. No matter how strong he was, one man could never stand against an entire organization. 4 years, the Jinwu division had carried out missions across Great Xia. Whether dealing with ordinary officials or martial venerables, none had ever resisted successfully. This Fan Yi lacked any significant backing. What was there to fear? Seeing Yi Fan remain silent, Minister Wang continued, "Of course, we're not unreasonable. Today, you've offended second young Master Ling and the Hua family. This matter could escalate or it could be settled quietly. If you have enough of this, we might let you off. Otherwise, don't think you'll walk away unscathed." As he spoke, Minister Wang rubbed his fingers together. Oh? Yi Fan frowned slightly, then understood immediately. Was this bastard trying to extort money? Demanding a payoff to spare his life? Yi Fan almost laughed. For so long, it had always been him forcing his enemies to buy their lives. Now the tables were turned? Chun Yao was one of the organizations his mother had left behind, destined to be passed down to him. Corrupt vermin like this in the Jinwu division gave him the perfect opportunity to clean house. Oh, so money can settle this? How much does Minister Wang need to make today's trouble disappear? Yi Fan feigned fear, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Ling Yifei, standing beside him, was stunned. Huh? Her boyfriend had been fearless just moments ago. How did Minister Wang scare him into submission so easily? The arm she had wrapped around Yi Fan's didn't feel as warm anymore. A flicker of disappointment crept into her heart. Had she misjudged him? Yet, after a moment's thought, she understood. The Jinwu division was a colossal entity that had dominated an era. Hardly anyone in Great Xia wouldn't tremble at its name. Even though internal strife and Chun Yao's injuries had weakened its influence, the division's sheer size ensured its intimidation remained. Who wouldn't be terrified of the Jinwu division? She had expected too much from him. No matter what, since she had chosen to stand with Yi Fan, she would stick by him. Today's trouble was originally her burden. She had to protect him no matter what. Once her sister returned, she'd have a solution. Before her grandfather passed away, he had assigned the strongest martial sovereign under his command to protect her sister, the most powerful expert the Ling family had. His presence alone could suppress everyone here. Seeing Yifan capitulate so quickly, Ling Bo, Huojie, Lu Maoyan, and Minister Wang exchanged glances. They had fully expected a bloody fight. Minister Wang had even lied to his superior, Min Hong, claiming a major conflict required the squad leader's intervention to apprehend Yifan. Yet, the moment Jinwu Division was mentioned, Yifan folded. Now emboldened, Minister Wang smirked. 10 billion. That'll buy your life. He glanced at Ling Bo and Huojie, who nodded subtly. Yifan hadn't actually harmed them. If they could drive him away while pocketing 10 billion, why not? As long as Yifan didn't cause trouble at the Ling Manor tonight, Huojie and Ling Bo's men easily handled the Ling sisters and forced Ling Yifei into submission. Once Huojie took Ling Yifei by force and absorbed the power of her unique physique. Whether they married or discarded her later wouldn't matter. Deal. 10 billion it is. Cash or card? Yifan agreed without hesitation, stunning Minister Wang and the others. What the hell? 10 billion handed over without blinking? What kind of fool? Damn it. They'd asked for far too little. Minister Wang cursed inwardly. If he'd known Yifan would cave so easily, he should have demanded 20 billion. Exchanging glances with Lu Maoyan, he steeled himself. Actually, I misspoke. 10 billion is too little. You'll need to pay 20 billion to leave. And you'll crawl between my legs like a dog. Huojie, emboldened by Yifan's weakness, chimed in. Ling Yifei had had enough. Huojie, don't push it. Fan Yi, let's go. Ling Yifei said as she hooked her arm through Yifan's and headed toward the door. Don't be afraid. My sister is very capable. Even though these guys are a bit troublesome, she'll definitely handle it. We won't take this kind of disrespect. Ling Yifei's tone carried a hint of domineering protectiveness over her husband. Yifan looked at his little sister-in-law and couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed he'd have to treat her better in the future. Before the two could take another step, Ling Bo, Minister Wang, and the others moved to block the exit, standing in a line. Trying to leave now? Too late. Lu Maoyan, in particular, looked utterly disheveled. His teeth had all been knocked out, leaving his speech slurred. Yet his sharp glare burned with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Yifan apart. Pay up. I won't take this slap for nothing. Lu Maoyan had been thoroughly humiliated today. If he didn't get some compensation from Yifan, how could he ever show his face in the capital again? Earlier, when Yifan had shown no fear, Lu Maoyan had even begun doubting himself. But now that Minister Wang had arrived, the authority of the Jinwu Division clearly carried more weight. As the group closed in, Ling Yifei tried to step in front of Yifan, but he gently patted her waist. It's fine. It's just 20 billion. I'll pay. Peace is priceless. Yifan remained completely calm, even pulling out his bank card and addressing Minister Wang directly. Minister Wang, aside from your own cut, are there others in the Jinwu Division who need to be taken care of? For example, Min Hong, captain of the 8th Squad. Should I pay extra? Dealing with these lowlifes would be as easy as lifting a finger for Yifan. The only reason he was playing along was to see whether Minister Wang's corruption was an isolated case or a systemic issue within the Jinwu Division. If even Min Hong was involved, then the Jinwu Division had a serious problem. Minister Wang, Ling Bo, and Huojie were completely thrown off by Yifan's willingness to pay, even offering more. Is this guy really such a coward? Just hearing the name Jinwu Division scared him into submission? Now he's even volunteering extra money? But when Yifan mentioned Min Hong, Minister Wang's expression darkened. The name of the 8th Squad's captain wasn't common knowledge, and the fact that Yifan knew Min Hong's full name suggested he had significant connections. More importantly, Minister Wang's embezzlement absolutely could not reach Min Hong's ears. As the leader of the Jinwu Division's assassination unit, Min Hong was notoriously strict, answering only to the division's director, Chan Yao. If Min Hong found out about Minister Wang's corruption, he'd execute him 10 times over. Kid, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. I'll handle the Jinwu division's affairs myself. Minister Wang glared threateningly. If you dare spread rumors, I'll rip out your tongue right now. Initially, Minister Wang had only intended to intimidate Yifan, but now, he was seriously considering killing him. Yifan's knowledge of Min Hong made him a liability. He had to be silenced. Fine, then I'll pay. Yifan narrowed his eyes, scanning the group, and inwardly sighed in relief. Minister Wang's reaction suggested his corruption was an individual act. Min Hong was still trustworthy. Just as Yifan was about to swipe his card, Huijie suddenly interjected, "Wait, the amount's wrong. It's not 20 billion. It's 80 billion. Fan Yi, can you even afford that? If not, you'll have to leave an arm as collateral." Despite this being his first encounter with Fan Yi, Huijie inexplicably felt his heart pounding with fear. Something about Yifan filled him with deep unease. Huijie's only thought was to cripple Yifan. Even if he couldn't kill him, severing an arm would at least prevent him from growing stronger. Shameless! How dare you keep raising the price? When will this end? Before Yifan could respond, Ling Yifei snatched up a fallen blade and brandished it. Do you really think the Ling family is so easy to bully? Huijie, just because you've colluded with second uncle doesn't mean you can control the Ling family. Her voice was icy. If you're not afraid to die, then try it. Today, I'm protecting my boyfriend. You won't get a single cent. Ling Yifei stood like an enraged mother hen, shielding her chick. But Ling Bo and Huijie weren't mere hawks. They were wolves. They paid no attention to her threats. Fan Yi, what's your answer? Will you pay the 80 billion or not? Minister Wang sneered arrogantly. In his eyes, the Jinwu division's reputation had already cowed Yifan into submission. If he was willing to pay 20 billion, he'd probably just haggle over 80 billion. But Minister Wang had no idea that Yifan's earlier compliance had served its purpose, confirming that the Jinwu division's core leadership wasn't corrupt. Now, there was no reason to endure this humiliation any longer. Pay? Pay this. Yifan's demeanor shifted abruptly as he roared and swung a vicious slap at Minister Wang. A surge of energy instantly suppressed all of Minister Wang's martial power. Despite being a martial emperor, Minister Wang was utterly powerless against Yifan's strike. He could only watch helplessly as that massive palm slammed into his face. His cheeks swelled, teeth flew out, and his entire body was sent flying. The scene was identical to what had happened to Lu Motyan earlier. Watching this, Lu Motyan felt a strange sense of relief. Damn, so it's not just me who's weak. Even a high-ranking Jinwu division official got smacked down the same way. You! Fan Yi, have you lost your mind? Minister Wang clutched his swollen face, staggering to his feet. You just attacked a Jinwu division minister. Do you even understand the consequences? You're finished, Fan Yi. Completely finished. The 8th Squad's leader is on his way. If you leave the Ling family in one piece after this, I'll kneel and call you Dad. Minister Wang had already summoned Min Hong, captain of the 8th Squad. No one knew the true extent of Min Hong's strength, but rumors placed him as the 3rd most powerful figure in the Jinwu division, second only to the director and the Shadow Enforcer. With such a figure arriving, representing the full might of the Jinwu division, how could Yifan possibly resist? Yet, in Yifan's eyes, this so-called big shot was nothing. To begin with, Min Hong had only been dispatched because Yifan had instructed Guali to summon him. Even if Min Hong dared to make a move on him, Yifan could effortlessly crush him with a single hand. You, Fan Yi, what's going on with you? Weren't we just agreed? You were even ready to pay. Why are you suddenly going back on your word? Ling Bo stood to the side, his entire body trembling. Yifan's sudden shift in attitude was too drastic, so illogical that it made no sense. If Yifan was truly afraid of the pressure from official connections, then he should have backed down the moment Lu Mushin and Minister Wang appeared. So why had Yifan lashed out with a single slap, sending Lu Mushin flying? A deputy governor of Shangjing, a high-ranking imperial official, meant absolutely nothing to Yi Fan. But if Yi Fan intended to stand his ground, why had he conceded to Minister Wang? Money. That was the key to everything. Ling Bo, a capable figure among the second generation of the Ling family, was no fool. In mere moments, he grasped the core issue. Yi Fan had only changed his attitude after hearing Minister Wang demand money. Could it be that Yi Fan despised Minister Wang for taking bribes? This guy, does he actually have ties with someone high up in the Jinwu division? Things might get messy today. Ling Bo sucked in a cold breath, already considering retreat. But the moment he turned to leave, he froze. All escape routes had been sealed off. Yi Fan had quietly surrounded every possible path with restraining chi energy. With a faint glance, Yi Fan's gaze settled on Minister Wang. Minister Wang, right? The Jinwu division big shot you're talking about. Isn't that just teammates Captain Minhong? Tell me, do you honestly believe I can't summon the entire shadows of Jinwu division with a single call? And that they wouldn't dare show me anything but respect? Yi Fan knew his fake death scheme wouldn't fool everyone. Chen Yao, for one, would never buy it. As the Dark Monarch, a man who had suppressed an entire era, Chen Yao would instantly see through Yi Fan's plan. He intended to use his own death to lure Shinmen and his other sworn enemies out of hiding, forcing them into the open for a final reckoning. So when Yi Fan instructed Guili to contact Chen Yao and mobilize Minhong and the shadows, Chen Yao would undoubtedly cooperate fully. Moments ago, Yi Fan's overwhelming strength had thoroughly intimidated Lu Mushin and Minister Wang. But Yi Fan's latest statement made all of them burst into laughter. Make the shadows treat him with deference? What a joke. Everyone knew the shadows were the most lethal blade within the Jinwu division. If Chen Yao gave the order, its members wouldn't hesitate to cut down their own parents. The shadows wore black masks. No one had ever seen their true faces, nor had they ever shown emotion. Within the entire Jinwu division, the shadows obeyed only Chen Yao. Why on earth would they show respect to someone like Yi Fan? Because he's got a big head? What absolute nonsense. They had thought Yi Fan was someone formidable, but in the end, he was just another loudmouth pulling empty threats out of thin air. At the end of the day, no matter how strong his fists, what could one martial artist truly accomplish? Nothing more than brute force. Fan Yi, quit the act. You think you can mobilize the shadows? Hell, I might as well claim I can summon the US president, believe that. Hu Jie sneered from the sidelines. Minister Wang, still nursing the slap across his face, softened his tone. Fan Yi, if 8 billion is too much, we'll settle for the original 1 billion. Just don't interfere in today's matters. Honestly, this situation with Ling Yifei's marriage is not something you can handle. Getting involved will only bring you trouble. Exactly. Lu Mushin chimed in. With your skills, Fan Yi, you can have any woman you want. Why insist on making things difficult here? Take our advice, leave now before the Jinwu division big shots arrive. Otherwise, once they're here, it'll be too late to run. Both Lu Mushin and Minister Wang shared the same thought. Just get rid of this damned nuisance first. As a high-ranking official and deputy governor of Shangjing, getting entangled in such affairs was already a breach of protocol. If things escalated, they'd be in deep trouble. So, I can just leave? No need to pay the 8 billion. Yi Fan smirked, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Sure, fists weren't everything, but in this world, power often dictated reality. Having strength but choosing not to use it was one thing. Being powerless was another altogether. Right now, Minister Wang and Lu Mushin had softened purely because Yi Fan had beaten them into submission. The two big shots had conceded, but Hu Jie refused to back down. Especially seeing how tightly Yi Fan held Ling Yifei's slender waist. Looking like he owned her, Hu Jie was seething. Wait, Minister Wang, Governor Lu, didn't we agree earlier? Either he coughs up 8 billion, or he loses a hand or foot. If possible, Hu Jie wished he could chop off Yi Fan's third leg too. Damn it! Who knew if Yi Fan had already marked Ling Yifei during their time together? If Yi Fan had truly done the deed, Hu Jie's losses would be catastrophic. and the entire Hua family's plans would suffer a devastating blow. Shut the hell up! Lu Mushin and Minister Wang glared at Huijie, wishing they could strangle him on the spot. Idiot! Couldn't he read the room? Yifan was obviously toying with them. Sure, claiming ties to the shadows was nonsense, but the guy might genuinely have connections in Shangjing. Though humiliated, the two officials just wanted to defuse the situation and send this disaster packing. Like deflated balloons, they groveled before Yifan. Young Master Fan, forget about the 1 billion too. Let's just call this a misunderstanding. How about we be friends? The humiliation was unbearable. Two high-ranking imperial officials, reduced to fawning over a young man, bowing and scraping. It was infuriating, but what choice did they have? They couldn't win in a fight, yet walking away wasn't an option either. So, I owe nothing. Yifan watched their pathetic display, his lips curling in amusement. But if this was all just a misunderstanding, then what about the mental distress you've caused me? How do you plan to compensate for that? Huh? What does he mean? Ling Bo and Huijie exchanged stunned glances. Hadn't they brought Minister Wang and Lu Mushin here to deal with Fan Yi? So how had Fan Yi suddenly become the victim? Misunderstanding him? Suffering mental distress? Wait, was this bastard now demanding compensation for emotional damages? You mean we're the ones in the wrong? And now we even have to compensate you for emotional damages. Huijie stared at Yifan in utter disbelief, completely unable to believe his ears. How on earth did this Fan Yi have the audacity to say such a thing? Wasn't this bastard the one who stole his arranged fiancée? And now he had the nerve to demand compensation for emotional distress? How absurd was this? This classmate, your answer is absolutely correct. You're quite considerate, thinking ahead like that. I think you have a bright future. As he spoke, Yifan smirked devilishly at Huijie, his sharp gaze piercing through him like a blade, sending shivers down his spine. It felt as if his very soul had been laid bare. Bam! Before Yifan could even react, Minister Wang and Governor Lu beside him struck first, each delivering a heavy punch to Huijie's back, sending him sprawling face first into the ground. Idiot! Moron! Utterly brainless! The two were absolutely furious. They had painstakingly negotiated terms, nearly coaxing Yifan into agreement. And now, this fool Huijie had to open his big mouth and offer to compensate Yifan for emotional damages? Wasn't this just digging their own grave? Earlier, they had demanded at least 1 billion from Yifan. Now, if they had to compensate him, wouldn't it be the same amount? Damn it! Was there no justice in this world? Two high-ranking officials of the empire had come here to resolve the issue, only to end up offering their faces for Yifan to punch, then groveling to apologize and compensate him for emotional distress. How could they possibly accept this? But now, given the overwhelming power Yifan had displayed, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. Ahem, young Master Fan, how about 1 billion for emotional damages? Lu Motian covered his face and cautiously asked Yifan. Having only served as deputy governor for a few years, Lu Motian hadn't amassed much wealth. If he had to compensate Yifan, he'd be left penniless again. Yifan's lips twitched as he smirked. What do you think? Here's a look. Figure it out yourself. Gulp. Minister Wang and Lu Motian exchanged bitter smiles, speechless. Yifan's meaning was clear. 1 billion was far too little. After all, Huijie had just raised the price to 8 billion. Wasn't this just shooting themselves in the foot? Minister Wang, Huijie, who had just been knocked to the ground, staggered back to his feet, trying to speak. His movement terrified Minister Wang and Lu Motian. Before Huijie could utter another word, the two sprang into action. One clamped a hand over his mouth while the other channeled martial energy into his fists and delivered several brutal punches to Huijie's stomach. Thud, thud, thud. They didn't stop until Huijie collapsed unconscious again. This jinx better keep his mouth shut. Every time Huijie opened his mouth today, disaster followed, one misfortune after another. They couldn't risk letting him speak again. After dealing with Huijie, Minister Wang and Governor Liu turned back to Yi Fan with awkward smiles. Young Master Fan, how about 2 billion? As a token of our sincerity. Ling Bo nearly spat out blood hearing their words. Easy for them to say, 2 billion as a token of sincerity. But in the end, he would be the one footing the bill, wouldn't he? Gasp. Beside Yi Fan, Ling Yifei watched the rapidly shifting situation, her brain practically overheating. What the hell was going on? Her boyfriend, sometimes domineering, sometimes cowardly. How had things ended up like this? The people who came to cause trouble for Fan Yi were now the ones compensating him for emotional damages? This was beyond ridiculous. 2 billion, no matter where you were, that was an astronomical sum. Fan Yi, enough. Let's just stop here. Okay? Please. Ling Yifei tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, pleading. The situation was still negotiable, and her sister would likely return soon. Once she did, things could be resolved properly. So Ling Yifei didn't want Yi Fan to take any more risks. But to Yi Fan, this was child's play. Once he made a move, why would he back down? No rush. Let the bullet fly a little longer. With a devilish grin, he turned to Minister Wang. Who do you think you're fooling? 2 billion to brush me off? Weren't you just demanding 8 billion? Hand over the 8 billion first, then we'll talk. Of course, Yi Fan wanted the money, but giving up his wife, not a chance. It was obvious. He was screwing them over. Though 10 or 20 billion meant nothing to him, as long as it made them suffer, he was more than happy. Sigh. Minister Wang and Lu Motien sighed inwardly. Clearly, this Fan Yi wasn't someone they could easily trick. He remembered that 8 billion figure all too well. Suppressing their frustration, the two turned to Ling Bo. Patriarch Ling. Ling Bo, standing behind them, had wanted to flee, but Yi Fan had already blocked all escape routes. Stuck here, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Now, seeing the two officials' gazes shift to him, a sense of dread washed over him. Gentlemen, why are you looking at me? Don't play dumb. We came here to help you settle this. Now that money's needed, you expect us to pay. Lu Motien glared at him, while Minister Wang shot him a dark look before turning to the unconscious Huijie. With a kick to Huijie's face, he barked, "Hey, wake up. Time to pay up." Minister Wang only had a business relationship with the Hua family, so he held no reservations about roughing Huijie up. In his eyes, the Hua family was just a prominent clan in Hong Kong. Establishing themselves in the mainland wouldn't be easy. With the power behind the Imperial Martial Division, crushing the Hua family would be no challenge. Pay? Pay for what? Huijie, forcibly rebooted, was utterly confused. Hadn't Minister Wang and Lu Motien just beaten him unconscious? And now they were waking him up to make him pay? Is this about a bar tab? Fine, I'll cover it. Only after speaking did Huijie finally grasp the situation, his expression darkening instantly. What damn bar tab? It's your big mouth that blurted out 8 billion. Pay up now, or we'll take it out of your limbs. Minister Wang drew his combat blade, pressing it against Huijie's arms and legs. This idiot was the one who'd demanded 8 billion from Yi Fan, threatening to take his limbs if he couldn't pay. Now, the consequences were his to bear. Huh? 8 billion? There's no way I have that kind of money. Huijie glanced at Yi Fan and instantly realized this was about the compensation he had just mentioned for Yi Fan's emotional distress, and this guy actually had the audacity to demand 8 billion right off the bat. But Huijie understood. The 8 billion was definitely Fan Ye's retaliation, because he had just demanded the same amount from Fan Yi. Damn it! If only he hadn't run his stupid mouth earlier. If you don't have the money, I'll cripple both your legs. Minister Wang was furious at Huijie's earlier actions. While barking the threat, he surged with energy and actually shattered one of Huijie's legs and an arm. What? Minister Wang, have you lost your mind? My father has such deep ties with you. How could you? My leg. Aya. Huijie collapsed to the ground with a thud, screaming in agony. Minister Wang had actually attacked him? Really crippled his legs. Sure, with the Hua family's resources and modern medicine, Huijie could be healed, but his martial cultivation would suffer irreparable damage. Damn this Minister Wang. Just because he was a director of the Jinwu division, he thought he could act this recklessly? After shattering Huojie's limbs, Minister Wang turned to Yi Fan with an ingratiating smile. Young Master Fan, you see, I've already crippled Huojie. Are you satisfied now? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he waved his phone, which was recording. I've got video evidence. Young Master Hua wasn't crippled by me. It was all you, Minister Wang. This has nothing to do with me. Minister Wang stared at Yi Fan's recording phone, completely dumbfounded. I may be cruel, but you're a damn demon. We can joke around, but recording? That's crossing the line. This Fan Yi was way too sly. He had forced them into a corner, yet now he was flipping the script and pinning all the blame on him. Originally, Minister Wang had thought that after breaking Huojie's limbs, the grudge between the Hua family and Fan Yi would be irreparable. The Hua family would naturally seek revenge on Fan Yi, sparing him the hassle. But now, thanks to the recording, all the hatred was directed at him. Son of a... Minister Wang clenched his fists in fury before awkwardly turning back to Huojie. Young Master Hua, what if I said this was all just a misunderstanding? Would you believe me? Damn it! Now he'd screwed things up with both sides. Who knew if his Jinwu division authority could even protect him now? For a fleeting moment, Minister Wang even considered butchering everyone on the spot to cover his tracks. But that was impossible. At the very least, he couldn't kill Fan Yi. Regardless, he had to deal with Fan Yi first. Young Master Fan, since Huojie's already crippled and you vented your anger, maybe you could lower the compensation a bit. 8 billion was excessive. While the Hua and Ling families could probably scrape it together, they certainly wouldn't want to. Even if Minister Wang and Lu Motyan each pitched in 1 billion, they'd still be far short. How about 4 billion? Minister Wang forced out the offer through gritted teeth. He made a decision. If Fan Yi refused, he'd tear off all pretenses. Even if he had to beg Min Hong on his knees, he'd make sure Fan Yi died here today. With so many martial emperor-level experts present, there was no way Fan Yi could survive. 4 billion? Sure. Fan Ye's response made Minister Wang and Lu Motyan breathe a sigh of relief. Had they finally tamed this demon? But Fan Ye's next words instantly shattered their hopes. Just now, your brutality traumatized me. Since you're so generous, add another 4 billion, total compensation 12 billion. Wire it straight to my account. He flashed a devilish smirk as he pulled up his bank details on his phone. What? You want another 4 billion? Have you lost your mind? Do you have no shame? Lu Motyan nearly jumped out of his skin upon hearing the demand. Minister Wang, no more talking. Let's take him down. Patriarch Ling. No more hesitation. 12 billion? For emotional distress? Was this guy's skull lined with gold? Who charged that much for psychological damages? Ling Bo finally snapped too. We're fighting. They had come here to deal with Fan Yi, but now they were supposed to pay him instead. No way in hell. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't fork it over. They refused to swallow this humiliation. 3 martial emperor-level powerhouses unleashed their energy, locking onto Fan Yi, ready to strike. Beside Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's hair stood on end from the pressure. Fan Yi, see? I told you to quit while you were ahead. Now what? The 3 martial experts formed a triangular encirclement, trapping Fan Yi and Ling Yifei in the middle. Even if they wanted to escape the Ling family compound now, it was impossible. Yifei, don't you trust your man? Fan Yi smirked at the woman in his arms. Today, I'll show you something special. Even 10 of these guys wouldn't be enough. Whoosh! A fluctuation of martial saint-level energy rippled from Fan Ye's wrist, sending visible waves through the air that crashed toward Ling Bo, Minister Wang, and Lu Motyan. Though the motion seemed subtle, the overwhelming power behind it instantly drained the color from their faces. Boom! A nearby flower pot shattered into dust upon contact with the ripples. Holy shit! We can't take him. I can already hear my ancestors calling. Lu Motyan and Minister Wang sensed imminent death. In an instant, they saw the Reaper's sickle. Fan Ye's strength wasn't at the martial emperor level. It was Martial Saint. God damn it. This was terrifying. But now, even retreat was impossible. Crack, crack. The shockwaves tore through their defensive chi, shattered their bones, caved in their chests, and obliterated their dantians, reducing them to crumpled heaps on the ground, vomiting blood like dying dogs. They had barely even raised their fists before they were completely neutralized. As for Fanyi, he remained standing, having done nothing more than flick his wrist. Such power was monstrous. I gave you a chance to buy your lives for 10 billion. You refused. Now, any last words? Fan Ye's cold gaze bore into Ling Bo, Lu Motyen, and the others. These guys really had balls of steel. Right then, clatter, clatter. A rush of hurried footsteps erupted from outside. What the hell is going on here? Who dares cause trouble? Min Hong, captain of the Jinwu Division's 8th Squad, arrived with a heavily armed brigade. Accompanying him was a masked figure, Shadow. At this moment, Yifan was stepping on Minister Wang's chest, his foot pulsing with energy as he considered how to deal with him. Meanwhile, Minister Wang, pinned beneath his foot, felt his heart leap into his throat. He was terrified that Yifan might accidentally crush him with just a slight misstep. Just then, teammate leader Min Hong arrived, along with numerous elites from the Jinwu Bureau, and most crucially, even Lord Shadow himself had come. Am I finally saved? Captain! Lord Shadow, help me! Minister Wang shouted toward Min Hong as if seeing his savior. Fan Yi, that bastard, dared to attack an official of Daxia. This violates Article 32 of the Jinwu Bureau regulations. Please, Lord Shadow and Captain, arrest him immediately. After finishing his plea, Minister Wang finally let out a sigh of relief. Even if the captain couldn't defeat Fan Yi, with Lord Shadow present, it should be enough. Lord Shadow's strength was unfathomable within the Jinwu Bureau. With so many experts joining forces, surely they could subdue Fan Yi. And if Fan Yi even dared to attack Lord Shadow and the captain, well, that would truly be like poking a hornet's nest. At that point, even the dean himself might step in. The bigger the mess, the better. Fan Yi, you're finished now. With the captain and Lord Shadow here, no matter how strong you are, can you really challenge the entire Jinwu Bureau? Humph. I tried to let you leave peacefully, but you refused. Now it's too late. With Team 8 leader Min Hong backing him, Minister Wang grew emboldened and gleeful. Lu Motyen, lying nearby, also knew the might of the Jinwu Bureau. With Team 8's captain personally arriving and Lord Shadow's presence, this overwhelming force meant capturing Yifan today was a certainty. Ha! Fan Yi, weren't you acting all high and mighty earlier? You got the guts to raise a hand against Captain Min Hong and Lord Shadow now. Despite lying on the ground, his martial energy completely drained, Lu Motyen stubbornly clung to consciousness, eager to see Yifan face retribution. Oh? Raise a hand. Yifan smirked faintly, stepping before Min Hong before lifting his palm, as if genuinely preparing to slap him. The sight sent Ling Yifei into a panic. Fan Yi, don't do anything rash. Even if Fan Yi had clashed with Minister Wang or beaten Lu Motyen half to death, it wouldn't have been catastrophic. But if he truly attacked Team 8's captain, or worse, Lord Shadow, the consequences would be unbearable. Not just for Fan Yi, but for the entire Ling family. Even if my sister wanted to help, with her husband already dead in the explosion, she'd be powerless now, right? Hit him. Go on, strike. It'll be a spectacle if you do. In stark contrast to Ling Yifei's dread, Minister Wang, Lu Motyen, and Ling Bo inwardly cheered, urging Yifan to go through with it. Even if Fan Yi so much as grazed Min Hong, the situation would escalate beyond repair. Yet, to their confusion, despite Yifan's blatant provocation, Min Hong and Lord Shadow remained motionless, showing no sign of resistance or retaliation. What's going on? Lord Fan, you must be the person young Master Gua instructed us to assist. Just as tension reached its peak, Min Hong suddenly spoke. He bowed deeply to Yifan. Greetings, Lord Fan. Even more shocking was that the usually stern Min Hong actually bowed respectfully to Yifan. Beside him, Lord Shadow followed suit, his voice low and deferential. The dean has ordered us to temporarily follow all your commands. Behind his mask, Lord Shadow's sharp gaze swept over Yi Fan. Though Yi Fan concealed his aura flawlessly, Lord Shadow, as a martial emperor-level powerhouse and the Jinwu Bureau's top assassin, possessed an acute sixth sense. In that instant, he sensed a familiar presence emanating from Yi Fan. And before this mission, the dean had given him an absolute order. Though neither Lord Shadow nor Min Hong voiced their suspicions, they had already pieced together the truth. They had guessed Yi Fan's fake death scheme. Yi Fan. This young man before them, though his appearance differed, went by the name Fan Yi. Fan Yi. Rearranged, it was a homophone for Yi Fan. Realization struck both Lord Shadow and Min Hong simultaneously. They exchanged a glance. Damn it! No wonder the dean had issued such a resolute command, even sending Lord Shadow, who rarely left his side, on this mission. The man standing before them was none other than the Jinwu Bureau's chief commander, Yi Fan. How could they dare defy his orders? Lord Fan, shall we execute all of them? Lord Shadow wasted no words, unsheathing the dark battle blade from his back as he coldly glared at Ling Bo, Minister Wang, and Lu Mayin. By now, their martial energy had been crippled by Yi Fan, their bodies severely injured. Under the crushing pressure of Lord Shadow's aura, they coughed up another mouthful of black blood. But worse than their physical wounds was the psychological devastation. What the hell is happening? This makes no sense. The Jinwu Bureau was known for fiercely protecting its own. Yet now, despite Minister Wang being brutalized by Fan Yi, teammates Captain and Lord Shadow not only refrained from retaliating, they were bowing to him with utmost respect. Captain, Lord Shadow, you must be mistaken. I'm the victim here. No questions asked, just siding with Fan Yi outright. Minister Wang and Lu Mayin recalled Fan Ye's earlier claim that with a single call, even Lord Shadow would treat him with deference. At the time, they had dismissed it as bravado. But now, the truth was undeniable. Lord Shadow and the captain were bowing to Fan Yi. The situation had spiraled completely beyond their control. Boom! Without even glancing back, Lord Shadow blasted Minister Wang away with a surge of energy. Did I give you permission to speak? Had it been anyone else clashing with Minister Wang, Lord Shadow and Min Hong might have suspected a misunderstanding. But now that they had deduced Yi Fan's true identity, their loyalty was absolute. Regardless of right or wrong, Yi Fan was the Jinwu Bureau's supreme commander. His word was law. Moreover, judging by Yi Fan's past battles in Yunqing, Huadu, and Guangxing, if he had targeted Minister Wang, there had to be a reason. Already grievously wounded, Minister Wang was now on the brink of death after Lord Shadow's strike. His face twisted in despair and injustice as he whimpered, "Lord Shadow, Tears streamed down his face. What did I even do wrong? All he had done was help Ling Bo block some nameless youth from entering the Ling family. How had it escalated to a life-or-death situation? And worst of all, this Fan Yi wasn't just insanely powerful. His background was terrifying enough to command even Lord Shadow's obedience. Ling Bo and the Hua family, they've truly kicked an iron plate this time. The Jinwu division has clearly taken Fan Ye's side. As for Lu Mayin, even if he's the deputy governor of the Shangjing region, there's likely no good outcome waiting for him either. Beside them, Lu Mayin was so terrified he wet his pants. Staring at the scene before him, he now utterly despised Ling Bo. This had truly screwed him over. If Fan Yi could mobilize even the shadow envoy of the Jinwu division and had the audacity to cripple him, then his status wouldn't be enough to stop Fan Yi from acting further. The worst part? All it would take was one word from Fan Yi, and the shadow envoy would execute him on the spot. And if the Jinwu division acted, his death would mean nothing. No repercussions, no justice. Realizing this, Lu Mayin completely folded. Rolling and crawling to Yi Fan's feet, he kowtowed frantically, begging for mercy from both Yi Fan and Ling Yifei. "Young Master Fan, I was wrong. Miss Ling, I was wrong. Blind and foolish. Please spare my wretched life. I promise no swear. I'll never oppose the second young miss or the eldest young miss again." As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The only reason Lu Motian had agreed to back Ling Bo today was due to the news from the northwest. Yi Fan, Ling Yanxiu's fiancé, had been killed in an explosion. With Yi Fan dead, the Yi family would collapse, and the suppressed Prince Jin would reclaim power. Without Yi Fan's protection, the Ling family would soon become easy prey. Lu Motian had hoped to profit from this by helping Ling Bo seize control. But now, Ling Bo had been completely crippled, his martial arts destroyed, any support from the Hua family lost, and his ambitions crushed. Even if he survived, he'd never hold influence in the Ling family again. Stupid. Every man for himself or heaven and earth will destroy you. At this point, Lu Motian no longer cared about reputation. This was all Ling Bo's plan. He conspired with the Hua family to force the second young miss into marrying Hua Jie, then used the Hua's influence to push the eldest young miss out and take over the family. I only helped him because he threatened me. Nearby, Hua Jie kept passing out from shock, only to wake up and faint again. Hearing Lu Motian's accusations, he nearly went mad. Why drag him into this? He tried to speak but immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. One wrong word and those Jinwu division elites might kill him on the spot. He wasn't ready to die yet. Lu Motian, still groveling, cautiously added, "Young Master Fan, I am still the deputy governor of Shangjing, an imperial official. My direct superior is the Grand Secretariat. Perhaps spare me for their sake? It'd avoid unnecessary tensions." His words were measured, but the implication was clear. Killing an imperial official would insult the Grand Secretariat itself. Lu Motian hoped his status would force Fan Yi to show restraint. Little did he know, Ji Ningxuan, the Grand Secretariat's daughter and future imperial consort, was already Yi Fan's woman. Before coming to the Ling family, Yi Fan had instructed Guo Li to arrange matters. Timing-wise, the Grand Secretariat's envoys should arrive soon. The situation had reversed so abruptly that Ling Yifei couldn't even process it. Fan Yi, maybe let it go? We shouldn't offend so many powerful figures. This Fan Yi had just arrived in Shangjing and was already making enemies everywhere. Worse, since he'd publicly claimed to be her boyfriend, his actions would now reflect on the Ling family. The fallout would be disastrous. Offend them? Yi Fan smirked. I came to Shangjing precisely to offend people. His gaze shifted to the courtyard gate as a car screeched to a halt. Out stepped a middle-aged man and woman in trench coats. Lu Motian's face paled. Envoy Xiang? Lady Hong? Why are you here? These were no trivial figures. Envoy Xiang was the Grand Secretariat's right hand, responsible for delivering imperial directives, while Lady Hong was a high-ranking attendant to imperial consort Ji Ningxuan. Their sudden appearance spelled doom. Lu Motian, Envoy Xiang declared coldly. By order of the Grand Secretariat, your appointment as Deputy Governor of Shangjing is revoked. All other official titles under the Great Xia Empire are hereby nullified. This is the decree. He handed Lu Motian a stamped document. At the sight of the Grand Secretariat's scarlet seal, Lu Motian collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Why? How could this happen? This wasn't just about being crippled. The decree had been prepared before Yi Fan struck. The speed meant the Grand Secretariat had acted for Yi Fan. Just how deep did Fan Ye's influence run? Lady Hong stepped forward. By the authority of the imperial consort and the royal family, the Grand Secretariat's decree is affirmed. Furthermore, effective immediately, the Ling family is designated the imperial consort's exclusive procurement partner. The eldest young miss, Ling Yanxiu, will oversee this. Her voice turned icy. Henceforth, opposing the Ling family means opposing the imperial consort, the royal family, and the Grand Secretariat. The announcement was a thunderclap. Ling Bo fainted on the spot. Game over. Even with the Hua family's backing, he'd never recover. What he couldn't fathom was why the imperial consort would align so closely with the Ling family, and why specify Ling Yanxiu. Because of Yi Fan? Rumors swirled that the imperial consort had cuckolded the emperor with Yi Fan. But Yi Fan was dead. Was she now protecting his sister-in-law? Thud. Lu Motian also hit the ground. Ruined. He never should have come. Without his rank or martial arts, His enemies wouldn't let him see tomorrow. The silence lasted mere seconds before another car arrived. Ling Yanxiu, Yifan's sister-in-law, leaped out and rushed to Ling Yifei, frantically checking her for injuries. Only after confirming her safety did she exhale. Then Ling Yanxiu noticed Shadow Envoy, Min Hong, and the others, plus Ling Bo, Lu Motyan, and Minister Wang lying defeated. Confusion gave way to shock. The Junwu Division's Shadow Envoy had intervened for the Ling family, yet Ling Yanxiu knew the family's limits. Despite their standing, even she couldn't summon someone of that rank. Unless that heartless Yifan could mobilize Shadow Lord. But earlier, definitive news from the Northwest claimed Yifan had been blown to pieces. Wasn't that the case? Now Ling Yanxiu was frantic. She wanted to settle the family affairs quickly and fly to the Northwest to see what was really going on. Shadow Lord Captain Min Yu, furrowing her brows, Ling Yanxiu shot them a questioning look. Shadow glanced at Fan Yi, then at Ling Yanxiu, realizing Yifan must still be keeping things from her and the others. Naturally, Shadow wouldn't expose him. Miss Ling, Mr. Fan Yi has deep ties with our director, who ordered us to intervene. From now on, should you encounter any trouble, you may contact me or Captain Min directly. The Junwu Division stands firmly behind the Ling family. As he spoke, Shadow glanced at Min Hong beside him, who hastily handed Ling Yanxiu his and Shadow's business cards. Meanwhile, Special Envoy Xiang and female official Hong also extended their name cards. The Imperial Consort and the Chancellor's office are also your allies. As for Ji Ningxuan, she had arrived to assist after receiving orders from Guali. Despite the rampant rumors from the Northwest claiming Yifan had been killed in the explosion, Ji Ningxuan refused to believe it. Guali's meticulous follow-up arrangements hinted at something deeper, so she cooperated fully with his plans. Clutching the 4 name cards, Ling Yanxiu felt their weight pressing down on her arm. She fully understood the immense value they represented. Ah, this Shadow Lord, Special Envoy Xiang Yu. She cast a profound glance at Fan Yi, her curiosity about this brother-in-law growing even stronger. To command the Junwu Division into action. This power rivaled even that heartless Yifan's. Could this brother-in-law truly wield such influence? With a wave, Shadow and Special Envoy Xiang reassured her. No need for formalities, Miss Ling. Since Mr. Fan is an old friend of our director, aiding him is only natural. But regarding the next steps, Mr. Fan, your thoughts? Though Ling Bo, Minister Wang, Huijie, and the others had been crippled, they still clung to life. Unsure of Yifan's stance on execution, Shadow needed clear instructions. Yifan frowned at the situation. While the Ling family's immediate crisis had been neutralized, intelligence suggested Huo Lianqing, the Hua family's steward, and his men remained in the main hall. Though Yifan's combat strength alone could suppress them, exposing his identity now wasn't ideal. Letting the Junwu Division handle it would be more effective. Captain Min, he suddenly spoke. I recall martial experts entering Shangjing must report themselves, correct? Min Hong was momentarily baffled. Yes. And if they don't? Yifan smirked, prompting realization. Those who fail to report may be detained for interrogation. Min Hong mirrored the smirk, sensing the martial aura fluctuations in the Ling family's hall. At its inception, the Junwu Division had established this rule to maintain stability. Though rarely enforced nowadays, the regulation technically still allowed them to act. Yifan couldn't intervene directly, so he was using the division to suppress Hua's martial experts, who had come to conspire with Ling Bo. Yifei, Sister Yanxiu, since we're at your doorstep, may I come in now? Yifan shot Min Hong an approving glance. The 8th squad captain was quick-witted. Of course, let's go. Ling Yifei stared blankly at the scene before her. Had anyone else faced today's deadlock, the outcome would have been hopeless. With Shangjing's deputy governor, the formidable influence of Hong Kong's Hua family, and her uncle's betrayal, she would have been forced to marry Huijie, while her sister might have lost her CEO position today. Her hidden gem boyfriend was downright savage. Sneaking a glance at Yifan, Ling Yifei wondered, was it her imagination, or did Fan Yi despite looking nothing like her brother-in-law Yifan, exude the same irresistible aura? For a split second, the two figures overlapped in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. If Fan Yi was actually Yifan in disguise, then between her and her sister, oh God, she'd even considered setting her sister up with Fan Yi, keeping talent in the family. Yet in the end, was she the one digging into her own garden? Dazed, she stared at Fan Yi. Undeniably, this man was magnetic. Meanwhile, being addressed as sister by Yifan left Ling Yanxiu unsettled. Though she and Yifan hadn't officially dated, their only intimate moment was during the Yi family's funeral. She'd always felt an odd connection with him. Yet now, Fan Yi radiated a familiar presence. What if Fan Yi was Yifan in disguise? Then, her titles would shift from sister-in-law to wife, then to sister again. And Ling Yifei's love-struck gaze made it clear she was already smitten. If true, someday, the two sisters accompanied Yifan into the main hall. Behind them, Min Hong, Shadow, Special Envoy Xiang, and the others dragged Ling Bo, Huijie, Lu Maoyan, and Minister Wang like lifeless dogs, intentionally making a spectacle. These four, in the secular world, were figures who could shake the earth with a stomp. But today, under the united front of the Jinwu division, the Chancellor's office, and the Imperial Consort, they were worth less than dogs. Inside the Ling family hall, Hua Lianqing, the Hua family's steward, grew restless. What's taking so long? Ling Bo went out to handle things. Why hasn't he returned? Huijie went too. Someone check outside. We can't afford a mess in Shangjing. I'll have no excuses upon returning. Amidst the unrest in Xia, the Hua family aimed to infiltrate Shangjing through the Ling family, but they refused to sacrifice anything. Huijie, as their internal diplomat, must remain unharmed. Thud, thud. Before anyone could move, for battered bodies were hurled onto the floor. No need to check. Min Hong's icy voice cut through as he flung Huijie's crippled form at Hua Lianqing's feet. What? Xiao Jie. How did you end up like this? Your limbs, your dantian, your martial aura. Ah. Hua Lianqing stared at Huijie before him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The Huijie before him had been tortured beyond recognition. Crucially, his limbs were broken, his dantian completely crippled, rendering him utterly useless. After all, how much effort had the Hua family invested to cultivate Huijie into a peak martial master? He had been on the verge of breaking through to martial emperor, yet now, just like that, he was ruined? If the Hua family's chosen successor couldn't even reach the martial emperor level, then the family would almost certainly lose its chance to establish itself in the capital. Who did this? Despite noticing the presence of the two powerful figures, Shadow and Min Hong, Hua Lianqing couldn't suppress his rage and roared the question. They did it. Yifan grinned calmly, pulling out his phone and handing it to Hua Lianqing. Take a good look, Steward Hua. The video on Yifan's phone clearly showed Lu Maoyan and Minister Wang working together to break Hua Jie's limbs, just to avoid paying the 80 billion compensation? Because the money wasn't enough, you took Xiao Jie's limbs as payment? Have you lost your damn minds? Hua Lianqing barked at Minister Wang and Lu Maoyan, particularly enraged at Minister Wang. He was a pawn the Hua family had invested heavily in, intending to use him as leverage for their expansion into the capital. And now, originally, Minister Wang was supposed to help them today, but instead, he had crippled the Hua family's future leader. What the hell? This couldn't be the full story. Even with the video as proof, Hua Lianqing still burned with fury. What the hell is going on? He snapped at Lu Maoyan and Minister Wang. But by now, both men had been restrained by the State Council and the Martial Suppression Bureau's elite forces and couldn't speak, only managing choked grunts as they desperately tried, and failed, to articulate themselves. I thought their methods were too cruel, so I took matters into my own hands for the Hua family's sake. Frankly, Steward Hua, you owe me a favor now. Yifan suddenly cut in, reclaiming his phone from Hua Lianqing's grip. Hua Lianqing was speechless. The Hua family owed him a favor? How the hell could this bastard say that with a straight face? You must be Fan Yi, right? Ling Yifei's boyfriend? Humph. Kid, you've picked the wrong place to mess around. Stealing the Hua family's future daughter-in-law? This isn't over. Hua Lianqing scanned the chaotic scene. With the Martial Suppression Bureau and the State Council both involved, it was unclear whether this was the work of Ling Yanqiu or Fan Yi himself. Regardless, the Hua family's plans today were doomed. Initially, they had intended to use Second Master Ling's influence to force the marriage with Ling Yifei, pressuring Ling Yanqiu to step down and seize control of the Ling family. But now, Ling Bo was convulsing on the ground. Ling Yanqiu stood unharmed, and the Martial Suppression Bureau's elites were glaring like tigers. There was no way forward. In that case, the best move was to retreat immediately. Even as he issued threats, Hua Lianqing gestured for his subordinates to carry the unconscious Hu Jie away. However, Min Hong and Shadow roared, blocking his path. Hua Lianqing, you think you can come and go as you please in the capital? Where do you think you are? Huh? The two Martial Suppression Bureau leaders were outright intercepting him? Hua Lianqing was stunned. After all, the Hua family had connections within the Bureau. They had even once been suppliers. Shouldn't there at least be some goodwill? Yet now, the Bureau wasn't giving them even an ounce of courtesy? Officer Shadow? Captain Min, what's the meaning of this? Have I broken any laws? Am I not allowed in the capital? Seeing their hostility, Hua Lianqing dropped the pretense. I've done nothing illegal. The Martial Suppression Bureau can't just arrest me for no reason. Can it? Bang! Shadow, a hot-tempered man, seized Hua Lianqing's shoulder and flung him face first into the ground. Since when does the Martial Suppression Bureau need a reason to arrest someone? Besides, according to Article 32 of the Bureau's code, any martial artist above the Grandmaster level entering the capital must report in advance. Since you didn't, you'll have to come with us for questioning. Shadow's icy gaze swept over the crowd. A warning. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. With the future chief commander standing right there, Shadow was determined to carry out his duties flawlessly. He had witnessed Yifan's methods before. A month ago, when Chen Yao handed the bureau over to Yifan, Shadow had been skeptical but obeyed out of loyalty. But after seeing Yifan's actions since, whether in Guangzhou, the Dead Sea, the cult sect, the Northwest, or now the capital, Shadow was thoroughly convinced. Yifan's strategy, ruthlessness, and strength surpassed even the directors. He would undoubtedly lead the bureau to new heights. So Shadow carried out his tasks with even greater zeal. What? Shadow's words left Hua Lianqing utterly speechless. As an elder who had lived through the turbulent years of the Xia dynasty's turmoil, he knew this rule had once existed to maintain national stability. But in recent years, nobody had enforced it. Now that the bureau had invoked it, Hua Lianqing had no choice but to comply. Officer Shadow, we haven't done anything wrong. What exactly are you investigating? Hua Lianqing's voice was frantic. How about we leave the capital right now? We'll never set foot here again. His eyes darted between Shadow, Min Hong, and finally rested on Yifan. Young Master Fan, please, spare us. The marriage agreement with Miss Ling, consider it void. We'll never pursue her again. With a gritted teeth resolve, Hua Lianqing yanked out the betrothal letter and tore it to shreds. Years of the Hua family's scheming vanished in an instant, but Hua Lianqing knew he could not be taken in today. Once inside the bureau, even if the Hua family was innocent, their interrogation methods could easily manufacture guilt. Ling Yifei watched the torn betrothal letter drift to the ground and exhaled in immense relief. Though that contract had been forced upon her by her second uncle, never legitimate to begin with, in aristocratic families, marriage was rarely a matter of personal choice. Had Fan Yi not intervened today, she likely would have submitted to the family's will for the greater good. But now, as the letter dissolved into scraps, Ling Yifei felt like a heavy chain had shattered. Her entire body lightened with liberation. She could finally love Fan Yi without reservations. Ling Yifei instinctively tightened her grip around Yifan. If I don't seize the moment now, when will I ever get another chance? Though shy, she couldn't deny the anticipation bubbling inside her. After all, getting close to Yifan triggered that strange, comforting warmth in her. Not a bad deal at all. Beside them, Ling Yanxiu watched as the marriage contract was torn to shreds and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Her younger sister's forced engagement, imposed by their second uncle's authority, had always been a thorn in Ling Yanxiu's heart, something even Ling Yifei had been powerless to stop. But now, with their second uncle stripped of his power, his authority within the family had effectively collapsed. Her sister's marriage contract had been torn apart, and, most importantly, her sister had found the man she truly loved. Ling Yanxiu was genuinely happy for her. The only thing nagging at her was, where was her husband, Yifan? Yifan could mobilize forces from the Jinwu division, and now this man, Fan Yi, also had deep connections with them. Were the two somehow linked? Ling Yanxiu studied Fan Yi intently for a moment, vaguely recalling something Su Yixue had once whispered to her, that Yifan had 2 black moles on his buttocks. Maybe she could find a way to check. Later, if that bastard Yifan had actually deceived her and made her cry, she'd make sure he regretted it. Little did Yifan know, both Ling sisters were already fixated on him. As Hu Lianqing turned his gaze toward him, Yifan spread his hands innocently. Director Hua, you're asking the wrong person. Didn't I help young Master Hua when he was humiliated earlier? Why would I want to make trouble for you? This is between you and the Jinwu division. There's nothing I can do. His expression was so convincing that anyone unfamiliar with Yifan might have believed he was harmless. But those who knew him understood that this Fan Yi was a devil in disguise. Damn it! Hu Lianqing was certain this was all Fan Yi's doing. But he had no proof. Nothing to pin on him. He was left speechless, helpless, forced to swallow his bitterness. He shouldn't have said so much. Yifan glanced at An Ying and Min Hong, who immediately understood his silent command. Take them away. With a sharp order, Hu Lianqing, Hu Jie, Lu Motyan, Minister Wang, and the others were all dragged off. Despite being a martial emperor, Hu Lianqing dared not resist. He knew the Jinwu division's methods all too well. If he resisted, he wouldn't just be subdued. He'd be executed on sight. Fan Yi, our mission is complete. Until we meet again. Hong Nuguan, the palace attendant of the imperial consort, shook hands with Yifan before leaving. As she did, Yifan felt something slip into his palm. A folded note. He discreetly unfolded it. 3 words were written inside. I'm pregnant. Your move. Huh? The handwriting was familiar, undoubtedly Ji Ningxuan's, the imperial consort. Had that one night in Guangxing really resulted in this? If he counted Su Yixue and Yunqing, Yifan now had 2 descendants on the way. Ji Ningxuan, the daughter of the state minister and a holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect, was clever. After the explosion in the northwest and the incident with the Ling family in Shangjing, she must have pieced things together. Now she was using this to reel him in. And damn it, it was working. If she was carrying his child, he had to see her. But in 2 weeks, Ji Ningxuan was scheduled to marry the emperor. The scene that day would be explosive. Even now, Yifan hadn't figured out how to handle it. Knock Ji Yuchen unconscious? Or just outright kidnap Ji Ningxuan mid-ceremony? He could do it, his current strength made it possible. But the Yi family was now rising again. Behind him were 7 sister-in-laws, allies, brothers. He couldn't act recklessly without considering their safety. Besides, who knew what ancient monsters might lurk in the imperial court? If there were experts beyond the martial saint realm, those who had surpassed divine transformation, Yifan could be in real trouble. Either way, he had to find a way to see Ji Ningxuan. Since parting in Guangxing, he'd been preoccupied with the Death Sea and the Poison Sect, neglecting her entirely. But just as he was lost in thought about Ji Ningxuan, he felt 2 intense gazes drilling into him. Ling Yifei and Ling Yanxiu. The looks in their eyes sent a chill down his spine. Had his act been too sloppy? Had Ling Yanxiu seen through him? If so, his entire fake death plan might unravel. Thank you. Both sisters spoke simultaneously, offering gentle smiles. Given the magnitude of today's events, the Ling family might have been completely overturned without Yifan's intervention. Ling Yanxiu genuinely appreciated this new brother-in-law. While Ling Yifei's gratitude was even deeper, she didn't know how to repay him. The only way, perhaps, was herself. Ling Yanxiu, realizing she had spoken in unison with her sister, took a half step back, slightly embarrassed. Though she suspected Fan Ye's true identity, it was just a hunch. Officially, Fan Ye was her sister's boyfriend. Why was she standing so close? Fan Ye, let me formally introduce you. This is my older sister, Ling Yanxiu. Sister, this is my boyfriend, Fan Ye. Ling Yifei paused, sighing. Sister's original fiancé was incredibly powerful, but today we received news that he was killed in an explosion. Such a tragedy. Sister Ling, hello? Yifan grinned. Like I said, if your husband's gone, I can step in. Seeing the sorrow in Ling Yanxiu's eyes, he nearly blurted out the truth. But the stage was set, and the play had to go on. Even if Ling Yanxiu recognized him, she'd have to keep acting along. Sighing deeply, Ling Yanxiu gave him a long look. Let me handle the internal affairs of the Ling family first. I'll properly thank you later. With her second uncle now powerless, the faction that had relied on him was left scattered. Their backers, the Hua family, had just been crushed by the joint efforts of the Jinwu division and the state minister's office. They had no hope left. Ling Yanxiu wouldn't waste this opportunity to consolidate power. Elders, brothers, and sisters, you've all seen today's events. My second uncle, Ling Bo, violated the laws of the Jinwu division and has been stripped of his authority. He will no longer hold any position in the Ling Corporation. From now on, I will take over all his duties. I expect your full cooperation. Her voice was firm but controlled. Whatever mistakes were made in the past, I, Ling Yanxiu, swear I will not pursue them. But from this moment onward, if anyone dares to disobey my orders, collude with outsiders, or harm the Ling family, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Her declaration was clear. The past was forgiven, but now they had to choose their side wisely. Most of the gathered attendees were Ling Bo's loyalists or key elders who had supported him. They had assumed Ling Yanxiu was doomed once news broke of Yifan's death. Instead, by sheer luck, just as her husband was gone, her sister stumbled into an even stronger romance. Why did fate work this way? But the fact is, whether it's a coincidence or not, now Ling Yanxiu and her sister have powerful new backers. Putting aside everything else, just the recent announcement from the Imperial Consort side, that the Ling family would become the official procurement channel for the Imperial Consort's wedding supplies, under the protection of the Jinwu division, these two heavyweight supporters alone are enough. Even the Jin Prince, who had previously targeted Yifan, wouldn't dare act recklessly now, right? At the very least, before the Imperial Consort's wedding, no one would dare touch the Ling family. Moreover, Ling Bo has already been crippled. His dantian destroyed, his cultivation lost, and his mind left in a dazed, nearly vegetative state. In such a condition, how could he possibly continue working? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At this moment, though Ling Bo had gathered quite a number of followers, they had no other options left. We will follow President Ling's arrangements entirely. This old man is already past his prime. President Ling, please arrange for someone to take over the Human Resources Department. I will cooperate fully. Alas, the two elder pillars of the Ling group spoke up one after another. Even Xie Hong, the head of Human Resources, willingly resigned and handed over control of this crucial department. Under such circumstances, Ling Yanxiu had effectively taken complete control of the Ling group. Practically no one in the Ling family could stop her from assuming full authority over the family's affairs. The rest were just minor details to be ironed out. The dust had already settled. The internal affairs of the Ling family were resolved. As for the specifics, Yifan had little interest. His purpose in coming to the Ling family had been achieved. At the very least, he had helped Ling Yanxiu consolidate control and eliminated her uncle Ling Bo, that stubborn thorn in her side. His role as his sister-in-law's boyfriend wasn't as useful anymore. Yifan was contemplating how to slip away quietly, but Ling Yifei had long been keeping an eye on him. There was no way she would let him leave so easily. Fan Yi, come with me. Sister's busy with work now. I'll take you to see my place. Secretly, I'll tell you. There's a glowing RTX 4090 in my bedroom. Without waiting for Yi Fan's refusal, Ling Yifei grabbed his arm and hurriedly pulled him toward a small courtyard on the other side of the Ling estate. Yi Fan felt a little helpless. Was it right or wrong that he had kissed Ling Yifei in front of so many people earlier? They say a sister-in-law is half a brother's wife. Was he acting like too much of a beast? But things had already progressed to this point. What use was there in dwelling on right or wrong? He could roughly guess what might happen once they reached Ling Yifei's place. When the time came, should he resist or just surrender? Something happened in Shangjing? What could even go wrong there? Lianqing led the team himself, and with the support of Minister Wang from the Jinwu division, what could possibly go wrong with just arranging an alliance with the Ling family? Why are you all so panicked? At Hung family headquarters in Gangqing, Old Master Hung frowned and angrily thumped his cane on the ground as he scolded his subordinates. Old Master, it's a disaster. Young Master Hung and the Chief Steward have both been arrested by the Jinwu division, and young Master Hung was personally crippled by Minister Wang and Governor Liu. Look! A subordinate handed over a tablet, showing footage of Minister Wang and Liu Maoyan breaking Hung Jie's limbs. The following scenes showed both Hung Jie and Hung Lianqing being forcibly dragged into a prison van by Jinwu division officers. Hiss! Old Master Heng's entire body stiffened at the sight, his cane slipping from his grip and clattering to the floor. How is this possible? Have they lost their minds? Why would Liu Maoyan and Minister Wang attack Jie? If Jie is crippled, what future does our Hung family even have? The old master's eyes burned red. Quick! Stop the spread of the footage. Lower the public exposure at all costs. If such a major incident spread online, it would be a devastating blow to the Hung family. Their future heir crippled. This was a direct attack on the Hung family's foundation. If they didn't retaliate, the Hungs would become a laughingstock in the martial world. But what could the Hungs even do? The footage made it clear Minister Wang and Liu Maoyan acted on behalf of the Great Xia Empire. Did the Hungs, a mere family, think they could defy an entire dynasty? Preposterous. Yi Fan was already blown to pieces. Who else in the Ling family has such influence to mobilize the Jinwu division? Before approving this operation, Old Master Hung had thoroughly assessed the Ling family's potential allies. Only after confirming that Ling Yanqiu had no significant backup did he act. Yet somehow everything had spiraled into catastrophe. Who was behind this? If the Ling family had no other allies left, then the only suspect was Ling Yifei's new boyfriend, Fan Yi. Old Master, it's Fan Yi, Ling Yifei's boyfriend. Rumor has it he has ties to Chen Yao, and even connections with the Prime Minister's office. Additionally, Old Master, there's a fatal complication. The footage is already spreading uncontrollably. Our attempts to suppress it have failed. In fact, video platforms have received orders not just to keep the clips online but amplify their reach. As his subordinates delivered the report, Old Master Hung collapsed into his chair, his expression turning hollow. We're finished. This was a deliberate attack on the Hung family. Once the news spread that Hung Jie and Hung Lianqing had been arrested by the Jinwu division, the Hung family's stocks and assets would inevitably collapse. Business partners and institutions would cut ties immediately, because when the Jinwu division moved, people knew what followed. The Jinwu division wasn't just law enforcement. It was a symbol of doom. Once they targeted a family, annihilation was assured. For minutes, the Old Master listened numbly as more bad news flooded in. Old Master, our Hung Corporation stock has plummeted by 1/3. Affiliated companies are crashing too. Suppliers are demanding immediate payments. Disaster unfolded like dominoes. Once the Jinwu division marked a target, no mercy was given. And this was exactly the outcome Yi Fan wanted. To wield the Jinwu division's overwhelming deterrence, sending a clear message. Anyone who targets Yi Fan's closest allies will face obliteration. Even if Yi Fan had been blown to death, his inner circle remained untouchable. A necessary deception to buy time for Yi Fan's act of fake death. No more reports. Tell all Hungs to flee. Use any means necessary. Leave Gangqing. Leave Great Xia. May the Hung bloodline someday rise again. Old Master Hung suddenly appeared 20 years older, slumping weakly in his chair like a puppet with cut strings. He gave the order, but he knew the truth. Once the Jinmu division acted, not a single Hung would escape. The Hua family still had their connections and channels, and they had prepared various contingency plans long ago. So when the Hua patriarch ordered the core members of the family to prepare to flee, everyone sprang into action. But soon, reports started coming back. "Grandfather, the customs have been locked down. We're all on the no-exit list. The airlines are under control too. They've told us we can't leave. Our vehicles attempting to leave have been stopped. We've been ordered not to exit Hong Kong." In less than 10 minutes, the Hua family received confirmation that all routes, sea, land, and air, had been sealed off, though solely targeting the Hua family members. "Ah, the Hua family is finished." Slumping into his chair upon hearing the news, the Hua patriarch seemed to age decades in an instant. But then, suspicion flickered across his face. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. If the martial law division already discovered us, why haven't they taken action or arrested us? Blocking the entire Hua family in Hong Kong but not moving against them, what was the point?" For the Hua family, this limbo was pure torment. Either outright arrest them, sharp and decisive, or clearly declare their immunity, putting their fears to rest. But this, trapping all their core members within Hong Kong, controlling their every move without striking, yet threatening to do so at any moment, the uncertainty gnawed at the patriarch, filling him with dread. "We don't know either, grandfather. What should we do now? This is unbearable. I'm terrified they'll drag me out of bed in the middle of the night." "Stop talking. I'm too scared to sleep or even step outside. I feel like I'm being watched." Panic spread through the Hua family, throwing everything into chaos. And this was precisely the effect Yifan wanted, using such methods to intimidate those with ulterior motives. Now, the Hua patriarch regretted ever listening to Prince Jin's advice to enter the capital so soon. It was only because Prince Jin's sources claimed Yifan had been killed in the explosion that the Hua family acted today. But while Yifan was dead, a brother-in-law emerged in his place. Damn it all. "Father, should we call Prince Jin for help? At least to get Xiao Jie out?" asked Hukai, the patriarch's son, his face etched with worry. The patriarch shook his head. "No, we've likely become pawns. Since the martial law division hasn't arrested us yet, there might still be room to maneuver. But the key lies with Fan Yi. Let the situation unfold a bit longer. Our family may have to make a new choice soon." In that moment, the patriarch pieced together something critical, though exactly what remained unclear. Shanghai, the Ling residence. With Ling Bo's downfall, most of Ling Corporation's core shareholders had gathered at the Ling family estate. Seizing the moment, Ling Yanqiu summoned all shareholders and forcefully announced several personnel appointments. For the first time, Ling Corporation stood united. The internal strife within the Ling family had been quelled. "Everyone, my uncle is no longer able to continue his duties, so the company's affairs must rely on all of you. Our top priority now is the commercial battle with the Wu family. I hope everyone will contribute more during this competition." After rallying the shareholders, Ling Yanqiu dismissed the meeting. Once everyone had left, her thoughts turned to tonight's business banquet. This event involved a critical opportunity for collaboration with a prominent ancient martial arts family expanding into Shanghai. Whoever secured this deal would gain their support. But the Ling family's rival, the Wu family, was also vying for it. And rumor had it they had already secretly contacted the project's director. "What should I do tonight?" Her gaze drifted toward the depths of the Ling estate, and Yifan's face flashed through her mind. That heartless bastard. Was he really killed in the explosion? With the situation uncertain, perhaps she should discuss borrowing her brother-in-law, Fan Yi, for tonight's banquet. Ugh! The moment the thought crossed her mind, she flushed with shame. "Ling Yanqiu, what are you thinking? Borrow him?" She just needed protection. It wasn't unreasonable to ask Fan Yi to accompany her to a potentially dangerous event, right? That's all. But another question nagged at her. Was there really no connection between Fan Yi and Yifan? If only she had a chance to check his For that mole. President Ling. President Ling? What are you thinking about? Her secretary, Xiao Fong, called her several times before raising her voice enough to snap Ling Yanxiu back to reality. Huh? Xiao Fong, what is it? Ling Yanxiu replied, flustered. Should we return to the company? You mentioned needing to visit the Northwest. Is that still happening? Also, if you're attending tonight's banquet to secure the ancient Marshall family's project, shouldn't we prepare? Xiao Fong flipped through her notes. Ling Yanxiu composed herself. Go ahead and prepare the documents. I'll handle something at home first before heading to the office. As for the Northwest, we'll discuss it later. She had made up her mind. She needed to test Fan Yi first. If he really is Yi Fan, then she wouldn't need to go anywhere. With that, she strode toward her younger sister Ling Yifei's quarters. Behind her, the gray-robed elder assigned as her bodyguard smirked faintly and shook his head. Ling Yifei's courtyard. Fan Yi, don't you dare run. You're my boyfriend. What's wrong with me taking off your clothes? Cornered against the wall in Ling Yifei's room, Yifan was pinned by her fiery gaze as she pressed closer. Trapped, he protested like a wronged maiden. Yifei, don't be like this. We're moving too fast. This isn't right. Though he had braced himself the moment she brought him here, fully aware of her intentions, he hesitated when she actually pounced. Yes, he adored beautiful women, but there was no emotional foundation between them. Plus, she was Ling Yanxiu's sister. If he slept with her now, how would he explain it to second sister-in-law later? Even if he were to cross that line, shouldn't there be an order to these things? If there's no way to refuse, then in Yifan's heart, second sister-in-law, literal, second eldest sister, should still come first. What kind of logic puts the younger sister ahead of the elder sister? What's wrong with it? Since we've already confirmed our relationship, I'm your girlfriend. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Ling Yifei pouted irritably at Fan Yi. This guy. Wasn't he acting like such a rogue earlier? On the plane, at the entrance of the Ling family estate. Why was he suddenly hesitating now that she was in his bedroom? Ready to take things further? Was this damn bad boy still thinking of some other girl? If that were the case, she'd have to act even faster. She absolutely had to seize the moment and deepen her intimacy with Fan Yi. Otherwise, if this rare treasure of a husband were swept away by another woman, enchanted by someone else, he'd surely forget about her. Once that happened, she'd never get another chance to capture his heart. It wasn't like her figure was lacking, right? Curves in all the right places. A devilish body with beauty to match. If she alone wasn't enough, maybe she could call her sister to join them later? After all, her brother-in-law had already been blown to bits. Without Yifan's support, her sister was struggling to hold the Ling family together. Fan Yi had helped her sister clean up the internal turmoil within the Ling family. But truthfully, their troubles were only just beginning. With Yifan dead, the Gene Prince and his allied forces would undoubtedly seize the chance to crush the 7 sisters-in-law who had publicly pledged allegiance to the Yi family, to make an example of those who dared to side with them. Ling Yifei took another step toward Yifan, but given his martial prowess, how could she possibly stop him? Slippery as an eel, Yifan dodged to the other side, already near the door. Yifei, let's take things slow. Besides, after everything that's happened, your sister's boyfriend being killed, her still grieving, isn't this inappropriate? Yifan just wanted to reason with her, to calm her down. But to Ling Yifei, his words carried another meaning entirely. Men really are all the same. This heartless jerk actually had his eyes on her sister. You villain. For a brief moment, Ling Yifei felt a pang of disappointment. She wasn't inferior to her sister in any way. In fact, in certain prominent areas, she even overshadowed her. The only thing missing was that touch of mature allure. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. If Fan Yi was attracted to her sister, fine. They could just bring her into this. In the martial world, such arrangements weren't uncommon. For the sake of the Ling family, her sister would probably agree. You wicked man. So you like my sister too? Consider yourself lucky. Ling Yifei huffed, her eyes simmering with playful resentment as she glared at Yifan. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. I'll make sure your wishes are fulfilled. But tonight, you're not escaping me. If you won't undress, then I'll go first. With a coquettish murmur, she began unbuttoning her chiffon blouse, revealing a delicate black camisole beneath, its straps already slipping halfway down her shoulders. The phoenix tattoo on her chest seemed ready to take flight, while her slender waist was nothing short of lethal. Every curve was sculpted to perfection, sensual yet playful, innocent yet seductive, a blend of sweetness and irresistible charm. She embodied every fantasy a man could have, the kind you'd yearn to pull into your arms and never let go. Even Yifan, battle-hardened and experienced, found himself momentarily stunned. What man wouldn't falter when faced with such a vision? A girl undressing before him, offering herself freely, but beyond his shock, Yifan was even more baffled by her logic. He liked her sister, she'd talk to her sister, and fulfill his wishes. What wishes? And he was the lucky one. Yifan's mind raced, and in seconds it clicked. Damn, this little minx actually thought he wanted both sisters. Cough. Since when was he that kind of man? For a fleeting instant, he felt the sting of being exposed. The truth was, Yifan was attracted to Ling Yanxiu, but only because Fan Yi was actually Yifan himself in disguise. As his second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu had already vowed to marry him, making her his rightful wife. Was it wrong to desire his own wife? But posing as Fan Yi had inadvertently entangled him with his sister-in-law's younger sister, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Admiring my figure, aren't you? Let's see you resist now. Ling Yifei, mistaking Yifan's stunned gaze for fascination, blushed fiercely but didn't stop. Her fingers hooked into the waistband of her pleated skirt, slipping it down to reveal the black lace beneath. Every line of her body was sculpted temptation. Voluptuous, irresistible, gulp. Even for someone like Yifan, who'd encountered countless flawless women, Ling Yifei exuded an allure unlike any other. Her very silhouette seemed to pull him in, an invisible force drawing him closer. The Hua family had once hinted that Ling Yifei possessed a special constitution. Could it be true? Because just one glimpse of her made the fragmented memories in Yifan's mind surge forward, reassembling faster than ever. Exactly like what happened when he'd been intimate with Qi Jiao, Celestial Emperor. Across millennia, what kind of secrets did Ling Yifei's body hold? Yifan's chest tightened with resignation. If her constitution truly tied into the ancient memories in his mind, then there really was no avoiding becoming involved with her. Yifei, perhaps influenced by her aura. Even his voice softened as he called her name. And Ling Yifei, though shy, was resolute. Tonight she would become his. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her petite frame melting against him as she tilted her head up, lips glistening. My love, I'm yours. A whisper, then her mouth sought his. Ah! Her breath was sweet, her tenderness overwhelming. Pressed against her softness, even Yifan's iron will wavered. Her lips seemed magnetized, pulling him in until their mouths met. MMM. The moment they kissed, a ripple of golden light shimmered between them. As Yifan lost himself in her warmth, the shattered fragments in his mind surged anew. More vivid, more complete than when he'd been with Qi Jiao. 3,000 worlds, across the vast ages, ruling over all realms. One majestic scene after another flashed through Yifan's mind, including an endless palace stretching hundreds of thousands of feet. Based on the fragmented memories in his mind, Yifan felt an eerie familiarity with that grand palace. Had it once been his dwelling? But using what little rationality he had left, Yifan doubted it. As far as his recollections went, he had never been to such a place in his entire life. How could a residence that magnificent belong to him? For a moment, Yifan struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion. Ha! As Ling Yifei and Yifan's kiss grew increasingly heated, the temperature in the room seemed to rise by several degrees. Almost instinctively, the last remaining garments covering Ling Yifei's body slipped away. Her flawless figure was now fully unveiled before Yifan. Ling Yifei writhed in his arms, feeling the scorching touch of his hands. Despite her overwhelming embarrassment, what surged stronger within her was exhilaration. Yet she also sensed something was wrong. Many times, Ling Yifei realized her body was no longer under her own control. An irresistible force drove her to press closer to Yifan. Closer and closer, as if longing to merge into his very chest. It felt as though another presence dwelled within her, desperate to unite with Yifan. But within Yifan's body, a mysterious restraint blocked and suppressed the willpower surging from Ling Yifei's body. Even in his dazed state, Yifan noticed the anomaly between their bodies. Moreover, this restraining force inside him. He had also sensed it when he had been intimate with Qi Jiao before. To this day, Yifan still didn't understand. If both Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei were connected to his fragmented memories, why did this mysterious power inside him prevent them from approaching? Why did it bar their union with him? Was this force inside him planted by an enemy? Or was it protecting him? Yifan had pondered this. Perhaps the sealed fragments in his mind and the power lurking behind them were far greater than anything known today, beyond even the comprehension of the mightiest figures in the immortal realm. What if his union with Qi Jiao or Ling Yifei accidentally unlocked those seals? If his current body couldn't withstand that overwhelming power and knowledge, would he explode into oblivion? Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yifan's hands never stopped moving. A peerless beauty, his own sister-in-law, lay before him. He had explored every inch, kissed every place he shouldn't have. Ling Yifei, secretly thrilled, was just about to pull him onto the bed, when suddenly, Ling Yanxiu arrived at Ling Yifei's residence. Sensing movement in the second-floor room, Ling Yanxiu rushed upstairs and pushed the door open. Yifei, Fan Yi H. You too. Ling Yanxiu never imagined she would walk in on such a scandalous scene in broad daylight. Ling Yifei was completely exposed, while Yifan was slightly better off, but his clothes were still disheveled by Ling Yifei's hands. Half unbuttoned, his chest bare, those well-defined muscles. Though Ling Yanxiu only glimpsed for a second, the sight was burned into her mind. Screaming in shock, she immediately covered her eyes. But recalling her original purpose, to verify whether Fan Yi had that mole on his buttocks, she peeked through her fingers to confirm. Unfortunately, even though things had escalated between him and Ling Yifei, Yifan's pants were still firmly in place. Ling Yanxiu stared intently but saw no trace of any mole. Yet, from this Fan Yi, she sensed that unmistakable, familiar aura, the same aura she had felt back at the Yi family funeral, when Yifan, supposedly unconscious, had been cradled in his mother Yu Linglong's arms. Later, it was revealed that Yifan might have been feigning stupidity for 5 years, duping everyone, especially his 7 sister-in-laws, who had all fallen for him. So now, Ling Yanxiu grew even more suspicious. Could this man really be Yifan? No, she had to verify it, even if it meant getting close herself. Ah! Ling Yanxiu's scream shattered the intimate atmosphere. Though Ling Yifei had already planned to include her sister later, she was still a maiden at heart. Taking the initiative to seduce Yifan had already pushed her limits. But being fully exposed, not just to Yifan but also to a third person, was utterly mortifying. With a startled cry, she tore herself from Yifan's arms, leaped onto the bed, and yanked the blanket over herself. Sister, what are you doing here? Ling Yifei shot her sister an aggrieved look. Her timing couldn't have been worse. Just a little longer, and she might have succeeded. Why wouldn't I come? Ling Yanxiu turned away, not daring to look at Yifan, though her tone was admonishing. Disgraceful. In broad daylight, you two actually... She cleared her throat. I needed Fan Yi for something. Oh, Ling Yifei sulked. An awkward silence settled over the room until Ling Yifei, flushed crimson, muttered, Fan Yi, hurry up and get dressed. Go with sister. I'll come out after I've put my clothes on. Got it. Yifan remained composed. Although Ling Yanxiu's arrival was awkward, It had conveniently interrupted things before they went too far. Otherwise, what would he have done if Ling Yifei had truly? Should he have continued or not? After dressing, he followed Ling Yanxiu out. Sister, what did you need me for? Studying his second sister-in-law, her rosy cheeks and shy demeanor, delicate as a willow. He couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Fan Yi, come with me for a second. Ling Yanxiu glanced at him bashfully before tugging him toward another bedroom. Oh? Yifan froze. What the? First, the younger sister dragged him into a room. Now, the older sister was pulling him into another. What exactly was going on? Was his second sister-in-law also trying to push him down? Unlike before, Ling Yanxiu was his wife. So wouldn't it be fine if they? But Ling Yifei was still next door. What if she barged in suddenly? This felt really weird. Fan Yi, hurry. Take off your pants and let me see. Ling Yanxiu's sudden demand struck Yifan like a bolt of lightning. Huh? Big sis. Why are you pulling down my pants? Yifan stared at Ling Yanxiu in shock, his pupils practically vibrating in disbelief. Things were getting this wild nowadays? They were skipping all the steps of building affection? Sis, I'm your sister's fiancé, you know? Yifan gazed intently at Ling Yanxiu, a sly smirk curling at his lips. This wasn't the second sister-in-law he knew. Before this, the second sister-in-law he was familiar with had always been proper, reserved, never getting intimate with men. Was his charm just too overwhelming? Listening to Yifan's words, Ling Yanxiu's face burned with embarrassment. I know. She bit her red lip lightly, wishing she could vanish into the floor out of sheer mortification. So humiliating. Hurry up and take them off. I need to see your butt. I just need to confirm if it's really you. Having gone this far, Ling Yanxiu abruptly threw caution to the wind and blurted out her thoughts. Check his butt? Confirm if it was him? Yifan instantly understood her meaning. So, second sister-in-law was already suspecting him? What was so special about his butt anyway? His mind raced. After a brief moment of thought, he remembered. There were a few moles on his butt, but that was his private business. Even Qiu Wan and the others who had been intimate with him might not have noticed. The only one who would know was probably sister-in-law Su Yixue. Su Yixue had wiped his body before, even casually mentioning the moles on his butt. Wait, was Yixue really this wild? Did she really share all their intimate details with Ling Yanxiu and the others? Damn. Yifan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. That girl, well, there was no point dwelling on it. If things ever got serious with second sister-in-law certain positions, best not to think about it. But then again, it made sense. At the time, Yifan had been in a delusional state. His 7 sisters-in-law had gone to great lengths to protect him, to shelter him, even doing everything possible to help the Yi family prosper. So, sharing small details about him was only natural. He glanced at Ling Yanxiu, an amused expression flashing across his face. If second sister-in-law checked his butt and found no moles, how would she take it? On the surface, Yifan was currently Ling Yifei's boyfriend. Yet here he was being cornered by her sister. This situation was downright absurd. Seeing that Yifan was still hesitating, Ling Yanxiu lost patience. Hurry up. Yifei will be back soon. As she spoke, she stepped forward, pressed Yifan onto the edge of the bed, and whoosh, yanked his pants down in one swift motion. Yifan's lower half was now fully exposed to her gaze. Most importantly, 3 dark moles were clearly visible on his buttocks, just as Su Yixue had described. Ah, you, it really is you. Ling Yanxiu's eyes widened in shock, her expression a turbulent mix of astonishment, anger, and resentment. This heartless scoundrel, nothing but a liar, playing with her emotions. Satisfied? If you're done looking, I'll put my pants back on. Yifan grinned suggestively. A faint ripple of energy surged toward his lower body, subtly masking the moles. This, of course, was deliberate. He had let her see the moles, just enough to leave her with a sliver of hope. But now, he made them disappear just as swiftly, ensuring his true identity remained concealed. After all, Yifan still needed to operate under the alias Fan Yi for many things in Shangjing. Humph. Believing she had uncovered a monumental secret, Ling Yanxiu's mood brightened slightly. She clicked her tongue and glared at him before turning back for another look, only to freeze in shock. Wait! What? Her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The moles? Where did they go? They had been there just a second ago. How could they vanish into thin air? What's going on? A hollow dread clenched at her chest. She rubbed her eyes and scrutinized his rear again, inch by inch. Nothing remained, not a single trace of the moles. Had she hallucinated? Playing along, Yifan feigned confusion. Sis, what moles? I don't have any birth. Before he could finish, Ling Yanxiu panicked. Stop! Unconvinced, she grabbed the waistband of his pants as he tried to pull them up, then shamelessly began kneading, rubbing, and even scratching at his buttocks, as if peeling away a disguise. Oof! The moment her delicate fingers made contact with his bare skin, Yifan sucked in a sharp breath. Holy hell! What was second sister-in-law doing? She wasn't just looking anymore. She was straight up groping him. The sensation was way too stimulating. Though he missed this touch, he couldn't let things go further. Ling Yifei was nearby and getting dressed. Probably wouldn't take too long. If that fiery little minx, his girlfriend, walked in on this scene, there'd be no explaining it away. And something told him that if Ling Yifei saw her sister behaving so aggressively toward him, she wouldn't hold back, likely teaming up with her sister to give him hell. Sis, stop this. You're gonna rub my skin raw. Yifan twitched his lips, casting a teasing sidelong glance at Ling Yanxiu. A martial saint's techniques were beyond the perception of a mere martial grandmaster like her. There was no way she'd spot anything amiss. No way. I did see them earlier. There has to be something I'm missing. Ling Yanxiu murmured, still kneading his now reddened rear, unwilling to let go. Creak. The door suddenly swung open. Freshly dressed, Ling Yifei hesitantly stepped in, still embarrassed from earlier, only for her jaw to plummet to the floor. What the? Sis, you? What are you doing? From her perspective, her sister had Yifan pinned on the bed, half naked and resisting, as if attempting to. Was she trying to force him? And here he was, struggling in righteous defiance. Poor Yifan. Just moments ago, in the next room, he had been tortured by her. And now, in this room, his own sister-in-law had set her sights on him. Too pitiful. In an instant, Ling Yifei's imagination ran wild. Ling Yifei's sudden appearance left Ling Yanxiu utterly stunned. Fei. I wasn't doing anything. I just... Ling Yanxiu tried to explain but realized there was no way to justify the situation. In her nervousness, her fingers dug so hard into Yifan's buttocks that she left several bloody scratches. The pain made Yifan grimace. Sis, could you maybe let go of my butt first? Since Ling Yanxiu was Yifan's wife, he couldn't very well use martial energy to force her away, so he had no choice but to endure her nails' assault. Humph, I'll get her back for this later. Oh, right. Still flustered by Ling Yifei's appearance, Ling Yanxiu only snapped back to reality when she heard Yifan's voice. Glancing down, she saw the bloody marks she'd left on his rear and hastily released him. Sorry. I was just trying to confirm something. Her emotions were a tangled mess now. Embarrassment, disappointment, and overwhelming awkwardness. She had thought Fan Yi might be Yifan, the same Yifan who had supposedly died in the explosion. But after her verification, she realized this man shared none of Yifan's distinguishing features. And now I've harassed my sister's boyfriend. How am I supposed to explain this to Yifei? Yifei, Ling Yanxiu wanted to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. Ling Yifei nearly laughed at her sister's flustered state. Who knew my normally composed sister could panic like this? Let's have some fun with her then. Humph. Sis, how could you bully my boyfriend like this? Poor Fan Yi is terrified. Ling Yifei strode over, wrapping her arms around Yifan's and glaring at Ling Yanxiu with exaggerated indignation. Ling Yanxiu blinked. Terrified? This guy looks as composed as a statue. Still, She couldn't ignore her sister's words, lest rumors spread that she was trying to steal Ifei's man. Ifei, I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to confirm if he had any connection to Yifan. Ugh, I handled this poorly. Ling Yanxiu sighed wearily, her mood sinking further. Had Yifan really died in that explosion? That heartless bastard. All 7 of us sisters pledged ourselves to him, enduring so much gossip and pressure, and now he's just gone. What are we supposed to do? Ifei, name your terms. How should I make it up to you? Ling Yanxiu's mind was in turmoil. She just wanted to settle this quickly so she could fly to the northwest and investigate the truth herself. Ling Ifei smirked inwardly at her sister's distress. My stern, unshakable sister is finally at my mercy. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. It's simple, sis. Since you bullied my boyfriend so badly, the only solution is… Ling Ifei paused dramatically, face serious. You take responsibility for him. Yifan and Ling Yanxiu nearly jumped in shock. Huh? Take responsibility? Ifei, what are you talking about? How could I? He's a man. Ling Yanxiu stared incredulously, a suspicion forming in her mind. Was this her plan all along? Did she set me up just to push this? Exactly. You saw such intimate parts of him. You've already taken advantage. Owning up to it is only fair. Marry him with me. Keep it in the family. Ling Ifei clung to Yifan's arm, grinning smugly before glancing up at him. Right, Fanyi? You wouldn't refuse, would you? Me? Yifan studied this mischievous sister-in-law, torn between amusement and exasperation. Who knew such a pure-looking girl could be this wild? Do I even have a choice? He chuckled inwardly. At this point, after how intimately Ling Ifei had clung to him, rejecting her wasn't an option, especially since he'd already seen and touched everything. The thought of another man laying hands on her was unbearable. And Ling Yanxiu? She was already his wife. Might as well seize this chance to make things official. No objections here. Yifan rubbed his nose, smirking at Ling Yanxiu. His mind drifted to delightful future possibilities with the 2 sisters. In your dreams. Ling Yanxiu recoiled as if scalded, her face burning. Ifei, this is absurd. Fanyi is your boyfriend. How could I interfere? And besides, Yifan's fate is still unknown. I belong to the Yi family, alive or dead. I won't betray him. Her voice cracked with emotion. Confirming Fanyi wasn't Yifan had shattered her. And while Fanyi had helped resolve the Ling family's internal strife, external threats still loomed. Without Yifan's backing, the Jin Prince's allied families would soon move against them. They'd need Fan Ye's support, but if I reject him now, will he still help us? Her earlier defiance crumbled into hesitation. Yifan watched, pleased. Such loyalty. She'd rather stay widowed than betray me? Still, he knew the Ling family's survival wasn't something she could dictate alone. Which is exactly why I came to the capital. Sis, why so stubborn? Fan Yi would treat you well. With both of us by his side, he'll protect the Ling family. Ling Ifei pressed, genuinely wanting to ease her sister's burdens. Ling Yanxiu massaged her temples. Just stop. I need time to think. Please. Though still resistant, her refusal lacked its earlier finality. Progress. Ling Ifei's lips curled in triumph. As Ling Yanxiu turned to leave, she hesitated at the door, then glanced back awkwardly. Ifei, could I borrow your boyfriend tonight? What? Ling Ifei and Yifan froze. Is my sister a tsundere? Actions speak louder than words? Ling Yanxiu's lips curled into a smirk. No AK could suppress it. Is this elder sister still trying to maintain her image in front of me? We're flesh and blood. No need for such politeness. Ling Yanxiu noticed the expressions on Yifan and Ling Ifei's faces and instantly guessed what they were thinking. Stomping her foot in frustration, she exclaimed, Io, what are you two imagining? It's not like that at all. I'm attending a business banquet tonight and need to compete with the Wu family for a collaboration opportunity. I just want Fanyi to come with me as backup. Ling Yanxiu hurriedly explained. Otherwise, Ling Yifei and this Fan Yi fellow would definitely get the wrong idea, assuming she was planning to borrow him for something else tonight. Oh, so that's it? Ling Yifei nodded subtly. She was aware of the Ling family's struggles with external partnerships. Recently, besieged by the vassal clans under the Prince of Jin's faction, the Ling family's survival had become increasingly precarious. Business was tough, blocked at every turn. But now came an opportunity. A super clan from martial arts circles was entering the secular world. Tonight, they would select a partner for a multi-billion-dollar project. Honestly, the project's profitability wasn't even the main point. The real prize was forming ties with this martial arts powerhouse, a golden ticket to survival. With Yi Fan presumably dead in the explosion, if the Ling family could secure this alliance, they could bypass the Prince of Jin's suppression by sheltering under the martial arts family's banner. Yes, the Prince of Jin was formidable, backed by hidden forces and even the Soul Palace, but those ancient martial arts clans had their own deep-rooted power. Even Jin wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. That's no problem at all. Before Yi Fan could respond, Ling Yifei immediately agreed. Fan Yi, remember to take good care of sister tonight. Got it? If she drinks too much, you stay with her at a hotel. And be extra attentive. She emphasized the last two words, winking at Yi Fan as if to say, here's your chance. Don't blow it. Yi Fan was speechless. These sisters really treat me like heir. They had decided everything without even asking his opinion, renting him out for the night unilaterally. Still, hearing Ling Yanxiu's explanation, Yi Fan had no intention of refusing. With himself supposedly dead, the Prince of Jin would undoubtedly strike. If helping the Ling family secure this project could relieve some of its pressure, he wouldn't refuse. Fine. Yi Fan responded, his burning gaze lingering on Ling Yanxiu. Her alluring figure radiated mature charm, a stark contrast to Su Ishue. Just another flavor of temptation. Under Yi Fan's intense stare, Ling Yanxiu felt as if her clothes had been stripped away. Coupled with her earlier groping of Fan Ye's backside, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. I'll go finish some work first. I'll pick you up at 5. Flustered, Ling Yanxiu hurriedly tossed out the words before escaping the scene. This place is unbearable. Way too awkward. After leaving Ling Yifei's villa, bitterness swirled in Ling Yanxiu's heart. Yi Fan, where are you? Are you really gone? No, I must fly to the northwest just to be sure. After a brief hesitation, she instructed her secretary to arrange a private jet to Anqing immediately. From the capital to Anqing, the flight would take just over an hour. It was still midday. She should make it back in time for the banquet. Just as she was about to exit the villa grounds, a voice called out from behind. Sister, since it's our first meeting, I don't have any gifts for you except this. Startled by the familiar voice, Ling Yanxiu turned to see Fan Yi suddenly appearing before her, smiling as he extended a fragrant pill. Emperor Realm pill? The key auxiliary medicine for breaking through to the martial emperor stage. Shocked, Ling Yanxiu's pupils dilated. Though she struggled to conceal it, the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. She had heard of martial souls pills, vital energy pills. But the Emperor Realm pill? Only a few elders had ever mentioned it. Even in the imperial court, she had glimpsed just one. It was an unparalleled treasure, rarer than rare on this planet, because practically none of the alchemists capable of refining it remained alive. Yet here it was, a pill that multiplied the odds of a breakthrough to Emperor Realm several times over. A single Emperor Realm expert could exponentially elevate a clan's prestige, whether in Great Xia or globally. Thus, even if someone offered billions for one, no one would sell. And now, this brother-in-law was handing this to her? Yi Fan smirked mischievously, teasing her. Earlier, Yifei said you should marry me too. Consider this pill my betrothal gift. How about it? Ha! Ling Yanxiu's mind blanked. Is Fan Yi being serious? Really planning to marry both of us? But if Yi Fan isn't dead, if he returns, what happens then? I swore an oath alongside my sisters to marry Yi Fan alone. Our lives belong to the Yi family. Our deaths, its ghosts. She wanted to refuse, but damn. Fan Ye's offer was too tempting. Emperor Realm Pill, the key to ascending beyond Martial Emperor. If she took it and broke through, the Ling clan would gain another sovereign-level guardian. Someone even the Prince of Jin would hesitate to challenge. Agonized, she wrestled with temptation before finally forcing out the words through sheer willpower. I can't accept this. Each syllable felt like lifting a mountain. Seeing her struggle, Yifan chuckled inwardly. Second sister-in-law's restraint is impressive indeed. My women truly surpass all others. Just teasing. Yifan smiled, flicking the pill into Ling Yanqiu's mouth before seizing her wrist. Ancient energy from divine fragments surged into her meridians. Do as you wish, sister. Though brother-in-law may be absent, I'll stand in his place. His warm gaze carried unshakable reassurance, pure, unwavering security. You'll handle everything? Ling Yanqiu was staring dazedly at Fan Yi before her, her expression momentarily lost in a haze. Can you really do it? For an instant, Ling Yanqiu seemed to see Yi Fan's shadow flicker within Fan Ye's form. But as reality settled back in, clarity returned, along with disappointment. Alas, this Fan Yi before her was not Yi Fan after all. Fan Yi was her younger sister's boyfriend, not her own husband, Yi Fan. Yi Fan was so powerful. How could he have just been blown to pieces in Anqing like that? You heartless bastard. How could you abandon us like this? Meanwhile, once the Emperor Pill entered Ling Yanqiu's body, it instantly dissolved, transforming into a surging wave of energy that flooded through her limbs and meridians. Divine fragments radiating from Yifan's wrist slithered into Ling Yanqiu's bloodstream, forming a layer of protective qi around her meridians while simultaneously expanding them, preparing her body to withstand the overwhelming power of the Emperor Pill. 3rd level Martial Venerable, 4th level, 6th level. Standing motionless at the courtyard gate, Ling Yanqiu felt the explosive force within her skyrocket. In mere seconds, she leaped across tiers that took others a decade, or even a lifetime, to achieve. In the blink of an eye, she ascended to the 9th level of Martial Venerable. Then, crack, the barrier within her shattered effortlessly, propelling her into the Martial Emperor realm. Yi Fan stabilized her cultivation at the 2nd stage Martial Emperor before secretly refining her bones and tendons with the sacred flame. Only then did he release her. Done. Big sis, now you're a Martial Emperor too. What Ling Yanqiu didn't notice were the few puppet corpse paper sheets slipping onto her back the instant Yi Fan let her go. Now at the Martial Sage level, Yi Fan had infused the paper talismans with martial energy, each capable of unleashing power rivaling peak Martial Emperor in an instant. His reasoning was simple. Ling Yanqiu was heading to the northwest, and the journey would be fraught with danger. With no way to accompany her, boosting her strength was the least he could do to ensure her safety. Once he finished his business in Shangjing and returned to the northwest, he'd feel more at ease knowing she could protect herself. Oh! Ling Yanqiu stood frozen, numb. The lingering fragrance of the Emperor Pill still clung to her throat, yet before she could even process it, she had become a 2nd stage Martial Emperor? Holy hell! Was this a dream? In the world of martial arts, countless individuals struggled their entire lives, never advancing beyond Dark Force, Control, or even Grandmaster. Breaking through to Martial Venerable alone was already a feat achieved by the rarest of talents. Advancing further required transcendent gifts, time, and fortune. So why did these insurmountable barriers fall like child's play before Fan Yi? Too monstrous. Fan Yi, this? Ling Yanqiu skeptically channeled her martial energy and flicked a finger toward the air. Hum! An overwhelming force pulsed outward, shaking the surrounding space. So much so that the courtyard's stone flower beds shattered into dust from the mere ripple. Hiss! Staring at the devastation, Ling Yanqiu finally accepted it. Her strength had truly reached Martial Emperor level. The Ling family now harbored another Martial Emperor. She wouldn't even need Elder Miao's protection anymore. When she looked up at Yi Fan again, her gaze carried deeper complexity. Fan Yi had helped her so much, gifting her such a priceless pill and elevating her to Martial Emperor. How could she ever repay such a debt? More importantly, What offering could possibly impress someone as terrifyingly powerful as Fan Yi? Ling Yanxiu shifted slightly before glancing down at her own figure. Perhaps the only thing worthy of repaying him was herself. Sigh. I'm leaving. She cast one last conflicted glance at Yifan. I'll head to the northwest first. We'll talk more tonight. She needed to confirm the situation regarding Yifan's. Well, the other Yifan's whereabouts. Oh, and about Ife. You. She glanced toward her sister's courtyard, puzzled. Tan Yi had given her, not Ife, such a valuable pill. Was that really appropriate? And why hadn't Ife reacted at all to the commotion outside? Yifan smirked. Don't worry, sis. I'll handle things here. With a wink, he vanished back into the courtyard. Inside Ling Yifei's private chambers, she had once again cornered Fan Yi against the wall. Humph, you bastard. Tell the truth. Do you have feelings for my sister? All men are trash. Ugh, so annoying. She was torn. On one hand, she did kind of want Tan Yi and her sister together. Better within the family than outside. But witnessing their closeness still left an inexplicable sting in her heart. Why aren't you answering? Why'd you suddenly go mute? She huffed, chest heaving in frustration, too incensed to notice that Fan Ye's expression was oddly stiff, his aura devoid of vigor, because this Fan Yi wasn't Yifan at all. It was merely a puppet corpse paper sheet he'd left behind to babysit Ling Yifei while he tended to her sister. Just then, ahem, Yifei, you were the one who handed your sister to me earlier, and let's not forget, she was the one inspecting my butt. I'm the victim here. You insisted she take responsibility. So how is this my fault? The real Yifan stepped into the room, smirking. Then shouldn't you have refused her? Idiot. Humph. Ling Yifei pouted before freezing. Wait, the voice hadn't come from the Fan Yi pinned under her glare, but behind her. And yet, it sounded identical. Swiveling in disbelief, she locked eyes with the newly arrived Yifan at the door. Ha! Her pupils dilated in shock. What sorcery is this? You were just in the corner. You! She whipped back toward the wall, only to find nothing. The Fan Yi from seconds ago had vanished. Holy shit! Was that a ghost? Wrong. Something must be wrong. Ife Ling rubbed her eyes and glanced toward the corner again. Her body had clearly blocked every possible escape route in the corner. There should have been no way out. And yet, Fan Yi had somehow vanished before reappearing behind her? What kind of trick is this guy playing? Just a moment ago, Ling Yifei had sensed a powerful surge of martial energy outside the courtyard. Had Fan Yi already left the compound to do something outside? Puzzled, she looked toward the courtyard entrance. But by now, the disturbance had completely disappeared. All right, that doesn't matter. The important thing is, I have you in my heart. Isn't that enough? Fan Yi pulled her into his arms with a smirk, gazing at her intently. The moment their wrists touched, that familiar warmth flowed into Ifei's body once more, soothing her meridians and dissolving most of her anger. That comforting energy seemed to possess a miraculous power. It calmed her emotions while also enhancing her martial abilities. But, though most of her anger had subsided, Ifei stubbornly tried to argue, squirming in his embrace as though she still had words left unsaid. Yet Fan Yi gave her no chance to speak further. He leaned in and captured her lips in a kiss. Tender, dominant, unyielding. Having just given him her first kiss, how could Ifei withstand such intensity? With a soft whimper, she melted completely into his embrace. Savoring her inexperience and sweetness, Fan Yi grinned triumphantly. Arguing with women? Ha! That's the dumbest move a man can make. At times like this, the most effective strategy was to pull her close and kiss her senseless. Once wouldn't cut it, then kiss her again. With enough skill, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. If Fan Yi had held back earlier when cornered by Ifei, now he held nothing back. So what if she was his sister-in-law? He'd already kissed her, touched her. She was practically his already. With that thought, there was no reason to restrain himself. It was like borrowing someone else's toy at first, but once you owned it, playing with it became natural. Still, his unrestrained fervor left Ife utterly overwhelmed. His mastery left her breathless, lost in a swirling euphoria, her body limp in his arms, her mind adrift. A long moment later, just as she began frantically tugging at her clothes, a ringing phone snapped her out of her daze. "Hello? Qing Meng, what's up?" Ife hastily patted down her disheveled hair and answered her phone. It was her best friend, Qing Meng. "Nothing much. I just heard you had trouble on the plane, so I wondered if you're okay." Qing Meng's voice was laced with concern. "The Ling family has been facing so much turmoil lately. You should be careful." "Ah, I'm fine. Thanks." Qing Meng. Touched by her friend's concern, Ife softened. "Good. Actually, some of us are having dinner nearby. Why don't you join us? No luck runs forever." Qing Meng invited brightly. "Oh." Ife glanced hesitantly at Fan Yi. At the same time, his phone buzzed with a message, sent by Guoli. Contained two key pieces of news. First, in the northwest, Fan Ye's allied factions had begun receiving enticing recruitment offers from forces under Prince Jin, exactly as they had anticipated. Second, the Imperial Martial Division's investigation into the plane abduction had concluded. The masterminds behind Ife's kidnapping were none other than the Shen family, who were themselves aligned with Prince Jin. The Shen family of Shangjing? Fan Yi frowned. His dealings with them were nothing new. Xin Xiao, eldest son of the Shen family, had died at Fan Ye's hands in Huadu while causing trouble alongside Zhang Feng. Was the Shen family now targeting the Ling family? They had failed to abduct Ife on the plane, thwarted by Fan Ye's intervention. And now, Shun Qingmeng, second daughter of the Shen family, was inviting Ife to a gathering? Did they really think he was that naive? Ife, moved by her friend's invitation, turned to Fan Yi for approval. Rolling his eyes internally, Fan Yi nodded. "Perfect timing. I'm hungry. Let's go freeload a meal." Delighted, Ife chirped into the phone. "Qing Meng, I'll head over now, but could I bring my boyfriend along?" "Huh? Your boyfriend?" Shock rippled through Qing Meng's voice. "Since when do you have a boyfriend? Also, tonight is—" Her words were abruptly cut off, as if someone had interrupted her. Given the secrecy surrounding the plane incident, and the fact that the Ling family's internal strife with the Hua family hadn't fully leaked, Qing Meng clearly lacked crucial information. Is it inconvenient? If so, maybe another time. Though somewhat naive, Ife fiercely defended Fan Yi, ready to refuse outright. No, it's fine, just one extra seat. Bring him along." Qing Meng hastily conceded. Tonight's gathering was crucial to her plans. If Ife didn't show up, the entire scheme would collapse. "All right, send me the address." In a private room at a restaurant in Shangjing's western suburbs, the glamorously dressed Shen Qingmeng hung up with a dark expression. "Young Master Fong, the rumors were true. Fei really does have a boyfriend now. Things just got complicated." Opposite Shen Qingmeng, a pale-faced young man frowned and spoke. "According to my intel, even the Hua family fell into Fan Ye's hands. It seems this guy really has some skills. Still, now that Yi Fan has finally been blown up in the northwest, this is our best chance to suppress the Ling family. Prince Jin has also given us a direct order. Today we must take down Ling Ife. As for that Fan Yi, I'll handle it. If things don't work out, we'll ask Prince Jin to arrange reinforcements." The young man, Fong Xiaoshan, was the eldest son of the ancient martial Fong family. His trip to the capital wasn't just to cooperate with Prince Jin, it was also to obstruct the expansion of rival ancient martial families in the capital. After all, the Fong family was a core member of the ancient martial minor alliance. Within the alliance, both the Qiu and Miao families had already suffered major upheavals. If the Fong family didn't take action soon, the Nangong family of the ancient martial alliance would likely regain its footing. Once the Nangong family fully recovered, any chance for the ancient martial minor alliance to rise again would vanish. Understood. Then everything depends on you, young Master Fong. Shin Qingmeng bowed respectfully. When Ling Yifei arrives, we'll proceed as planned. First, we'll try to introduce her as young Master Fong's girlfriend. If she refuses, only then will we resort to force. Fong Xiaoshan nodded. Good. I've also heard that Ling Yifei has a unique constitution. I'd like to verify exactly how special it is. A smirk crossed his face as he stared at Ling Yifei's photo on his phone, his gaze burning with desire. Among ordinary girls in the secular world, most only had good looks. Their innate talents were mediocre at best. But this Ling Yifei, according to the latest intel, the reason the Hua family heir had gone to such extremes to claim her was precisely because of her extraordinary physique, which supposedly allowed one's strength to skyrocket overnight. Fong Xiaoshan had already reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. If Ling Yifei truly possessed such an ability, he could easily break through to the martial saint level or even beyond. Once that happened, the Fong family would undoubtedly gain greater authority within the ancient martial minor alliance, especially with the decline of the Qiu and Miao families. They might even seize control of the entire alliance. And once the Nangong family was completely overthrown, wouldn't the entire martial world belong to the Fangs? I'll call Prince Jin first. The capital, Prince Jin's mansion, underground chamber. After absorbing the essence and spiritual energy of countless young boys and girls, Prince Jin had stabilized his peak martial saint cultivation. Previously, he couldn't even stand properly, but now he could finally walk freely within the room. Your Highness, we mobilized all our forces in the northwest. Multiple investigations and verifications confirmed it. Yifan really was blown to pieces. What's more, we've been approaching his former subordinates in waves, and they haven't outright rejected our offers. There's real promise here. Prince Jin paced back and forth as his secretary Xiao Zhang delivered the report, his brows furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Dead for sure. With the Soul Palace's inheritance, Prince Jin's strength was nearly at the peak of the martial saint level. Logically, such power should have made him supremely arrogant and confident. Yet somehow, whenever it came to Yifan, Prince Jin simply couldn't muster that confidence. That fool. After pretending to be an idiot for 5 years, he had nearly wiped Prince Jin out in just a month following his rise. Now, dying so suddenly? An uneasy feeling gnawed at Prince Jin. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Absolutely dead, Your Highness. We've taken control of the entire Northwestern surveillance network. According to all data analysis and cross-referencing, no one matching Yifan's description left Anqing after the blast. Plus, there's DNA confirmation. There shouldn't be any mistake. Secretary Xiao Zhang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. With Yifan truly gone, Prince Jin would be virtually invincible across Great Xia. Prince Jin sighed wearily. Yifan is dead, true, but why did things go wrong again with the Ling family in the capital? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for revenge? Couldn't even the Hua family handle it? Does Ling Yifei's so-called boyfriend really have such influence? The Prime Minister's office and the Martial Suppression Bureau both intervened. When news of the Ling family's internal turmoil reached him, Prince Jin's first suspicion was that Fan Yi might be Yifan in disguise. However, the timeline didn't add up. After all, the events in the capital and the explosion in the northwest occurred almost simultaneously. If Fan Yi was Yifan, could he possibly be in 2 places at once? Ring ring. Just as Prince Jin was mulling it over, his private phone buzzed. Fong Xiaoshan was calling. Your Highness, we have a problem. Ling Yifei and her boyfriend are about to attend a gathering soon. We plan to test Fan Ye's limits while also subduing Ling Yifei to intimidate the Ling family into submission. Only manpower-wise we're a bit stretched. Could you? The Fong family was a vital martial ally for Prince Jin. Though he had bowed to the Soul Palace after Yifan's devastating assault, Prince Jin lacked capable subordinates. Thus, he valued the Fong family's ancient martial influence highly. Fine. I'll send reinforcements immediately. No matter what, uncover Fan Ye's true abilities. Prince Jin's frown deepened. Though wary of Fan Yi, he ultimately didn't take the man seriously. With Yifan dead, Prince Jin had nothing left to fear. No matter how strong Fan Yi was, at most, He couldn't be beyond the martial emperor level, right? Humph. Prince Jean still had a batch of martial emperor experts provided by the Blazing Sun Saint Envoy. They could finally be put to good use now. If one couldn't deal with Fan Yi, then 10 should do the trick. Sure, the 10 martial emperors he sent under Pan Shi in Guangxing had failed. But Prince Jean refused to believe another anomaly like Yi Fan existed. After ending the call with Fang Xiaoshan, Prince Jean turned to Secretary Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang, you'll lead the charge personally. Take Hunt Team 2 along. Assess the situation there. From now on, they'll operate under your command. What? Xiaozhang froze briefly in shock before bowing gratefully. Your Highness, rest assured, I'll get the job done. Though he had stepped into Pan Shi's former role as secretary, Xiaozhang knew he hadn't fully penetrated Prince Jin's inner circle. This delegation of Hunt Team 2, however, marked a new opportunity for him. Good. Prove yourself. I'll need more young sacrifices soon. Before long, I shall finally step beyond this chamber. Prince Jean smirked proudly. A shame, really, though I've already reached peak martial saint. I've got no worthy opponents left. Soon, the entire Great Xia shall bow before me. Ahahaha. The gathering arranged by Shen Qingmeng was held at a restaurant in the western suburbs of Shangjing. When Yifan and Ling Yifei's car pulled to a stop at the entrance, Yifan's heightened perception immediately detected no fewer than 200 martial arts experts inside the restaurant. Although most were below the Grandmaster level, there were actually over a dozen martial emperor level fighters among them. What a grand setup! It seemed his arrival had already drawn their attention. Yifan's lips twitched in amusement. What a pity! Everyone here today would only serve as cannon fodder. Yifan had come to Shangjing to stir up trouble. Information from Guali had revealed that the Shen family had also allied with the Fang family from the ancient martial sect coalition. This only made Yifan more determined to escalate things. Eliminating one of the ancient martial families would send a clear warning and teach them a lesson. As he stepped out of the car, a faint surge of martial energy rippled around his wrist, silently forming a purge evil formation that slowly enveloped the entire restaurant. The purge evil formation possessed formidable cleansing power, capable of even purifying the mind of someone like Chun Tang, the young master of the netherworld. If enough formations were deployed, every single person inside the restaurant would be executed by Yifan. Ah, Yifei, you're finally here. We've been waiting forever. Come on, let's go in. The moment the two stepped out of the car, an extravagantly dressed Shen Qingmeng came forward, intimately linking arms with Ling Yifei and pulling her toward the restaurant. Yifei, let me tell you, besides our usual group, there's this incredible guy who really wants to meet you. Now that your brother-in-law was blown to bits, the Ling family needs a strong protector. You have to take this chance. Shen Qingmeng enthusiastically promoted the so-called Fang young master. Fang Xiao had promised that if Shen Qingmeng helped him secure Ling Yifei, the Shen family would be allowed to become a subordinate faction under the Fang family. With the Fang family's backing, the Shens would gain influence across all of Huaxia. Previously, the Shen family had enjoyed patronage from Tang Zheng, one of the 9 Grand Elders. But ever since Tang Zheng clashed openly with Yifan, and especially after Shen Xiao died prematurely in Huadu, the Shen family's power had shrunk dramatically. Even Lord Jin's favor toward them had noticeably waned, hinting at abandonment. So when Fang Xiao arrived in Shangjing, Shen Qingmeng spared no effort to seize this opportunity. She had even resorted to seduction, climbing into Fang Qingshan's bed and trying every possible position, just to secure a single foothold. The goal? To assist in taking down the Ling family. Ling Yifei frowned deeply at Shen Qingmeng's words. Qingmeng, what's all this nonsense? I thought this was just a private gathering to celebrate that I escaped being kidnapped. Why are you suddenly playing matchmaker? And hello, I already have a boyfriend right here. She clung tightly to Yifan's arm, introducing him with emphasis. Meet Fan Yi, my boyfriend. Her message was crystal clear. She was already taken, so Shen Qingmeng's scheming was in vain. In reality, however, Shen Qingmeng knew everything. She had already gathered detailed intel about Ling Yifei's companion. Today's entire setup was targeted at Fan Yi. So naturally, she ignored Ling Yifei's words. Yifei, listen, not just anyone is worthy of being your boyfriend in this world. You really need to open your eyes and think carefully. Shen Qingmeng gave Yifan a disdainful once-over, her tone dripping with contempt. Kid, why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really think you deserve Yifei? Coldly, she continued, Ling Yifei is the heiress of the Ling family of Shangjing, worth hundreds of billions. And you? Pathetic social climber. Save yourself the humiliation and give up now. Besides, let me spell it out for you. Fang Changshan, the young master of the ancient martial Fang family, has taken an interest in Yifei. If you know what's good for you, stay out of this. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. She had gone from mockery to outright threats. Shen Qingmeng hated that Yifan showed up. This meddling pest disrupted Fang Xiao's carefully laid plans, thereby ruining her family's ascension. The ideal scenario was for Fan Yi to retreat voluntarily, forfeiting the competition right away. That way, once alone, Shen Qingmeng could easily maneuver Ling Yifei straight into Fang Qingshan's bed. Shen Qingmeng, what's wrong with you? I already told you. I have a boyfriend, and now you're openly disrespecting him. Are you even my friend? Poor Ling Yifei remained oblivious to the truth. The near kidnapping she suffered on the plane, orchestrated behind the scenes by Shen Qingmeng herself. Since the abduction failed, Shen Qingmeng pivoted to Plan B, luring Ling Yifei out under the pretense of a friendly gathering. Clearly, she was still resorting to force. Unaware that Shen Qingmeng had plotted her murder, Ling Yifei still regarded her as a close confidant. Yifei, I'm only looking out for you. That loser doesn't belong in a place like this. His very presence taints the atmosphere. Just leave him outside. Let's head in without him. Shen Qingmeng tugged at Ling Yifei, attempting to forcibly drag her into the restaurant. But even Ling Yifei, usually gentle-tempered, finally snapped. Let go. Shen Qingmeng, now I see you for who you really are. Apologize now, or this little reunion is off. She glared furiously at Shen Qingmeng, completely baffled as to why her best friend harbored such hostility toward Fan Yi. Yifan, aware of the full picture, remained silent, watching Shen Qingmeng's theatrics unfold without interruption. Yifei, you? Sigh. Why won't you just listen to advice? Shen Qingmeng's concealed gaze darkened with venom. You little bitch. Enjoy your attitude now. Once you're under Fang Xiao, let's see if you're still this feisty. After gauging Ling Yifei's unyielding stance, Shen Qingmeng swallowed her fury and forced out an insincere sorry. Though reluctant, Fang Xiao had ordered her to get both Ling Yifei and Fan Yi inside at all costs. Only then could their reinforcements, sent by Fang Xiao and Lord Jin, move in. For now, she had to play along, even if it meant groveling. Seeing Shen Qingmeng's begrudging apology, Ling Yifei's expression softened slightly. But before she could respond, Fan Yi suddenly spoke up. Ha! That's your idea of an apology? Where's the sincerity? So she thought she could just blow past this with a half-hearted sorry? Not a chance. Yifan knew full well that Shen Qingmeng wouldn't give up so easily. They had gone to too much trouble setting this up. No matter what insults Ling Yifei endured, they would still drag her inside. But Yifan had already had enough of this woman's antics. Punishment was due. You! Don't push your luck. How else am I supposed to apologize? Shen Qingmeng scowled at Fan Yi. She had expected Ling Yifei's temper, but this Fan Yi was proving to be just as unruly. Simple. Hand me your face, so I can slap it. Yifan's words instantly left Shen Qingmeng and the bodyguards at the entrance dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? Miss Shen was only giving a perfunctory apology for the sake of Ling Yifei, just a symbolic gesture. But Fan Yi actually took it seriously? Now, he wanted Shen Qingmeng to present her face for him to slap. Are you kidding me? Even though the Shen family had suffered heavy losses, they were still one of the capital's elite clans, backed by Prince Jin, and now even entangled with the ancient martial Fang family. How dare some nobody from the mundane world provoke them? Slapping Miss Shen? Was he delusional? You insolent! Fan Yi, Are you courting death? You think someone like you deserves to slap me? On what grounds? Shin Qingmeng glared at Yifan, suppressing her urge to strike when she sensed the martial aura radiating from him. His strength surpassed hers. Though furious, she hesitated. It seemed forcing Fan Yi to leave today wasn't possible. Dealing with him would require Fang Xiao's men, or those sent by Prince Jin's secretary. But God, this bastard had crossed the line, demanding she present her face for a slap in front of everyone. Who did he think he was? Because your mouth is filthy. Because you insulted me earlier. This is just collecting a little interest. If you won't comply, I don't mind doing it myself. But if I act, it won't be just a slap. Yifan's icy response carried no emotion, but his surging martial pressure instantly weighed down on the fighters present. Some weaker martial artists even felt their knees buckle, as if compelled to kneel before him. Ling Yifei, look, this is the kind of man you're with. Do you see his true nature now? Is someone like this really worth it? Unable to confront Yifan, Shin Qingmeng turned her venom toward Ling Yifei. Ling Yifei was momentarily stunned by Fan Ye's aggression, but recalling his tactics, she knew he had his reasons. Besides, Shin Qingmeng had gone too far. If not for their friendship, Ling Yifei would have slapped her herself. Her man was hers alone to criticize. No one else was allowed to disrespect him. At all costs she would stand by him. Qingmeng, Fan Yi is right. Your apology was insincere. If you want him to calm down, do as he says. Ling Yifei didn't hesitate, siding firmly with Fan Yi. Yifan felt a ripple of warmth. This sister-in-law had some sense. Meanwhile, Shin Qingmeng was flabbergasted. What? Ling Yifei, what kind of brainwashing has he done to you? You'd throw away years of friendship for him. She stabbed a finger at Ling Yifei. Think carefully. If you support him, our sisterhood ends today. For years, Shin Qingmeng had manipulated Ling Yifei, counting on how much she valued their bond. But she didn't realize Ling Yifei had witnessed Yifan's true power today, along with those mysterious warm currents of his. Her choice was clear. Spare the threats, Shin Qingmeng. I'll tell you this. I can lose a friend, but I won't lose my man. Either apologize properly, or let him do it himself. And forget this gathering. Ling Yifei's voice was icy calm now. She wasn't stupid. The second daughter of the Ling family might be love-struck, but she was no fool. You! Shin Qingmeng clenched her fists, frustration boiling. How had things come to this? Weren't the Lings supposed to be broken after the explosion that killed Yifan? Why was Ling Yifei acting tougher than ever? Willing to burn years of friendship? Just for Fan Yi? What was so special about him? Handsome and strong. Sure, but nothing extraordinary. She should storm off right now. But just then, her earpiece crackled with Fang Qingshan's voice. Dumb bitch. I told you to bring them upstairs. Not improvise a fucking drama. If Fan Yi and Ling Yifei don't make it to the restaurant, I'll literally tear you apart. His tone left no room for argument. Shin Qingmeng shuddered. Ancient martial families like the Fangs didn't care about mortal laws. When Fang Qingshan said, tear apart, he meant it. Regret twisted in her gut. Why had she provoked this mess? Furious as she was, she dared not defy Fang Xiao's orders, nor let Fan Yi and Ling Yifei leave. I was wrong. Young Master Fan, please, forgive me. Gnashing her teeth, she stepped forward and presented her face to Yifan. Yifei, it was just a misunderstanding, really? Haha. Even now, she tried to save face, clinging to the hope that Fan Yi, who looked so refined, would show mercy. But she didn't know. Fan Yi was Yifan, and Yifan had never forgotten the Shin family's betrayal in Huadu. Mercy? None existed here. Crack. Without hesitation, Yifan swung his massive palm, imbued with martial force at the emperor level, straight into her face. His technique was precise. The energy didn't knock her back immediately. Instead, it flooded into her, ravaging every inch before finally blasting her through the air. Boom! Her body smashed into a solid wall, cratering it before collapsing in a broken heap. Splutch! Crunch! Blood sprayed. Bones shattered. Shen Qingming's left cheekbone imploded. Teeth scattered like broken pearls. Her neck vertebrae fractured, leaving her head lolling grotesquely as she twitched on the ground. After several futile attempts, guards hauled her up, only for her to gurgle, "Ji, ba." Speech was beyond her now. Her mind screamed in rage. He'd actually done it. The surrounding bodyguards stared at Yifan with pure terror. This man wasn't just trouble, he was lethal. Ling Yifei's cheek twitched. Why ye go? Wasn't that a bit too harsh? Ling Yifei still had a kind heart and couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. Yifan chuckled faintly and whispered in Ling Yifei's ear, "Too cruel? Heh, Yifei, once you see what she was planning to do to you, you won't think that way anymore." This Shen Qingming, after failing to orchestrate the kidnapping on the plane, had invited Ling Yifei out under the guise of being her best friend, only to scheme and sell her to Fang Changshan. Once Ling Yifei saw the truth, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. But Yifan had no intention of stopping it. Instead, he wanted to expose Shen Qingming and Fang Changshan's true faces right in front of Ling Yifei, forcing her to see the cruelty of the world. Ling Yifei couldn't remain naive forever. Yifan could protect her for a while, but not forever. Eventually, she would have to face certain things on her own. Ling Yifei nodded, her expression turning serious as she glanced at Shen Qingming. Though she didn't want to admit it, Ling Yifei could sense that this gathering wasn't as innocent as it seemed. Shen Qingming, is this little party still happening? Yifan flicked his wrist, smirking provocatively at her. To Shen Qingming, that gesture was pure mockery, an outright challenge. It was as if he were saying, "Your face is so damned hard. My hand hurts from slapping it." Whoosh! Blood spurted from Shen Qingming's mouth again. But this time, it was out of sheer fury. Though she was utterly enraged, on the verge of exploding, she dared not show any discontent. This gathering had to continue. If she let Fan Yi and Ling Yifei leave, young Master Fang would kill her. Shen Qingming wiped the blood from her lips, her words now incoherent. She could only nod frantically in frustration. Her once meticulously crafted makeup was now a mess, her hair disheveled, her previous allure completely gone. She looked like a complete fool, both pitiable and ridiculous. "Lead the way," Yifan coldly commanded, showing no sympathy for Shen Qingming. The Shen family was nothing but trash. Back in Huadu, when Yifan had burned Shen Shao alive, they should have taken the hint, to never provoke him or those under his protection again. Yet Shen Qingming remained stubborn, still targeting the Ling family. Naturally, Yifan wouldn't show any mercy. Shen Qingming whimpered as she led the way, guiding Yifan and Ling Yifei to the 8th floor of the restaurant. The entire building had been cleared out. Every staff member and even the fake guests were actually young Master Fang's people, or the elite fighters brought by Secretary Zhang. The moment Yifan and Ling Yifei stepped inside, there would be only two outcomes, either submit or die. As Shen Qingming walked ahead, watching Yifan and Ling Yifei follow her inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief deep inside. "Ling Yifei, Fan Yi, you two despicable bastards. Every bit of humiliation you put me through, I'll return it 100 times over. Damn it." Shen Qingming had always been the princess of the Shen family, doted upon since childhood. No one in the family had ever dared to lay a hand on her, let alone raise their voice at her. Yet today, Fan Yi had disfigured her, leaving her dizzy and utterly humiliated. Here we are. Once Shen Qingming led them to the entrance of a grand private room. She gestured weakly before hastily excusing herself. Her neck was injured. She needed immediate treatment. At the very least, she needed to regain the ability to speak. Otherwise, how could she enjoy the show later? The door swung open. Inside the expansive private room, Fang Changshan sat at the head of the table, a young man accompanying him, none other than Secretary Zhang, assistant to Prince Jin. Several other young women from prestigious families in Shangjing were also seated around the table, all sitting stiffly. Though they were high society ladies, unattainable goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people, in front of true powerhouses like young Master Fong and Secretary Zhang. They were nothing more than disposable extras. Their presence was merely to assist Shen Qingmeng in putting on a show for Ling Yifei. Yifei, you're here. Come, sit here. A slightly plump girl, Lu Yao, rose and pulled Ling Yifei toward the table, deliberately directing her toward the empty seat next to Fong Changshan. Let me introduce you, Yifei. This is young Master Fong Changshan of the ancient martial Fong family. Only in his 20s, yet already at the peak of martial emperor-level strength. Lu Yao was Shen Qingming's loyal lackey and had already been briefed via earpiece about what had happened downstairs. Now that Shen Qingming was getting her injuries treated, Lu Yao naturally stepped in as the primary schemer. Ling Yifei frowned, staring at the empty seat and then at Lu Yao, barely restraining her frustration. Were none of these people capable of reading the room? Were they seriously trying to push her into another man's arms? Right in front of her supposed boyfriend? Miss Ling, it's a pleasure. I've heard so much about you. Seeing you in person truly surpasses all expectations. Before Ling Yifei could refuse, Fong Changshan had already stood up, reaching out to grab her hand. For one, he wanted to confirm whether her rumored physique was real. Secondly, he wanted to test Fan Ye's reaction. If he turned out to be a pushover, Fong Changshan wouldn't even need to waste his energy dealing with him. You! Ling Yifei tried to pull away, but it seemed too late. At the crucial moment, a figure flashed beside her. Yifan had moved. His tall frame stepped in front of Ling Yifei, and in his grip was a mop. Grip. Fong Changshan grabbed hold, only to feel something damp and slightly squishy. Wait, why was it wet? And why wasn't there any pulse? Was Ling Yifei's wrist really this cold? He sniffed, only to recoil at an unmistakably foul odor. What they? He distinctly remembered Ling Yifei smelling fragrant just moments ago. So why did this suddenly smell like a mop that had just cleaned a toilet? Fong Changshan glanced down and nearly vomited. A freaking mop. His hand was gripping a mop. Following the mop upward, he saw its wielder, Fan Yi, now smirking at him with malicious amusement. Young Master Fong. What an interesting hobby. Taking such a liking to mops. Yifan's voice was dripping with mockery. Fresh from the restroom. Care for a taste? Ha! You just took that out of the toilet? Fong Changshan immediately felt sick to his stomach. He quickly let go of the mop and looked down at his hands, only to be horrified by the traces of yellowish residue smeared across his palms, resembling chunks of soybean paste. What the hell? Realizing what Yifan had implied earlier, Fong Changshan suddenly connected the dots. Ugh! He gagged, nearly vomiting on the spot. Fan Yi, you're dead. Fong Changshan glared at Yifan with burning fury, then grabbed one of his bodyguards and roughly wiped his hands on the man's clothes repeatedly, yet still felt disgusted. Son of a bitch! The heir of a prestigious ancient martial family had just stuck his hand into a toilet and grabbed that filth? Truly, disgust had opened the door for disgusting. This was disgust on a whole new level. Swish! The moment Fong Changshan flared up, 4 or 5 elite fighters immediately stepped forward from behind him. These were all experts Fong Changshan had brought from the ancient martial Fong family, each at the emperor level of martial prowess. Their oppressive auras instantly saturated the room, making even breathing feel stifled. Ling Yifei, despite having broken through to the grandmaster level, still struggled under the pressure of so many emperor-level fighters. However, Yifan simply smiled faintly, releasing an emperor-level aura of his own to shield Ling Yifei. Instantly, the suffocating pressure in the room dissipated, leaving her much more at ease. Even though they were all at the emperor level, the sheer difference in power between Yifan and Fong Qingshan's fighters was stark. Young Master Fong, aren't you the one asking for death today? Yifan stared coldly at Fong Qingshan, showing no sign of backing down. My girlfriend already has a boyfriend, yet you openly flirt with her right in front of me. Tell me, wouldn't breaking just one of your wrists be merciful? Humph! Fong Qingshan knew he was in the wrong. But today, he hadn't lured Fan Yi and Ling Yifei here to debate morality. Though Fan Ye's strength far exceeded his expectations, Fang Changshan had backup, the secretary of Lord Jin, along with 10 Emperor-level killers from the Hunt Squad No. 2. Even if one man couldn't take Yifan down, could 10 Emperor-level fighters fail together? Fan Yi, let me give you some advice. Stay out of the Ling family's affairs. You've worked hard to reach your current level. Out of respect for a fellow martial artist, I'll give you this one chance. Walk away now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Maybe we can even become allies someday. Fang Changshan had come to the capital for two purposes: to deal with the Ling family and, more importantly, to curb another ancient martial family's expansion in the city. So ideally, he'd rather avoid a full-blown fight. Perhaps you don't recognize this man. Let me introduce him. This is Secretary Zhang Yu, Lord Jin's most trusted aide. He commands Lord Jin's elite hunt squad, full of Emperor-level killers. Think carefully. Can you really take them on? Without hesitation, Fang Changshan threw Zhang Yu into the spotlight. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhang frowned in displeasure. His original plan had been to let the Fang family's forces weaken Fan Yi first, preserving Lord Jin's elites unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, thanks to Fang Changshan's loose lips, he was forced onto the front line. Listen here, kid. The Ling family's real backer, Yifan, was already blown to bits in the northwest. You know Yifan, right? That monstrous talent who once rivaled Lord Jin? Even he's dead now. Do you really think you can stand against Lord Jin? Zhang Yu had his own arrogance. In his mind, the only man worth competing against had been Yifan. Now that Yifan was gone, he saw barely anyone left in the entire Xia kingdom as worthy adversaries. As for Fan Yi, just another martial brute. All brawn, no brain. Lord Jin's men? Oh no, I'm terrified. Yifan instantly put on an exaggerated look of fear. Is it too late for me to back out? Truth be told, the moment he'd stepped into the room, Yifan had recognized Zhang Yu, the new secretary Lord Jin had promoted after Pan Shi's death. His intelligence network had already mapped out every detail about the man. Afraid? Hardly. His entire trip to the capital had been for one purpose: to eliminate Lord Jin's inner circle. Now that Zhang Yu had walked straight into his hands, why not play along? I'm so sorry, gentlemen. Please forgive me. Before Zhang Yu could react, Yifan had already moved swiftly toward the 10 Emperor-level killers. Shaking each of their hands in apology, Zhang Yu was baffled. Was this guy really surrendering so easily? Where was his backbone? His pride? Had Fan Yi really folded the moment Lord Jin's name was dropped? Pathetic. But what confused Zhang Yu even more was, why was Fan Yi shaking hands with each assassin? These fighters were nothing but killing machines, secretly trained through Lord Jin's collaboration with the Blazing Sun envoy. They had no emotions, no free will, just ruthless precision. Was Fan Yi seriously trying to befriend them? Little did Zhang Yu know, Yifan had sensed something off about these Emperor-level fighters the moment he entered. Outwardly, they seemed normal, but in reality, they were just like the fighters Pan Shi had taken to Guang City. Hosts for implanted insect eggs, their minds overridden by the parasites. And Yifan's evolved Crimson Silkworm sovereign physique just so happened to be the ultimate predator of these very parasites. So when Yifan shook their hands, it wasn't diplomacy. With each grip, thousands of crimson silk threads invaded the fighters' bodies, silently hijacking them. Now, these Emperor-level killers belonged to Yifan. They could even share his vision. Hey, big bro. Nice to meet you. Sorry about this. Yifan stepped forward and firmly gripped the hand of one of the martial Emperor-level experts, shaking it vigorously. The moment their fingers touched, the red thread tyrant physique within Yifan's body, without needing any command, instantly invaded the martial emperor's body, merging with the insect eggs inside them. In that split second, the rental agreement was finalized, and the master-slave contract was sealed. Of course, without any suspense, these martial emperors became Yifan's slaves. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had shaken hands with all 10 martial emperors in sequence. When it came to Zhang Yu's turn, He instinctively extended his hand, intending to shake with this Fan Yi. He was genuinely curious. What the hell was this guy up to? Yi Fan raised his hand as well, but the moment he saw Zhang Yu's outstretched palm, he abruptly withdrew it. Shake hands with you? Nah. Forget it. Zhang Yu's face darkened, a storm of question marks swirling above his head. What the hell does that mean? Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? You shook hands with every single one of them. Yet when it's my turn, as their leader, you refuse. This is infuriating. Zhang Yu felt as disgusted as if he'd swallowed a fly. Still, as Jin Wang's secretary, he couldn't afford to explode in anger. What would even be his justification? Would he throw a tantrum just because someone refused to shake his hand? If so, wouldn't that make him look petty and insecure? No matter how aggrieved he felt, Zhang Yu had to swallow his fury. Ling Yifei, who had followed them inside, was equally stunned by Yi Fan's actions. For a moment, she couldn't fathom what he was scheming. This doesn't match Fan Ye's usual style? Before this, Fan Yi had acted with unshakable dominance. Life and death meant nothing to him, and he'd crush anyone who opposed him. Hadn't he just humiliated Xin Qingmeng before stepping inside? Why was he suddenly cowering at the mere mention of Jin Wang? If Fan Yi was the spineless, what hope did Ling Yifei have that he'd stand against Jin Wang for the Ling family? The entire reason she had introduced Fan Yi to her sister was in the hopes that, between them, they could use their charm to tie him down, to secure his strength for the Ling family. Had she made the wrong choice? Meanwhile, Fang Changshan, standing nearby, curled his lips into a sinister smirk. Oh, wasn't Fan Yi supposed to be strong, brutal? Even the Hua family had fallen to him. But now, pathetic. As long as he backed down, Fang Changshan could proceed with his plans without restraint. Fan Yi, since you've finally realized your place, you can get the hell out. Fang Changshan sneered, his voice dripping with venom as he motioned for Yi Fan to leave the private room. I can really go? You won't stop me? Yi Fan glanced between Fang Changshan and Zhang Yu, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Of course. Fang Changshan, always keep my word. Fang Changshan's eyes flashed with malice. Let you leave? Don't be ridiculous. That's a fucking fantasy. This Fan Yi, despite being at the martial emperor level, had already disrupted Jin Wang's plans, eliminating the Hua family's cooperation and uprooting the Ling family's internal spies. If left unchecked, who knew if he'd become another Yi Fan? Not to mention, tonight the Ling family was set to attend the bid for a major project held by one of the ancient martial superfamilies. Keeping Fan Yi around was nothing but trouble. The moment Yi Fan had stepped inside this restaurant, his fate had already been sealed. Fang Qingshan's promise was nothing more than a hollow courtesy. His pride wouldn't let him back out now. But the instant Fan Yi stepped out of this door, Fang Qingshan's men, alongside the Xin family and Jin Wang's forces, would immediately swarm him. Execution on sight. And as for Ling Yifei, she wasn't going anywhere. In all these years, no woman Fang Changshan had set his sights on had ever escaped his grasp. Great. Thanks then. Yi Fan put on his most pitiful, frightened expression, bowing slightly before turning toward the door as if truly preparing to bolt. Fang Changshan and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, relief washing over them. Fan Yi was folding, that was most of today's battle won. Their biggest suspicion, whether Fan Yi had any connection to that Yi Fan, had been answered. Probably not. If he had, he wouldn't be acting so spineless. Under subtle nods from their superiors, minions from both sides subtly filed out, positioning their elites for the ambush the moment Fan Yi stepped past the threshold. But just as Yi Fan was about to leave, he suddenly pulled back. Yifei, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Unless you want to stick around and get bullied. Yi Fan sighed internally at Ling Yifei's dumbfounded expression. This silly girl must have misunderstood, thinking I was genuinely surrendering, believing I wouldn't protect her. Women. Oh right. Ling Yifei snapped out of her daze, realization dawning. Her face brightened instantly. She now understood. This was all an act. Fan Yi was mocking them. She hurried to his side, looping her arm through his as they turned toward the exit. Fang Qingshan's expression twisted with rage. Fan Yi, what the hell is this? You fucking playing with us? First pretending to cave, now trying to take Ling Yifei with him? If she left, what was even the point of this entire damn gathering? Yifan wrapped an arm around Ling Yifei's waist, his gaze utterly calm as he replied, not playing with you like monkeys, but like dogs. What? Zhang Yu and Fang Qingshan were stunned. Was Fan Yi insane? He knew they were Jin Wang's men, knew they had ancient martial backing, and yet still dared provoke them? Did he think the dozen-plus martial emperors in the room were just decoration? Fuck! Young Master Fang. This bastard's lost his mind. Zhang Yu roared. He's spitting in your face. How can you tolerate this? Already furious from being humiliated earlier, Zhang Yu now saw Fan Yi trying to whisk Ling Yifei away. His rage exploded. Jin Wang's orders were clear. Hunting Squad No. 2 existed to slaughter everything. Fan Ye's death was set in stone today. Damn right I can't fucking tolerate it. Kill him. Everyone. Show no mercy. No mercy. Zhang Yu echoed, signaling his 10 martial emperors to move. What they didn't realize, however, was that the balance of power had already shifted. Unbeknownst to them, the 10 martial emperors Zhang Yu had brought had quietly repositioned themselves, stepping behind Fang Qingshan's men, all while their eyes remained locked on Yifan. The scarlet thread tyrant physique within Yifan's body had, after refining and evolving through his emberflame blaze, become the undisputed emperor among all ancient insect eggs. The insect eggs within the bodies of those martial emperor experts had now fully submitted to Yifan's scarlet thread tyrant physique, meaning they had submitted to Yifan himself. All they awaited was his command. Wait a moment. The atmosphere in the room had already reached a fever pitch of tension, the air thick with killing intent. Every martial expert present was mere seconds away from striking. But then, Yifan's sharp command cut through the silence, forcibly halting all movement. Though his voice was not particularly loud, there was an undeniable, soul-shaking force behind it, so powerful that every martial expert present instinctively froze mid-action, a chill running down their spines. Fang Qingshan frowned. Fan Yi, are you regretting this now? Too late, unless, his lips curled into a sneer. You kneel right now, kowtow and beg for mercy, and then personally strip Ling Yifei naked for us. If you do that, I might consider sparing your miserable life. Zhang Yu, seething with anger, added, Fan Yi, just who the hell do you think you are? Did you think this was Jiangnan? You picked the wrong place to act tough. Ha! You're even dumber than I thought. Apologizing to those bodyguards and assassins by shaking their hands? You don't even know who's in charge here, do you? He scoffed in frustration. Did you forget? I am their highest commander. If you wanted to apologize, it should have been to me. Did you seriously think a handshake would stop them from killing you? Dream on. Yifan, standing at the doorway with an arm wrapped around Ling Yifei, tilted his head slightly. He watched Fang Qingshan and Zhang Yu's performances in silence. Only after they finished did he finally speak. Regret. His voice was calm, almost amused. You're overthinking it. If anything, I just realized, you're not even worth calling dogs. That would be an insult to dogs. Ha! Fang Qingshan had expected Yifan to say something, anything else. Instead, all he got was another insult. I'm going to lose it. Both Fang Qingshan and Zhang Yu were on the verge of madness. Stupid. So stupid. They had actually thought Yifan might regret his actions, even giving him the chance to speak again. Kill him. Kill him now. They roared in fury, their faces twisted with rage as they issued the most brutal orders to their subordinates. But then, wait again. Yifan's voice rang out once more, instantly freezing every single person in the room. Fang Qingshan and Zhang Yu were dumbfounded. Was this bastard Yifan some kind of demon? Since when did he get to decide when everyone stopped and started? Who the hell did he think he was? What now? Fang Qingshan bellowed, his patience at its limit. Fan Yi, listen well, you're gonna die horribly. I'll make sure your death is slow, agonizing. And before I'm done with you, I'll make you watch as I defile Ling Yifei. Every single one of your women, your friends. None of them will escape. Fang Changshan, after all, was the young master of an ancient martial family. Arrogance and cruelty came naturally to him. With the Jin Wang's forces backing him and Yi Fan having already submitted earlier, he assumed he had complete control over the situation. Too absorbed in his own gloating, he failed to notice the terrifying darkness creeping into Yi Fan's expression. Crack! A sharp, bone-snapping sound echoed through the room. Everyone's hearts lurched. What was that? Then, arf! A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. You goddamn bastard, Fan Yi! What the hell did you just do? You broke my arm. Screw you. Aha! Fang Qingshan's agonized howl pierced the room. It was then that the crowd realized. In less than a second, Fan Yi had shattered Fang Qingshan's arm. But how? There were at least multiple martial emperors standing between them. Not to mention Fang Qingshan himself was a peak martial emperor. Even if he couldn't defeat Yi Fan, shouldn't he at least have been able to dodge? Yet his arm had been snapped like a twig. Unless Yi Fan's strength had already surpassed that of a martial emperor. A few sharp minds present immediately realized the horrifying implication. If he was beyond martial emperor, did that make him a martial saint? Holy hell! In the entire Great Xia Empire, there were only a handful of martial saints in existence. Among those present, only Zhang Yu pieced this together, but he dismissed the thought just as quickly. Impossible. A nobody like Fan Yi couldn't possibly have reached martial saint level. It had to have been a fluke. Kill him. Now! Zhang Yu barked at the members of Assassination Squad 2. Yi Fan shot him a chilling smirk. Zhang Yu, are you really sure you want them to attack? They might not listen to you anymore. That glare, cold, penetrating, soul-piercing, sent an involuntary shudder down Zhang Yu's spine. Something was very, very wrong. What do you mean? They won't listen to me? So they'll obey you instead. Zhang Yu snapped back, forcing himself to regain composure. Don't be ridiculous. Just because you shook their hands, you think you can control them? These martial emperors were personally trained by the Blazing Sun Envoy. Kill him. No mercy. Zhang Yu roared. Fang Changshan, order your men to attack too. Yes. Kill him at all costs. This time, Yi Fan didn't bother ordering them to stop. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sickening, piercing noises filled the room, the unmistakable sound of blades punching through flesh. Fang Changshan and Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Had they finally succeeded? No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he couldn't withstand the combined assault of over a dozen martial emperors. Could he? Even if each of them struck just once, his body would be riddled with holes like a sieve. However, their relief was short-lived. Why were there so many thuds? They only needed to kill one man. Blinking in confusion, they stared at the scene before them, and their blood ran cold. What the hell was this? Yi Fan stood unharmed in the center of the room. Zhang Yu's 10 martial emperors stood motionless around him. Meanwhile, Fang Qingshan's bodyguards lay in pools of blood, their bodies impaled by Zhang Yu's own squad. Zhang Yu's Assassination Squad 2 had just massacred Fang Qingshan's entire team. What kind of twisted nightmare was this? Secretary Zhang, what the hell are you doing? Why did you kill all my men? Fang Changshan exploded with rage. The 4 martial emperor-level experts he had brought with him this time represented the majority of his family's strongest core forces. Originally, his plan was to stop the expansion of another ancient martial arts superfamily in the capital. But before they could even take action, all the martial emperors he had brought along had been slaughtered. And worst of all, Fan Yi was still not captured. How was he supposed to explain this when he returned? Could it be that Jin Wang had regretted his decision to ally with the Fang family and sent Zhang Yu to silence them? From his sources, Fang Changshan had heard that Jin Wang recently gained support from a powerful backer and received some kind of violent inheritance, allowing his strength to break through to the martial saint realm. And now that Yi Fan had been killed in the explosion, The Fong family's usefulness had diminished drastically. Ah, young Master Fong. I don't know what's happening. Am I insane? We're on the same side. Why would I order them to kill your men? Zhang Yu's pupils dilated violently as he stared at the scene before him, his body trembling slightly. A deep sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Fan Yi, is this your doing? Ling Yifei, who had been extremely anxious just moments ago, was still worried about how Yifan could possibly fight so many experts alone. And then, suddenly, these assassins turned on their own? It was so abrupt that Ling Yifei, in her nervousness, dug her fingers tightly into the flesh of Yifan's waist. Was this some kind of miracle? Fan Yi had merely shaken hands with those assassins, and now they all obeyed him? Ha! Secretary Zhang, what are you saying? This broad daylight, what kind of deception could I be weaving? I already warned you not to act, but you wouldn't listen. Now you see, didn't I tell you your men wouldn't follow your orders? But you refused to believe me. Fan Yi smirked darkly at Zhang Yu, his gaze sending chills down the man's spine. Why did you attack? Have you forgotten the authority of my token? Still unwilling to accept the truth, Zhang Yu raised a pitch-black command token, given to him by Jin Wang, and waved it frantically in front of the 10 martial emperors. Normally, such tokens weren't even necessary since these martial emperors, though robbed of their original consciousness by parasitic insect eggs, still obeyed whoever the eggs deemed their master. But to Zhang Yu's frustration, no matter how much he waved the token, the 10 martial emperors paid him no attention. Instead, their gazes remained fixed on Fan Yi. Fan Yi merely curled his lips slightly and made a single gesture. Whoosh! All 10 martial emperors dropped to their knees simultaneously in perfect unison. We greet our master, awaiting further orders. Hiss! Their synchronized voices filled the private room, already thick with tension, adding another layer of eerie strangeness to the air. Fong Qingshan's facial muscles twitched violently as he struggled to believe his eyes. If not for knowing Jin Wang's relationship with the Ling family, he would have suspected that Zhang Yu and Fan Yi were in cahoots the whole time. Damn it! A single handshake, and Fan Yi had stolen all 10 martial emperors away. What kind of sorcery was this? His own 4 martial emperors had been effortlessly slaughtered without making even a sound. Fong Qingshan was nearly hysterical with anger, and growing increasingly uneasy inside. These were martial emperor-level experts. Even if Yifan had used some kind of mental manipulation technique, it shouldn't have been this easy. Besides, since Jin Wang had personally sent Zhang Yu, these men had to be his most loyal elites. So how in the world did Fan Yi just take control of them all at once? Recalling how Fan Yi had casually shattered his arm earlier sent another wave of panic through Fong Qingshan. No, I need to escape now. In just the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Originally, Fong Qingshan had thought his 4 martial emperors, combined with Zhang Yu's 10, would make 14 martial emperor-level fighters. Enough that even if Yifan of the Northwest had miraculously survived the explosion, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. And dealing with just Fan Yi? Piece of cake. But now, his elites had been massacred by Zhang Yu's men, and Zhang Yu's men had all defected to Fan Yi. What kind of sick nightmare was this? Fan Yi had shattered his arm without breaking a sweat, meaning his strength had to be at least at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. With 10 martial emperors now under his command, Fong Qingshan staying here any longer would be suicidal. Time to run. First Yifan, and now an inexplicably stronger Fan Yi. Damn it! Jin Wang must have committed some unforgivable sins in his past life, because the universe kept sending his natural enemies after him. Taking advantage of the moment when the 10 martial emperors were kneeling and Fan Yi's attention was on Zhang Yu, Fong Qingshan gathered energy beneath his feet and attempted to slip out of the private room. But what he didn't notice was that not only was Fan Yi watching him, Zhang Yu had been keeping an eye on him too. Before Fan Yi could even speak, Zhang Yu shrieked, Fan Yi! Fong Qingshan's trying to escape. Hearing this, Fong Qingshan felt like tearing his hair out in frustration. You absolute moron! I'm trying to run. Why the hell did you have to announce it? Wouldn't it be better if at least one of us survives? But Fang Changshan didn't realize Zhang Yu harbored deep resentment toward him. Today's entire operation had been Fang Changshan's idea. Zhang Yu was already second only to Jin Wang, with a bright future ahead. He had no need to involve himself in this mess. Now that he was facing death, how could he let Fang Changshan, the mastermind, slip away? Even if they died, Fang Changshan had to go down with him. Fan Yi, Fang Changshan was the one who orchestrated the attack on the Ling family today. I was only invited to assist. Please, spare me. Zhang Yu wore a bitter expression as he begged for mercy, his voice filled with desperation. Meanwhile, Fang Changshan, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly froze mid-step, his foot hovering just outside the door before he cautiously pulled it back. Fan Yi, stay calm. Let's not act rashly. As Fang Changshan spoke nervously, his movements slowed to an almost exaggerated degree, as if he were confronted with something terrifying. Young Master Fang. What's wrong? Lu Yao, still inside the room, was also panicking. But realizing that Fang Changshan was her only lifeline, she rushed toward the door and reached out to help him. Don't move! But Fang Changshan's warning came too late. Swish! A crisp slicing sound rang out. Lu Yao's wrist suddenly separated from her arm, falling silently to the floor. Under the dim lighting, everyone finally saw it. Countless razor-thin threads, glowing faintly red, crisscrossed the doorway like an intricate spider's web, lethally sharp. Ah! My arm! Lu Yao stared in horror at her severed limb, then at the crisscrossing threads by the doorway, her mind completely blank. What was going on? When had such razor-sharp threads been set up at the door? What were these threads and why were they so lethal? As Lu Yao cried out, her body instinctively tried to rush out of the private room again. Fang Changshan's facial muscles twitched as he quickly grabbed Lu Yao, preventing her from being sliced to pieces. The red threads had naturally been set up by Fan Yi, evolved filaments from the crimson thread overlord physique. They were finer than hair, sharper than steel blades. Saying they could split a strand of hair with a mere breeze wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Hiss! Seeing this, Zhang Yu and the other girls sitting at the table in the private room couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This Fan Ye's methods were downright terrifying. They all thought the same thing. If they had been the ones rushing toward the door earlier, would they have been able to stop in time like Fang Changshan and notice those threads? Lu Yao only lost an arm, but if they had charged through, they might have been hacked into several pieces. The other girls crouched in the corner, staring at the scene with terrified eyes, hating Shen Qingmeng with every fiber of their being. Shen Qingmeng had told them this gathering was just to help bring Ling Yifei and Fang Changshan together in exchange for massive benefits, future collaborations between the Shen family and their own families on multiple projects. But now the situation had spiraled like this. Fang Xiao lost an arm. His top subordinates were all slaughtered by Secretary Zhang's men, who had then switched allegiance to Fan Yi. The tables had completely turned, with Fan Yi now overpowering Zhang Yu and Fang Changshan. Now they couldn't even escape, utterly trapped. The worst part? Shen Qingmeng wasn't even here. Damn it! Fan Yi, you're too ruthless. Fang Changshan took a step back, fear flashing in his eyes as he stared at the doorway, terrified the threads might coil around him. Almost instinctively, he glanced at the room's window. For a fleeting moment, he considered escaping through it, but immediately realized that Fan Yi, with his methods, wouldn't overlook such an obvious exit. Done for. This predicament wasn't going to be resolved easily. Their mission to the capital to suppress another family was likely doomed. Now, the priority was figuring out how to escape unscathed from Fan Ye's grasp. Fang Changshan knew leaving would demand a heavy price. But what that price might be, he dared not imagine right now. Ruthless. Fan Yi gave Fang Changshan a cold stare. Fang Da Xiao, if I hadn't been strong enough to deal with you today, wouldn't my fate have been far worse? Didn't you say yourself, right in front of me, that you'd humiliate my girlfriend? Compared to what you planned, this is just an appetizer. Fan Yi smirked, repeating Fang Changshan's earlier boasts, each word making Fang Changshan inwardly cringe as if he'd swallowed bitter herbs. How could he have guessed the situation would reverse itself like this? I was wrong. Fan Xiao. It wasn't me targeting the Ling family. It was Jin Wang. Jin Wang ordered us to act. You must know. After Ling Yifei's family openly supported Yifan before his death, Jin Wang decided to retaliate. We were just pawns. Look, Zhang Yu, Jin Wang's secretary, is here as proof. Cornered, Fang Changshan scrambled to pin the blame on Zhang Yu. Bullshit. Zhang Yu snapped. Fang Changshan, you wanted Ling Yifei for her unique physique. You even personally called Jin Wang for backup. This has nothing to do with me. Fan Xiao, don't believe him. The Fang family's martial faction has always been treacherous. With Fan Yi dominating the scene, Zhang Yu and Fang Changshan immediately tore into each other. Zhang Yu, do you think you can rewrite reality? The entire Great Xia knows about the feud between Jin Wang and Yi Fan. Jin Wang targeting the Ling family was already an open secret. Your denials mean nothing. Before their shouting match could escalate, Fan Yi chuckled. Enough. Stop bickering, fight it out. Whoever wins, I'll believe. Fair, isn't it? As he spoke, Fan Yi pulled Ling Yifei back, clearing space for Fang Changshan and Zhang Yu. Both men froze. This was psychological torture. Fan Yi clearly intended to kill them, but instead of doing it himself, he was making them slaughter each other. Refuse? Fan Yi wouldn't let them live. But comply? Wasn't this cruel? Just minutes ago, they'd been staunch allies. Now, trapped like two hunters in a dark forest, each unsure if the other would strike first. Their only hope was to attack before being attacked. In terms of raw strength, Fang Changshan was far superior. But with one arm shattered and his meridians damaged, his combat power had plummeted, giving Zhang Yu the confidence to strike first. Smack! Without hesitation, Zhang Yu swung, slapping Fang Changshan hard enough to make his vision blur. You actually hit me? Zhang Yu, you're dead. Caught off guard, Fang Changshan flew into a rage, roaring as he channeled martial energy and lunged at Zhang Yu in a desperate brawl. You bastard! Stop gouging my nostrils. Damn it! Stop poking my eyes. You're ripping my hair out. Two emperor-level martial artists, rolling on the floor like street thugs, resorting to the crudest, dirtiest tactics in a lethal struggle. Watching them, Fan Yi smirked before glancing at Lu Yao and the other girls trembling in the corner. Fan Xiao, please, don't kill us. We'll do anything. Anything at all. Please. Thud. The moment his gaze fell on them, they collapsed to their knees in terror. Fan Ye's brutality had shattered their nerves. If he could crush Fang Changshan, dealing with them would be trivial. Ivy never had a boyfriend. I could be your woman. Two of the girls even began tearing at their clothes, desperate to offer their bodies in exchange for survival. Snap! The moment the shoulder straps loosened, revealing the fair scenery of the girls' exposed chests, nearly half of what lay beneath their clothing was on full display. After all, these were wealthy socialites from the capital, each possessing an exquisite physique. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Yifan found himself briefly stunned. However, the women around Yifan were of another caliber, absolute pinnacles of beauty. Compared to them, these noble women were nothing but mere ornaments, hardly worth a second glance. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy erupted from Yifan's hand, instantly knocking Lu Yao and the other girls unconscious. Thud! Thud! As his energy rippled outward, it shattered every surveillance camera in the private room. Why? Because Yifan had important matters to discuss. He had staged his death to infiltrate the capital with one goal, to dismantle the Prince of Jin's network of vassal families and underlings. Now that Fang Changshan and Zhang Yu had arrived, it was time for a conversation. Cooperate? Good. Refuse? Then death it would be. Just as he finished, Yifan suddenly sensed a surge of martial energy approaching Ling Yifei from behind. Humph! So the wolves finally showed their fangs? Earlier, Yifan had deliberately left Ling Yifei behind as a test, a calculated vulnerability to see who among Zhang Yu and Fang Changshan was the more ruthless of the two. Ah! Ling Yifei, who had been watching the chaos unfold, suddenly shrieked as Fang Changshan lunged at her. She desperately tried to flee, but an oppressive force immobilized her completely. It was Fang Changshan who struck. Seeing Yi Fan deliberately distance himself from the girl, Fang Changshan seized what he thought was an opportunity. After knocking Zhang Yu back, he erupted with martial energy, lunging toward Ling Yifei. Fang Changshan had realized one thing: Fan Yi, Yi Fan's alias, deeply cared for this woman. If he could capture her, he might escape alive today. Though his arm was wounded, Fang Changshan's strength still lingered at the emperor-level martial realm, more than enough to subdue Ling Yifei, who was merely at the grandmaster level. His gamble? That Fan Yi wouldn't react fast enough. Surely, from this distance, even if I can't touch Fan Yi, I can still capture her before he notices. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, now barely 3 feet from Ling Yifei. At this range, an emperor-level warrior could snatch her up in an instant. Just one more step, and he would have Fan Ye's weakness in his grasp. Ha! Fan Yi, all's fair in war. Never thought Yifei would fall into my hands. Did you? Fang Changshan had already locked down every escape route. Ling Yifei, frozen in place like a helpless rabbit, could only watch with wide, fearful, yet oddly calm eyes. Since the plane, she had witnessed Fan Ye's capabilities time and again. From the Ling family confrontation to their encounters at Chaojiangnan, Fan Yi never failed. As long as he was near, she knew she was safe. Fang Xiao, don't be rash. Sigh. Zhang Yu, being the Prince of Jin's secretary, had already sensed Fan Ye's terrifying prowess. Yet Fang Changshan, foolishly emboldened, had launched this suicidal grab for Ling Yifei. Before Zhang Yu could even finish his warning. Crack. The moment Fang Changshan's fingers were within inches of Ling Yifei, his triumphant grin froze. Ling Yifei squeezed her eyes shut, and then, FCK. I should have known. Damn it. Damn it all. Fang Changshan screamed, violently recoiling as if burned. Too late. Schlick. Schlick. A sickening series of slicing noises echoed through the room. Fingers severed, nose cleaved off, ear lopped away, knees gashed open, and worst of all, a certain toothpick suffered an involuntary trim. Gah! SSSSSS. Zhang Yu, watching from the side, instinctively clenched his legs. Holy SHT, this Fan Yi, what monstrous trick was this? No one had seen him move. How had he laid these invisible wires? Trembling, Zhang Yu carefully stood still, terrified that such deadly threads surrounded him too. One wrong step and his throat might be the next thing severed. Thud. Meanwhile, Fang Changshan, now a mutilated wreck, collapsed to his knees. Fan Xiao. I was wrong. I was blind. Greed possessed me. I deserved death. Blood gushed from his wounds, yet he kneeled, kowtowed, and slapped himself with his maimed hand. What a pathetic sight. Zhang Yu could only sigh. Should have known better. Now all depended on Fan Ye's mercy. Zhang Yu turned to observe Yi Fan, only to see him already beside Ling Yifei, embracing her gently. It's over, he murmured. The moment Ling Yifei responded, a wave of drowsiness overtook her, and she slumped into unconsciousness. Yi Fan carefully laid her on the sofa before turning to Zhang Yu and Fang Changshan. Eyes icy. I wanted a civilized discussion. Try anything else, and you die. As for the others, either submit or die. We dare not. We dare not. Zhang Yu shook his head like a rattled drum, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. As Prince Jin's secretary, Zhang Yu may not have had many talents, but his ability to read people was unmatched. From the subtle shift in Yi Fan's expression just now, Zhang Yu had a gut feeling. Yi Fan could crush them with ease, but he might not actually kill them. At the very least, he wouldn't kill him, Zhang Yu. It all depended on what conditions Yi Fan would propose. Young Master Fang, I'm here. How's everything going? Did you capture him yet? Just as the atmosphere in the room grew tense, Shin Qingming's voice rang out from the doorway. Young Master Fang, Secretary Zhang. Let me tell you, that Fan Yi is absolutely despicable. He actually slapped me. Once you take him down, don't kill him too quickly. I want to personally castrate him. Huh? Shin Qingmeng had bandaged her wounds before hurrying back into the private room. From outside, she hadn't sensed anything amiss, but the moment she stepped inside, she knew something was wrong. It was too quiet. Then she looked down. Holy fucking shit! What the hell was going on? Fang Changshan, the heir of a top-tier ancient martial family, now knelt on the ground, broken, bloody, missing limbs, kowtowing and slapping himself in the face. And over there, though Zhang Yu was still on his feet, he hunched like a quail, his body trembling as he stared in terrified reverence at Fan Yi, the same direction Fang Changshan was looking. You finally showed up? Fan Yi smirked at Shin Qingmeng, his voice icy. I was worried you wouldn't make it. If you hadn't, then when they set off on their final journey, the party wouldn't have been complete. Ha! Shin Qingming's heart plummeted at his words. The scene before her was unmistakable. Corpses littered the floor, martial arts experts brought by Fang Changshan, all slaughtered. Clearly, Fan Ye's power was monstrous. He had won. Yet one thing puzzled her. Why hadn't Zhang Yu's 10 Emperor-level assassins moved a muscle? They still stood obediently in the room. Were they waiting for orders? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was just as confused, but for a different reason. Hadn't lethal wires been set up at the door earlier? When Fang Changshan had tried to flee, they'd nearly sliced him in half. So why had Shin Qingmeng walked in unharmed? Could Fan Yi control those wires, manifesting them at will, retracting them at whim? If the doorway wasn't booby-trapped now, maybe he could make a break for it? But just then, boom! A panicked Fang family bodyguard burst through the door, shouting, "Young Master Fang!" The family sent an urgent message. "You must retreat now." The man charged in without hesitation and sailed clean through the doorway unscathed. Zhang Yu sighed in relief, until the guard's body suddenly dissolved. His flesh split into long, square strips, precisely the shape of a wire grid. Hiss! Zhang Yu finally understood. Fan Yi could control those wires at will. Shin Qingmeng had gotten lucky, but this poor bastard? Diced. Horrifying. Zhang Yu stared at Yi Fan like he was staring at the devil himself. His soul broken, his will utterly shattered. Any hope he had in Prince Jean? Gone. God damn it. Prince Jean had plotted for decades against Yi Fan, finally wiping out the 10 great prodigies of the Yi family, only for one survivor, Yi Fan, to annihilate Prince Jin's forces in just 1 month. If not for the Soul Palace's intervention, Prince Jean would have been assassinated mid-retreat. And just when Yi Fan was finally dead, blown up in Anqing, this Fan Yi appeared in the capital, even more terrifying. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? Zhang Yu made up his mind then and there. Whatever Fan Yi demanded, he would obey. As long as he survived, anything was negotiable. Meanwhile, Fang Changshan glared at the shredded remains of his bodyguard, furious. The family's urgent message? Probably an intel update on Fan Ye's strength. Too fucking late. Fan Yi, what the hell do you think you're doing? Shin Qingmeng instinctively backed toward the door. Bam! But terror seized her as the door slammed shut under an invisible force. Yi Fan's burning gaze locked onto her. Oh, you know exactly what I'm doing. You wanted to sell my girlfriend. Worse, you wanted to castrate me. What kind of woman even thinks like that? His voice dropped to a whisper. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to escape? Shin Qingming's soul froze under that piercing stare, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why you? No matter how strong you are, you're just one man. Do you really dare defy young Master Fang and Secretary Zhang? Then her mouth snapped shut, because he already had. Fang Changshan crippled. Zhang Yu broken. Even Ru Yen stood beside Fan Yi. And my Shin family. Shin Qingmeng tried weakly, then cut herself off. Pointless. This bastard had already humiliated the ancient Fang family and Prince Jean himself. What was the Shin family to him? What could she even do? She was the Shin family's last hope. Ever since her brother Shin Shao was killed in Huadu, and Elder Tang Zhang withdrew his support. The family had been crumbling. Ha! Seems you've all misunderstood. Yi Fan's smirk deepened as he swiftly adjusted his face, his fingers reshaping his features like clay. You might not recognize the face I just wore, but this one? Oh, you'll know it. In an instant, Yi Fan stood before them as himself. He stretched his jaw, grinning. Ah, much better. This face was getting stiff. His eyes glittered with menace. Pleasure to meet you all. Again. Hiss! Fang Chengshan, Zhang Yu, Shin Qingmeng. Their eyeballs nearly popped out of their skulls. Yi Fan? I'm not hallucinating. This is Yi Fan, that demon. Wasn't he blown up in the northwest? Fan Yi. Yi Fan. Fucking wordplay. How did I not see it earlier? All three lost their minds, paralyzed for a full 10 seconds before reality crashed down. Even Zhang Yu collapsed, his legs giving out beneath him. Game over. Total. Fucking. Defeat. Yi Fan had faked his death, then returned to the capital under a new identity. The entire upper world was screwed. You seem quite happy, but we're not happy at all. At this moment, in the eyes of Shin Qingmeng, Zhang Yu, and the others, Yi Fan was nothing less than the Grim Reaper come to claim their lives. I won't look. Can I just not look? Zhang Yu clutched his face in despair. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. Please. Ah! Zhang Yu had completely lost his mind. What did it mean for Yi Fan to reveal his true face to them? Even an idiot could guess. Yi Fan had orchestrated this massive deception with one purpose: to wreak havoc in Shangjing. How could he afford to expose himself so recklessly? After all, according to all rumors, Yi Fan had already been blown to pieces in the northwestern region. By using the alias Fan Yi, how much more could he accomplish? For those who had seen his true face, only one fate awaited them: death. That's why, right now, whoever witnessed Yi Fan's true appearance must die. Thanks to Zhang Yu's reminder, Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng instantly understood. We saw nothing, absolutely nothing, they wailed, hastily covering their eyes as if feigning blindness. Enough. Stop pretending. Yi Fan smirked darkly. Are you lying to yourselves? Or do you take me for a fool? I'm standing right here. Did you really see nothing? Or do you simply disrespect me so much that you'd ignore my presence completely? His words stunned the three into silence. Damn it, what were they supposed to do? Looking wasn't allowed. But neither was not looking. Should they look? Or not? Thud. Zhang Yu dropped to his knees once more, kowtowing desperately. Young Master Yi, please, show mercy. Give me a way out. Young Master Yi, spare us. We were wrong. Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng gritted their teeth, forced to kneel as well, though their reluctance was palpable. But Fang Chengshan knew his odds of survival today were slim. And deep down, Shin Qingmeng understood too. Between the Shin family and Yi Fan, the grudge was beyond reconciliation. Could she really escape unscathed? Their reactions lined up perfectly with Yi Fan's expectations. Zhang Yu, despite serving as Prince Jin's secretary, had only recently risen to power. His animosity toward Yi Fan wasn't deeply ingrained. But as for Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng, between them and Yi Fan, it was already a fight to the death. Actually, I'd like to make a deal with you. Yi Fan's sinister gaze swept over them before he continued. If you want to live, from this moment onward, become my slaves. Obey my every command. This was his final offer to Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng. If they truly submitted, Yi Fan wouldn't mind rewarding their obedience with a 3-corpse brain-devouring goo poison pill. After all, an extra pawn was always better than one less. I obey young Master Ye's will. I, Zhang Yu, swear absolute loyalty. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu declared his allegiance. In fact, he felt a glimmer of relief. Would he really get to survive? Not just that, he might even secure Yi Fan's favor. If Prince Jin were to fall someday, Zhang Yu could still thrive under new patronage. If young master requires oaths, contracts, or even poison pills, I submit willingly. His eager submission earned a flicker of approval from Yi Fan. Zhang Yu's attitude matched his expectations. As one of Prince Jin's closest aides, Zhang Yu could serve as a spy within the royal faction while leading the elite assassin Team 2, making him an excellent pawn. Meanwhile, Fang Changshan nearly cursed out loud upon hearing Zhang Yu's bootlicking. Damn this bastard! Why flaunt such shameless loyalty? Contract? Poison pills? Did he have to remind Yi Fan to enslave them? Perhaps Yi Fan hadn't even considered it yet, but thanks to Zhang Yu's excess enthusiasm, the idea now couldn't be ignored. At this point, even a hint of defiance meant instant death. And worse yet, Zhang Yu had already switched sides. If Yi Fan didn't kill Fang Changshan, Zhang Yu certainly would. I submit. I obey young Master Ye's orders. And I submit as well. Though Fang Changshan and Shen Qingmeng reluctantly pledged obedience, their reluctance was plain. Their fate had already been sealed. Good. Yi Fan pulled out 3 jet-black pellets, eggs of the 3-corpse brain-devouring goo. Swallow these. His tone left no room for resistance. Remember, the mother goo resides within me. If I die, you die. So you'd better pray for my well-being. He tossed the pellets to each of them. What? The brain-devouring goo. The kind that eats your brains from inside. Shen Qingming's face twisted in horror as she instinctively flung the pellet away. Fang Changshan clutched his pellet silently, his expression dark with hesitation. Too ruthless. Yi Fan truly knew the cruelest poison of Miaojiang's goo arts. The brain-devouring goo. An unstoppable parasite that invaded the brain. Once merged with their bodies, their lives would be permanently bound to Yi Fan's. If they died, nothing would happen to him. But if he died, they would perish with him. How could this be? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, having already made his choice, didn't falter. He swallowed the pellet immediately before opening his mouth wide for inspection. Young Master Yi, see? I swallowed it fully. No trace remains. You may verify. Yi Fan chuckled faintly, nodding in approval. With his demon eyes capable of piercing flesh, he had already confirmed the pellet dissolving in Zhang Yu's body, the larvae seeping into his meridians. When his gaze shifted to Fang Changshan, the man stiffened before reluctantly popping the pill into his mouth. But inner energy coiled around the pellet, preventing it from slipping down. Fang Changshan feigned compliance, opening his mouth wide. Young master, I've swallowed it too. Look! Boom! Without hesitation, Yi Fan's fist struck like lightning. Fang Changshan's chest exploded inward, ribs shattering into splinters as he crumpled to the ground, coughing blood. Young master, why? I swallowed the pill. How could you? I gave you chance after chance. Yet you still refuse obedience. Yi Fan's voice was ice. No more mercy. Flames of eternal fire erupted from his wrist, engulfing Fang Changshan in an instant. A heavenly flame. It was you? HHH. A final horrified shriek, before his body was reduced to ashes. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Lung sneered coldly, then turned his gaze to Shen Qingmeng beside him. There was actually such a miraculous flame on Yi Lung's wrist? Fang Changshan, a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, had been reduced to ashes just like that? Shen Qingmeng was completely dumbstruck by what she witnessed. I'll eat it. I'll eat it right now. Just a moment ago, she had still dared to resist, but now she didn't hesitate at all, scrambling on all fours toward the pill she had thrown away earlier. But just as she reached it, a foot stepped down on the pill, crushing it beneath. Want to eat it now? Too late. You had your chance, but you wasted it. Don't blame me. The speaker was none other than Yi Lung. With another surge of the ember flame, Shen Qingmeng was instantly incinerated into nothingness. Click, click, click. Zhang Yu stood frozen in the private room, watching as her 2 companions were burned to ashes, her teeth chattering uncontrollably in sheer terror. Recalling what had just happened, she thanked her ancestors 8 generations back for her lucky escape. If only she hadn't been so sincere in her submission. Otherwise, she would have been the one disappearing right now. Though the 3 corpses' brainworm goo had been planted inside her, At least she was still alive. Moreover, as long as she stayed obedient under Yilang and didn't make mistakes, she might even live for many more years. After all, judging by Yilang's current state, he definitely wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Now, only Zhang Yu and Yilang remained in the room. As for the other martial emperor assassins, Yilang knew they had already been controlled by parasitic eggs, their minds completely lost. Initially, I planned to kill you too. Yilang's opening sentence sent Zhang Yu's hair standing on end. She had barely managed to stand up before dropping back to her knees in fright. Spare my life, young Yi. I'll obey everything you say from now on. Anything you command, I'll do it. Zhang Yu was genuinely terrified. This man, his methods were downright supernatural. Just that morning, reports from the Northwest had confirmed through DNA samples, multiple forensic tests at different sites, that Yilang had been blown to bits under the watch of countless witnesses. Everyone believed he was dead. So how was he standing right in front of her now? Even now, Zhang Yu couldn't fathom how he had pulled it off. His powers weren't human. They bordered on divine. But considering your attitude wasn't bad, I'll spare you for now. As for the effects of the 3 corpses' brainworm goo, I assume you understand them. He paused meaningfully. If you don't, I can let you experience it firsthand. With a mere thought, Yilang activated the mother goo, and the parasitic worm inside Zhang Yu's brain immediately reacted. Ah, it hurts. My head. Erg. What the hell is gnawing at my brain? Young Yi, stop. I surrender. I swear I won't spill anything once I. Zhang Yu thrashed on the ground like Sun Wukong under the golden headband, her agony unbearable. She had heard legends about the 3 corpses' brainworm goo, how it could devour one's brain like a living parasite. But she had never imagined the pain would be this excruciating. That was just the mildest form of torment. If you dare disobey, I'll make sure you learn what true suffering is. At Yilang's command, the pain instantly vanished, leaving Zhang Yu trembling violently as she knelt. Stand up, Yilang ordered. What's the current situation with Prince Jin? Yes. Zhang Yu forced herself to respond respectfully. Prince Jin recently inherited the legacy of the Soul Palace's Azure Envoy, pushing his strength to the peak of the Martial Saint, 9th stage. But since the inheritance is unstable, he's been forced to cultivate in an underground chamber, absorbing the essence of virgin boys and girls. He won't emerge for another 7 days. As for the Northwest operation, Prince Jin's plan is this. Now that the world believes you're dead, the 8 great families will attempt to recruit Guoxiao, Wang Fugue, and Tianji Pavilion's forces. Additionally, concerning the ancient martial families, Zhang Yu disclosed everything she knew about Prince Jin's schemes without holding back. Realistically, Prince Jin's remaining forces were already exposed. Every detail laid bare before Yilang. Humph. Understood. Yilang nodded. You'll take these 10 martial emperor assassins back with you, command them as usual. Report today's events like this. Fan Yi was too powerful. He ambushed Fang Chengshan and Shin Qingmeng, killing them. You fought desperately and barely managed to drive me off, though the assassination failed. Got it. Moving forward, you'll resume your role as secretary. If you need to relay urgent intelligence, simply show the documents to any one of them. They don't even need to hold it. Let them see it, and that's enough. As he spoke, he gestured toward the 10 martial emperor killers standing behind Zhang Yu. She blinked in disbelief. Young Yi, if they just look at the documents, you'll be able to see them too? Ever since Yilang controlled these 10 assassins with just a handshake, she still hadn't figured out how it worked. Now, claiming he could see through their eyes? That was downright supernatural. Yilang nodded casually. Indeed, here's a secret, their eyes are mine. I share their vision. Anything they see, I see too. So, behave properly. Understood. Zhang Yu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, relieved that she was finally out of immediate danger. As for the others in this restaurant, shall we? She made a throat-slitting motion. Most of the fighters stationed here belonged to the Fang family. Though none were martial emperors, letting them escape could cause complications. Yilang gave a curt nod. Do as you see fit. His gaze then shifted to Ling Yifei, still unconscious on the sofa. Without another word, he scooped her up and vanished from the room in an instant. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. After returning Ling Yifei, he still had to accompany his sister, Ling Yanxiu, to a business banquet that night, fighting for a key project in the capital against ancient martial families. Before attending, he needed to know exactly which family they were dealing with. Since Ling Yanxiu wanted this deal, Yi Long would ensure she got it, by negotiation if possible, by force if necessary. Either way, he wasn't afraid. Young Yi. By the time Zhang Yu gathered her wits, Yi Long had already disappeared. She glanced fearfully at the doorway, too scared to step forward. Who knew if those deadly wire traps were still there? After Yi Long left, she cautiously tested the exit with a chair until she confirmed it was safe. The moment she stepped out, she bumped into the Fong family's guard captain, who rushed over in a panic. Secretary Zhang. What happened? We just saw Fan Yi escape with Ling Yifei. We tried contacting young Master Fong, but there's no response. Did you let Fan Yi go on purpose? Zhang Yu's lips curled coldly. No. Fan Yi murdered your young master and fled. What? The guard captain's face twisted in horror. Then, Secretary Zhang, why are you? The security captain was still muttering in confusion when a battle blade suddenly shot out from Zhang Yu's hand, piercing straight into his heart. The force behind the strike shattered his meridians instantly. You, what are you? I holy SHT. By the time the captain realized what was happening, it was already too late. Wasn't Zhang Yu on young Master Fong's side? Why had he suddenly turned on him? My apologies. I was the one who let young Master Fan escape, but you'll take the blame for it? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Although Yi Fan had roughly explained how he should justify things to Prince Jin upon his return, Zhang Yu had his own plans. He wouldn't just report that Fang Chengshan and Shen Qingmeng were dead. He'd also claim that Fang Chengshan and Shen Qingmeng had conspired with Fan Yi to attack him. Fan Yi escaped, and he was forced to kill the other two in self-defense. After all, none of them would be alive to dispute his story. Dead men tell no tales. Once they were gone, he could spin the facts however he pleased. Now that he'd chosen to side with Yi Fan, he had to prove his worth and tighten his loyalty. You, Secretary Zhang. You betrayed Prince Jinu. The captain struggled weakly for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground in despair. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Betrayal? That's such an ugly word. I merely sought better shelter under a stronger tree. Do you know who young Master Fan really is? He's Yi Fan. Surprised, aren't you? He whispered the truth into the dying captain's ear, ensuring the man's eyes would never close peacefully. Hadn't Yi Fan already been killed? How was Fan Yi suddenly Yi Fan? Holy SHT. This was earth-shattering news. The Fong family had only sided with Prince Jin after receiving news of Yi Fan's death. But no matter how desperately the captain wanted to relay this information, it was impossible now. He convulsed weakly before his body went utterly still. Listen to my orders. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Then burn everything to the ground. Zhang Yu was ruthless. Once he decided to silence them, he ensured no one escaped alive. Meanwhile, Yi Fan carried Ling Yifei out of the restaurant and into his car. Seeing she was still unconscious, he couldn't help but smile fondly. His little sister-in-law might be stubborn, but her heart was in the right place. No matter how dire the situation, she had fiercely protected him. She was just too weak. At that thought, Yi Fan leaned over and captured her lips, not bothering to suppress the surging heat within him. Instead, he let it flow freely into her body, transforming her inner energy and strengthening her power. He had already used an emperor pill to elevate Ling Yanxiu to the emperor realm before her trip to the northwest. Ling Yifei's foundation was weaker, but jumping from master to grandmaster was within reach. As the stream of warmth coursed through her, Yi Fan also channeled ancient divine power into her meridians, helping her regulate the overwhelming surge of energy. Within minutes, Ling Yifei broke through to the grandmaster realm. Her strength soared Grandmaster Tier 1, Tier 2, all the way to Tier 8 before stabilizing. Her body had reached its limit. Pushing further risked rupturing her from within. Mortal constitution inherently constrained cultivation speed and energy capacity. Eventually, he'd have to upgrade all his loved ones' physiques to spirit bone level, at least enough to reach transcendent realm or beyond. Only then would they stand a chance when the immortal gate assembly convened. MMM. Feeling the warmth of Yifan's lips and the immense energy swirling inside her, Ling Yifei stirred awake, her cheeks flushed. Seeing her clothes half undone, she scolded weakly, You bully! Yifan smirked. It's not like I haven't seen you naked before. Who was the one trying to tear off my clothes at home? Ah, shut up. That's so embarrassing. She covered her face. Back in the bedroom, she hadn't thought much about her boldness. But now the memory mortified her. Had she been too wild? Did those shameless moves make her seem like some desperate virgin? Would Fan Yi think she was too forward? Her heart fluttered nervously, until she sensed the energy pulsing within her. Grandmaster Realm. Just this morning on the plane, she hadn't even been a proper martial artist. After Fan Yi groped her, she reached master level. Then, after a kiss at the Ling residence, she advanced to expert. Now, after another intimacy, she had leaped straight to Grandmaster. What kind of sorcery was this? If mere closeness granted her such terrifying power, what heights could she reach if they went further? Could she become the fastest martial artist to achieve Emperor Realm? Another emperor in the Ling family would solidify their dominance across the nation. Even if her brother-in-law was gone, her miraculous boyfriend could single-handedly protect the family. Wait, her sister. If Fan Yi had this ability, she had to get him to share it with Ling Yanxiu. A kiss, or maybe even a grope, could ignite her sister's potential too. It was foolproof. Tonight, her sister was planning to borrow Fan Yi for an event. She just needed to arrange things beforehand. Family comes first, right? Letting her sister use her boyfriend a little wasn't that weird. My power, she began, but Yifan pressed a finger to her lips. Don't move. Stabilize your energy. We're heading home. He had to prepare for tonight's banquet with Ling Yanxiu and investigate the Wu family. He also needed to consult Guoli, who exactly was expanding their influence in the capital. After instructing Ling Yifei, Yifan started the car and sped toward the Ling estate. Just as he turned a corner, a bicycle suddenly shot out from an alley, heading straight for his vehicle. A crash. Impossible. A martial saint at the 8th rank. A powerhouse strong enough to lift a car with a single finger. How could he possibly get into a car accident? Moreover, given Yifan's current strength, even if a truck crashed into him, his martial saint-level protective aura could effortlessly handle it, let alone a mere bicycle. Still, avoiding the accident altogether was best. Hold on tight, Yifan shouted, leaping out of the car in an instant. He grabbed the front bumper, lifted the sedan effortlessly mid-air, and executed a smooth spin, narrowly dodging the speeding bicycle. Ah! The bicycle rider was a stunning beauty in jeans. Watching her bike about to collide with the car, she let out a scream, shut her eyes in despair, and even released the handlebars. Like most girls in crises, her instinct was to flail wildly, grabbing at windshield wipers or stamping on non-existent pedals. But the twist was this. While Yifan's evasive maneuver prevented a direct collision, the woman's loss of control sent her bike hurtling toward the middle of the road at full speed. Even worse, her body teetered off balance, about to crash onto the pavement. Right then, a heavily loaded cargo truck hauling steel barrels came barreling down the road. If she got caught under that truck, even a martial venerable level expert wouldn't survive being crushed by hundreds of tons of weight. And sensing the woman's aura, Yifan realized she was barely at the martial master level. Sigh. Having narrowly avoided the crash, Yifan took in the woman's plight and sighed in resignation. In a flash, he teleported to her side. With one hand still gripping the multi-ton sedan, his free arm lashed out, wrapping around her slender waist. He yanked her backward just as the truck roared past. Crunch! Crack! As Yifan retreated with the woman and car, the bicycle was sucked under the truck's tires, instantly pulverized. Oh my God! That was terrifying! If she'd been dragged under. Holy, look at that guy. He lifted a car while saving her. Ignorant fool, he's clearly a martial arts master. Nearby pedestrians watched the spectacle in stunned amazement, torn between shock and admiration. While martial artists weren't rare, most ordinary folks rarely got to witness one in action firsthand. Today, they had front row seats. Scree! The truck driver slammed the brakes, tires screeching as they left long black marks on the pavement. Inside the car, Ling Yifei, though meditating to stabilize her cultivation, had caught glimpses of the chaos outside. On one hand, she was impressed by Yifan's reflexes. On the other, seeing him cradle another bombshell in his arms made her blood boil, especially that woman. Her snug jeans hugged every sinful curve, while her white blouse, missing 2 buttons, exposed half of her milky cleavage. Humph! Who dresses like that? Is she throwing herself at my man? I haven't even gotten a taste yet, and already some vixen jumps him. The sight steeled Ling Yifei's resolve. Tonight, I'm pushing Sis and Yifan together. No excuses. After all, neither she nor her sister lacked looks. 2 beauties teaming up had to boost their chances of keeping him. Though itching to intervene, she was in the middle of a critical meditation cycle and couldn't move yet. Back on the road, Yifan glanced at the bike's wreckage, then down at the woman in his arms. You're fine now. Open your eyes. True, she was stacked, but seriously ditzy. Ah! The woman stirred, blinking up at him. As his rugged scent enveloped her, her gaze sharpened, suddenly very awake. So hot. His chiseled jaw, the proud slope of his nose, those galaxy-deep eyes radiating an almost hypnotic charisma. She felt instantly addicted, as though she'd known him for lifetimes. Worse or better? Warmth from his palm seeped into hers, sending tingling waves through her body. Handsome, you? She peered at the car he still held effortlessly, then at her obliterated bike and finally pieced it together. Not only had he shielded his car and saved her from becoming roadkill, but he'd done it all while holding a sedan one-handed. How can I repay this debt? Oh, I know. Her eyes lit up greedily like a starving wolf, locking onto Yifan with naked hunger. Veteran of countless battles, Yifan actually felt his kidneys ache under that stare. Wait, is she eyeing me like a steak? Frowning, he abruptly dropped her. Ow! Caught off guard, she landed hard on her rear, yelping at the impact. You! Since when do men drop girls? Grumbling, she scrambled up. Yet her gaze remained foggy with infatuation. Ruthless, but oh so dreamy. I love it. Yifan actually took a step back. He already had too many women in his life. 7 sister-in-laws alone were a handful, let alone Qiu Wan, Ji Ningxuan, and Princess Chu Lan Wei. Now, posing as Ling Yifei's boyfriend, if he entangled with another, his romantic troubles wouldn't just double. They'd multiply exponentially. Headache. Before he could speak, the alley the woman had burst from erupted with noise. Thief! Give back our grandfather's ashes. Over a dozen bikers charged out, their auras violent, murderous intent rolling off them in waves as they zeroed in on her. Huh? Yifan blinked. Hold up. Did this woman just rob a dead man's urn? What kind of soap opera is this? Yifan was also shocked. At first, he thought the horde of motorcycle experts chasing this beauty meant she was being hunted down or bullied or something. Turns out, this woman had actually stolen the ashes of someone's grandfather? That was downright bizarre. Digging up ancestral graves, stealing urns. These were the kinds of grudges that lasted beyond life and death. No wonder these people were chasing her like mad. It wasn't strange at all. Still, Yifan couldn't help but glance at the woman curiously. She didn't seem to be carrying any urn. If she really had stolen it, where did she put it? Humph! Gong shouting. Don't play innocent. You know exactly why I took your grandfather's ashes. My Hua family is expanding business in Shangjing. Did you really think I wouldn't find out about the Gong and Fong families plotting together to stir up trouble here? The martial experts on the opposing side froze for a few seconds at her words. But in an instant, their leader, Gong shouting, regained his composure and scoffed, "Hua Shuyan, that's called fair business competition. If you have the skills, go find your own allies. What kind of cheap trick is stealing my grandfather's ashes?" At this point, Gong Xiaoning was practically foaming at the mouth with rage. The Gong family's patriarch had been gravely ill for years. After being treated in Shangjing until recently, he had finally passed away and was cremated, his ashes meant to be buried in the ancient martial realm. Yet during transit, the urn had been stolen by Hua family's eldest daughter, Hua Shuyan, who had infiltrated their ranks. "Everyone, hear my order. Surround her. No matter the cost, capture her." Gong Xiaoning barked at his subordinates. The motorcycle experts instantly fanned out, forming a tight encirclement around Hua Shuyan and Yifan, who was still carrying the sedan. Noticing the martial energy fluctuations from Yifan, Gong Xiaoning clasped his hands respectfully. "Brother, this matter doesn't concern you. Would you mind stepping aside? Consider it a favor to the Gong family, we won't forget it. Here's my card." Gong Xiaoning knew how to handle things. He handed Yifan his business card with utmost courtesy. Yifan took it, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. He had originally planned to have Gua Li investigate which ancient martial family was expanding business in Shangjing today. But now, this she-devil Hua Shuyan had practically fallen into his lap. Seemed like he had to help her now. First saving her life, then saving her again. Surely she wouldn't refuse handing over a project or two, right? "Better not move, any of you." Hua Shuyan's voice turned teasing. "Gong Xiaoning, don't say I didn't warn you. If anyone takes a single step, your dear grandpa's ashes will be dumped straight into the sewers. I wonder how far they'll float across Shangjing's gutters by nightfall? Maybe he'll even visit you in a dream, praising what a filial grandson you are." As she spoke, Hua Shuyan pulled out her phone and played a video. "Don't believe me? Take a look." The screen showed several sunglass-wearing men in suits holding an urn beside a pitch-black, foul-smelling ditch. The lid was already open, ready to tip the ashes in at any moment. Gong Xiaoning nearly exploded at the sight. "FCK, Hua Shuyan, you dare. You goddamn snake. This is low even for you." He didn't fully trust her, but he couldn't afford to gamble. If those ashes were really by that ditch, one command would scatter them forever. Where would he even find his grandfather then? With a furious wave, Gong Xiaoning halted his assassins. No matter how enraged he was, he wouldn't risk it. Hua Shuyan ignored his insults, smirking as she glanced down the street. "Oh, Gong Xiaoning? Didn't you say you wanted, my uncle? Well, speak of the devil, here he is. Go on, ask him if he's game." From the other end of the street, an old man in gray robes flashed toward them at an inhuman speed. Ripples of golden energy shimmered visibly around him, his martial aura unmistakably at the emperor level. This was none other than Hua family's eldest uncle, Hua Tycoon. "Shuyan, are you all right?" He paid no attention to Gong Xiaoning, focusing only on Hua Shuyan. God f***ing. At the sight of him, Gong Xiaoning's anger deflated instantly. Hua Taikong had no standout qualities, except being obsessively protective of his family. Though only a fourth-level martial emperor, not the strongest in the ancient martial realm, his sheer viciousness made him infamous. Once, after a Hua disciple was bullied by another clan's expert, even though Hua Taikong was outmatched, he barged into their home, slaughtered 2 of their dogs, then fought the expert himself. He bit off the opponent's ear despite being injured, terrifying the 7th-level martial emperor into surrender. Since then, Hua Taikong's reputation had spread far and wide. With him personally backing Hua Shuyan in Shangjing today, things just got complicated. Originally, the Gong and Fong families had planned to divide their efforts. Fong would target the Ling family, while Gong suppressed Hua's business expansion, cutting off Ling's potential alliances. But now, not only was capturing Hua Shuyan impossible, but Gong Xiaoning's grandfather's ashes were still in her clutches. "You!" He stomped in frustration, powerless. Ring ring. Right then, Gong Xiaoning's phone rang. "What? Fong Chengshan is dead." He allied with the Shin family to ambush Ling's Fan Yi and Prince Jin's secretary Zhang. Then got himself killed. Are you joking? Since when did the Fong family work with Ling to attack their own allies? Eyewitnesses confirmed it. Dead men tell no tales. Damn it all. The news drained the last of Gong Xiaoning's fight. Fong's heir was already gone. With his grandfather's ashes still hostage, stopping Hua's Shangjing expansion was hopeless. The Hua family represented the ancient martial alliance. If they succeeded here, the alliance would resurge, making things much harder for their smaller coalition rivals. Fine. You win this round, Hua Shuyan. Gong Xiaoning shot her a glare so venomous it could kill. Just you wait. Before he could finish, smack. Hua Taikong's palm struck like lightning across Gong Xiaoning's face. What did you just say to my Shuyan? The old man's eyes glinted coldly. Who gave you the right to make her wait? Holy shit. Gah! The tremendous impact sent Gong Xiaoning flying sideways for 4 or 5 meters. Stars danced before his eyes. Several of his teeth were shattered, and his entire body trembled violently. He looked like he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Almost instinctively, Gong Xiaoning cursed through gritted teeth. What the hell are you yelling about? Hua Taikong glared at him sharply. What, you don't like me teaching you manners in place of your parents? Let me make this clear. Even if your mom and dad were here, they'd have no choice but to thank me for disciplining you. Got it. Clutching his swollen face, Gong Xiaoning stamped his feet in rage but didn't dare say another word. No. I'm sorry, Elder Hua. Before stepping out, his parents had warned him. Provoke anyone, but never provoke that madman from the Hua family. And here he was, running his mouth like an idiot. Did he just get beaten up for nothing? Until the Gong family was ready to wage an all-out war against the Huas. Even if his parents or grandfather showed up, none of them would dare lift a finger against Hua Taikong. With people like this, if you failed to crush them completely, their frenzied retaliation would make your life a waking hell. If you know you're wrong, then get lost. Hua Taikong shot Gong Xiaoning a disdainful glance and kicked him square in the ass, sending him scrambling away like a kicked dog. Only after driving several hundred meters away did Gong Xiaoning finally call his father, voice trembling with grievance. Dad, I got beat up. My face was rubbed in the dirt. Ugh. On the other end, his father sounded bewildered. Xiaoning, how did you manage to screw up this badly? You took a whole group to hunt down that Hua girl, and you still got your ass handed to you? Since when has that witch been so strong? It wasn't Hua Shuyan. Someone rescued her on the road. And that Hua psycho is in the capital now. He's the one who hit me. Gong Xiaoning quickly relayed everything that had happened. His father sighed heavily. Is that so? Damn it. The entire Fong family's forces were wiped out. This operation is turning into a mess. Wait, what about your grandfather's ashes? Did you at least get them back? Otherwise, he won't even rest in peace. Don't even ask. Hua Shuyan left grandfather's ashes next to a filthy gutter. Threatened to dump them into the sewer if we don't cooperate. She's forcing us not only to stay out of their business in the capital, but to help them sabotage other martial families' schemes. If anything goes wrong, she'll scatter grandfather's ashes. That damn witch. Fine. Get back to the safe house first. We'll regroup once you're here. Arg. Both father and son were practically exploding with fury, their chests burning like they were stuffed with explosives. They couldn't take another second of this. Back on the road, after Gong Xiaoning and his men had fled, Hua Taikong dusted off his hands and turned to Hua Shuyan. Shuyan, no more reckless running around. With so many eyes on us right now, especially now that Yifan's been blown up, even the Nangong family's influence in the martial world is shaky. We need to focus on tonight's mission. If I hadn't shown up in time, even with the Gong family's ashes as leverage, things could have gotten ugly. Uncle, I know. Hua Shuyan pouted playfully, cutting him off, then strode toward Yifan and looped her arm possessively around his. Uncle, the real hero here is this gorgeous guy. She pointed at the mangled bike flattened beneath the truck. If he hadn't scooped me up in time, I'd have been pancaked by that truck. Wait, so that's what happened? Hua Taikong scrutinized Yifan, sensing martial energy swirling around him. Yet despite being a fourth-rank martial emperor, he couldn't pierce through Yifan's cultivation depth. Lifting a car required at least grandmaster-level strength, but if he himself couldn't discern Yifan's power, then this young man had to surpass him. A high-level martial emperor at such a young age? Impressive. Truly impressive. Even among the elite of the martial world, this level of talent was rare, maybe only matched by the now-deceased young master of the Fong family. Too bad that Fong Heir had sided with Fan Yi and the Shuns to assassinate the Jin King's secretary, only to end up exterminated. The whole thing smelled fishy, but Fong Qingshan's death was nothing but good news for the Huas. At least 2 of the major martial clans causing trouble in the capital had been crippled, the Fangs utterly annihilated, the Gongs too scared to move a muscle for fear of their ancestors' ashes being desecrated. Young man, thank you. The Hua family owes you an enormous debt. Hua Taikong spoke sincerely. Most Hua male descendants were mediocre in talent. Only Hua Shuiyan, now a martial revered cultivator, was groomed as the family's future leader. So yes, saving her was a favor beyond measure. Exactly. Hua Shuiyan clung tighter, her eyes sparkling. How can I ever repay you? Name anything, anything at all, and I'll oblige. She was completely smitten. As her skin pressed against Yifan's, she felt a surge of warm energy, her cultivation skyrocketing just from contact. That settled it. She was going to make him hers. With each squeeze, 3 buttons on her blouse popped open, her black bra strap slipping off her shoulder. Then, biting her lip, she struck a pose that could melt steel, leaving Yifan struggling to steady his breathing. Her intentions couldn't be clearer. She was throwing herself at him full force. Whoosh! Yifan flickered away, reappearing 3 feet to the side. Being trapped against her had started to feel suffocating. Ah, why'd you move? Hua Shuiyan giggled. I don't bite. Unless you ask nicely, maybe we should try a different angle? Her grin widened, strong, mysterious, and shy. Oh, this boy needed training. I know all the tricks, darling. She slithered toward him again, while Hua Taikong covered his face in second-hand embarrassment. Shuiyan, have some dignity. Then again, if he were a woman facing such a specimen, he'd probably be worse. Glancing at a nearby hotel, Hua Taikong's eyebrow twitched. Should he just knock the kid out and stuff them in a room to let nature take its course? Too bad he'd probably get his ass kicked instead.